I sucked in so much air. I took too much in. I gotta let it out. Just like that, Loth. Just like that. Let it all out.
I had a bad cough and that fucked up my asthma, which has been bad at also lately.
It happens. Okay, hello. We're going. Hi. It's the wrong channel I'm in. Now I'm in the right channel. Hello, welcome back to Fail Portrayal, when the portrayal is fail. Gonna have a fun one for you today. This is one voted on by our patrons. Join us on Patreon, $5 and up to vote in the Fail Portrayal poll. And you, too, can bring us misery every month. I would like to shout out to the, like, 1 or 2 sane people who saved us from having to do Blackwing this month.
Yes, thank you.
Because you have picked Fruffer? Fruffer?
Fluffle, fight for...
Nope, that was a flight. You said flight for X. None of us can do this.
Yeah,
You're trying.
That was the joke.
I was closer.
Fluffle, fright for, and also edgy, because that's all the same shit. But that's going to be a pretty hefty one. I don't know if we'll actually get all of it. I've broken out my list, so in one go, we should be able to do all of the Fluffles, which are main deck monsters by and large, all of the edgy imps, because there's like 7 of them, and I can guarantee that most of the people here haven't heard of 2 or 3 of them even. And then if we have to, we can break off a second episode into the Fright Furs and their Spell Trap support. Though there aren't that many Fright Furs, to be honest. Honestly, and since like Dallas hasn't showed up yet, I don't know how many of the Spell Traps we'll talk about. Yeah, he's actually away for once. We'll see. Well, you have a little bit of faffing around to do.
I feel like we could put some, like, considering how they're done, I feel like we could put some edge imps and, like, Fluffles just, like, you know, a slight set at once. Just because
not really. That makes more context in the sense of the fusions that suck because they require specific materials, but in general, we don't really have to.
I mean, don't most of them require sabers?
No. There's like 2 that require sabers specifically.
Because they're just used a lot.
Well, probably. So, Edge Imp. God damn it. While just posting funny gifs. I can't even say you can get these if you're a patron. They're just for us.
For my personal.
But yeah, so we've got a little bit of history to talk about with Fluffles and Fright Furs. Obviously, that's been very popular in the audience for picking up and stuff. Art-wise, they're very distinct. Fluffles are, you know, angelic, fluffy, plushy creatures. Edge Imps are literal demonic edged items. Yep. And also, funnily enough, in the TCG, super censored for no reason. No, like, they replace all of the sharp edges for most of them with weird glowing lines. Honestly, sometimes it looks better. Like, censored Fright for Leo, because he's Saw. All the Saw blades are, like, lit up golden. They actually look better, because when he's just normal, uncensored Leo, he's just, like, kind of gray and dull, and you're like, oh, it's just kind of a weird, boring murder plushie. The hilarious thing is, Axe brought up sabers. In the OCG, sabers is just scissors, which makes sense because that's just what the art is. But I have absolutely no idea why it's one of the ones that's the most censored. You should have just called it scissors and not censored it. Everybody would understand. It's a literal childhood toy, childhood trope about don't run with scissors. Don't play with scissors, you know? Kids know better. You don't... Anyway, so we're going to have some fun... I was just going to say, we're going to have some fun unpacking the censored versus uncensored art for some of these monsters.
Yeah. But what I was going to say was, sometimes the people in charge of censorship at Konami for this, it really makes some weird decisions.
Yeah, I don't know if they, like, do it internally or they, like, poll somebody about it.
I think it might also, because I'm familiar with how certain government agencies work, I think it might be dependent on what censor board representative they get.
Well, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I don't know if they have to like run these through somebody, and that's what.
I get it. They talk to the Australian censoring community.
I mean, I would not be surprised.
I also think it's because their rating is 4 up.
Those people are fucking retarded.
No, 6 up. Also, careful, Loth.
So like
it's been long enough. I could say that, right?
Well, I don't know. I think YouTube still doesn't like that one.
I also don't like it, but
anyway, no. Australia does have an infamously ass-backwards censorship board when it comes to like movies and video games and stuff. They pick bones about, or try to pick bones with a lot of weird stuff, some of which goes through.
Yeah. I can't even buy Hotline Miami 2 over here.
Yeah, it's really weird what you are, what already you can just, you know, self-mark as like adults only, etc., and then you just we just don't want that here. Okay, all right, fine. But yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh is marked ages 6 and up because you need to be able to read. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know if a 6-year-old has enough reading comprehension to play this game. But I do still occasionally buy boosters and see the plus.
Do you think we should be submitting 6-year-olds to that much eye strain?
Look.
No, their eyes are their eyes are huge. Their eyes are perfectly sized to read all the text.
Yeah, but do you want like them to
come
used
to
to
me
read
and
text that's small?
perfectly play like a Drytron line and tell me the effects of his cards? I will concede right there.
Listen,
that
eyes
kid
have
has
muscles,
earned it.
Axe. You gotta get your eye reps in somehow.
Fair.
But I'll let me say this: reading a Yu-Gi-Oh card can't be any worse for your eyes than staring at your phone screen, which is something that 6-year-olds are also probably already doing.
There's less light decay, but
Sorry, this is just an aside. I'm gonna post this for Omega. Of course, while Fatal Portrayal is up, this is what's recommended to me via YouTube.
Sorry, the new thing blocked it.
chilled. Fucking dumb.
Yeah.
He would. I at least appreciate that Chilled reps the Yu-Gi-Oh rep when he's engaged with other people. He makes jokes that I understand. Anyway, we haven't brought up Fright for either. Fright first thing is then, hey, what if we stuck sharp objects inside plushies and made them murder plushies? That's Fright for.
Ironically,
Yeah.
it's literally by a psychotic murderous child.
Yes, so that's the other fun thing about Fluffle Fright Fur. That archetype has some baggage on this channel because some of you will recall back in the day I used to stream Legacy of the Duelist, which was kind of dull because it was, you know, like post MR 5 and stuff, and it was not super great because they didn't do anything to fix any of the pen attacks. So Archivy sucked a lot, but you will recall that I had a particular reaction to that small child who uses Fluffles and absolutely destroys me because at Kitchen Yu-Gi-Oh! Actually, fuck it, Kitchen Yu-Gi-Oh! Fright Fur is a rogue deck. Like, it's made top cuts before. It's been good over the years as, like,
A lot of fusion
a
decks are
playable
like that,
engine at your locals, right? Whereas I'm playing bullshit protagonist decks that suck.
And you don't have special skills to actually do cool shit.
Yes, and also you don't get all your fun shit with, whatchamacallit,
You don't even get your
the pen
grid
stuff.
fields.
The pen stuff. Don't you talk about grid fields.
I
Not
love-
yet, anyway. I'm saving that one. Chad, if you haven't already, track down one of Rada's latest videos. Him and Jimbles play a tabletop sim of a guy tried to make an extensive rule set conversion for how Duelist Kingdom rules are supposed to work. And it is functional. It is interesting. It is absolutely demented.
Oh yeah. Omega?
Nonsensically insane.
I'm not playing that game with you.
That's okay. I'll get Dallas to do it. Dallas likes to read.
Actually, let's do
Hey,
Dallas. Because I'll be there to watch, but I feel like I need to like see it be played with you guys before I can see the limit of how bullshit
It's
it gets.
pretty weird. It's pretty weird,
Hold
and
on, Omega, I want to say this. Am I just chopped liver? What is this?
I mean, you're down to clown. The problem is, I don't think you'd have any fun with it because it's all Duelist Kingdom like OG
You'll get
nostalgia
angry.
shit.
I feel
Like
you'll just become a salty bitch baby trademark after a few bits.
I don't know about that part. It's a real nonsense. But Rada and Jimble streamed like 3 or 4 duels of it. You should go check it out. It's pretty
I need to watch
weird.
more than the first duel. I watched the first duel. I was like, I don't like how this has already gone fucking weird.
It's got a lot to it. Check it out. But I might save that for a rainy day sometime to justify having.
Normal summon Blue Eyes and just win.
Kind of. There's also a lot of other
Junior
nonsense.
Journey, which I started to watch.
Junior Journey's
pretty
great
good.
as well.
Junior
RJ
Journey-
has another series that I feel like we are uniquely able to understand, and I should
I need to
recommend
go
you guys
watch that
watching
more.
it. So he
need to
started
watch
a
that
progression series where instead of himself progressing, he progresses the Feeling Lucky AI on Edio Pro and pits it
is
against
now-
other AI decks.
It's now a commutative progression series.
I feel like we, who have done so much testing of decks and hands versus the various Edio Pro AIs, we can truly appreciate just how fucking stupid Feeling Lucky is. I can't believe, like, seriously, who makes that AI for EDO Pro, and how could they not? I don't know what language it's programmed into, but I know enough about the concept of programming to be like, yo, where's my very simple if-then clause? If it's a flip monster, fucking set it all the time. How hard is that to program? No, we're gonna normal summon Morphing Jar in face-up attack mode.
Man, I've just I honestly feel like the AI should have like toggles in like its settings for you.
I know that the feeling AI
I'm
Lucky
sorry,
is very
what are you
basic, but
talking
like,
about? It is clearly modeled after the average Yu-Gi-Oh player. They click. They just click.
it is true.
but-
The feeling
yes.
Lucky AI literally does just click, but I feel
Yes,
like
but
we
does
could
it-
we can advance
but
that
yes.
game state.
But would it redox loop?
I don't know. Anyway, so there's a lot of fun stuff going on. Check those out. Like I said, I
God.
might pull out the Kingdom Duel rule set module for a rainy day, because watching RJ face off against or watching RJ watch two AIs face off against each other, technically, he doesn't do anything other than build the decks and pray.
Besides, not be strong enough to give it good enough cards to win.
Yeah, his pulls are cracked though, but the problem is the AI is stupid. But it just puts me in the mood for like playing dumb shit again with us. That's the thing I miss about Prague, is just us trying to build decks. Speaking of which, by the way, I don't think anybody ever made a limited series Fright for deck that actually worked good enough,
I think
because
Dallas is working on it. But,
yeah, well,
It was-
I don't know why he didn't go, because he had. I'm pretty sure we were to the point where he
because
had
a
all
lot
the
of
cards.
really important cards were like OCG locked.
No. Almost all of them, except like the last like 3 or 4, have come out by the time we're at in our Prague.
I
just
have no idea. Dallas
don't know if
was
he
doing
didn't
himself
get
better.
enough ratios. That is something I will say about Dallas. Dallas is an absolutely insane, completely unhinged duelist. You hand him a pile of crap, and he'll just be like, "Oh yeah, here's the line. I can tech in this. Here's my weird, side build."
It's
But-
always made me feel shameful being like, I can't make a deck because you guys are insane that can just make decks for almost any fucking anything.
But Dallas's other problem goes the other way. If he knows how a deck works in constructed, he really gets in his own way and will absolutely not just build the jank limited deck, and instead will sit on waiting for those 3 copies that he quote unquote needs. Which is not a problem I've ever had. You guys know me. I build a pet deck and I run it into the ground week after week, even though it really don't work some of those weeks. I tried, but yeah.
I feel like go ahead, let's go.
I'm pretty sure I'm the king of creating a deck and then running it to the ground.
Oh,
and
yeah,
just
yeah.
make it work.
Yeah. But you also are... no offense meant to Loth, but you are, I think, the most spiteful deck builder I've ever met. Where if I'm like, Loth, why are you playing 1 copy of Torrential Tribute? Don't you own 3? You're like, yeah? Who cares? I'll play 2. I'll play 1. I don't care. I'll be like, Loth, you should play 3 if it works. And you're like, fuck you. I'm going to play 1. I'm going to play
Loth,
no
you should play-
TTs.
Loth, you should play 0 or 1 of that card in your extra deck.
You shouldn't play Scrap Iron Scarecrow. What's that? Run the 3.
Loth, Scrap Iron Scarecrow, it's such a dead card. Oh, what's this? I'm saving my life through Scrap Iron?
Yeah, the few times you guys will pop off when Scrap Iron Scarecrow will be the
Yeah.
little
We
thing that
had
saves
some
But
some
it's
great
also
showmanship.
because if you played a different card as a Scrap Iron Scarecrow, you wouldn't have been in that position.
I mean, it depends. What Scrap Iron's
At
doing is
least
it's
half the
stopping
time, but yeah.
blocks. It,
I
negate
mean-
attack is cool. Mirror forces are cool, but also we banned a lot of mirror forces over the months.
Because it turns out when you're not CMO engaged, battle traps are actually just useful. Actually, no.
well, no. In Prague,
actually
battle
always
traps
good.
are useful. It's just they never.
It just doesn't understand. Just run 3 battle traps all the time. It will destroy CMO every time.
Yeah.
I mean, depends on if it's Kalut or not.
Well, if it's Black Queens, battle traps just destroy them.
Well,
It
I
just
mean, yeah.
needs
It's
to get
also
rid of
yeah.
surface.
You never get to collude if you just proc mirror force. It's not a problem. Anyway,
Or dimensional
um,
prison.
Deep Riz
Yeah,
is another one.
let's get
Deep
back
Riz is
to
another one
Fluff
that
and
because
Fright,
it was in our card bank we had to work with. Anyway, we had some fun times. I like to go back into the episodes, but yeah. The only other thing I have to do to stall for time until Dallas decides to awaken. I want to talk to everybody. We've got some people here. We're having a fun time. I'd love to once again talk about how dog shit Konami is at ban lists. A ban list for
Alright.
Master Duel has been announced for January of 2023. It is quite possibly the most limp dick ban list I've ever seen, and that's saying something considering Master Duel. Now, admittedly, what it seems like Master Duel does is it announces a completely fucking pointless ban list, a couple weeks ahead of time, and then by the time we actually get to that list, they've realized what cards everybody is still mad about, and then in another couple of weeks we'll see another ban list where they actually hit real shit. That's happened a couple of times now with Master Duel. It still makes them look absolutely donkey backwards.
Omega, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Are you ready to play Wind Up?
No, I'm really not.
Are you ready to?
I'm
throw
ready.
Your
I'm
rock-
ready for MBT to play wind ups and me to run into him on
He already
ladder
did
and
a video
fucking
of it.
clean my clock. Yeah, but he's gonna do it again. He's already
But
said
again,
that
also,
on
you
Twitter.
ready, are you ready to throw away your rock deck and throw it at Robin?
No, because I could still play my fucking rock deck. Limit Block Dragon does nothing. Does literally nothing. You can
still
still
have to play the
search that
one.
guy every time.
Yeah, you only need the one.
Yeah.
It just
copy
gives me
anyway.
2
That's what
free
I
slots
see.
in my deck. Hell, I think I wasn't even running multiple copies of Block Dragon originally. I was running it at 1
Also,
anyway.
was
No.
Carter Device was Carter Device banned or was it at 1 earlier?
It was at 1. It's going back up to 2. It's very silly. Actually, no, it might be going down to 2. I don't think it
Judgment's at
matters.
2, which is like, I guess we could play spellbooks now.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, Axe is just trying to skip all over this place. But no, it's first of all, you'll notice a problem with this ban list, this forbidden and limited list. Nothing's forbidden on it.
Can I show the image on it?
Yeah, actually, if I got the image, I'll pull it up.
It's all just one image. You could just show it.
It's true. Let me actually see if I can
It would
find
be
the
better than
tweet.
just staring at the fluffle picture we got here.
Yeah, this is Toy Parade, by the way. It was one of a couple different arts I thought about.
It's a very cute picture.
Yeah, let me see if I can open the. Yeah,
I think
okay.
I know what most of these actual toys are.
Okay. Let me zoom out a little. Because we're fucking huge. Okay. Yeah, it does work. All right, let me center it. Yeah, so here's the whole thing.
Should we start with the limited?
Well, yeah, we can't start at the bands. So what's been hit there is they got Block Dragon to 1. Again, does nothing. You search it anyway.
It lets you loop it less, I guess.
You don't loop Block Dragon.
Oh, okay, you do it once.
Yeah, and then you're you're
I've
bulletproof.
been looped by Block Dragon.
You've probably been
Yeah.
gummed up by it, but you don't actually need multiple copies because it just does the thing. In fact,
No,
summoning
I've
multiples.
been
Is,
looped by one Block Dragon.
yeah, it doesn't.
They'll
It does.
just bring it out constantly.
Yeah, you can just reset it. It doesn't matter. The reason why I don't run Adamancipator anymore in Master Duel is just because the turns take forever. Like,
Yes.
it's a very time-intense deck that, especially with how bad connectivity is, it's just not very fun to play ultimately
forgot, have
because
they
you're
ever
doing a lot of the
touched,
same
like,
stuff.
Chaos Thunder Dragon ever?
No, I don't think they did anything. You can still play Colossus. I just think that it doesn't. Colossus is an annoying asshole, absolute useless floodgate bitch.
It is a fusion.
But, it doesn't matter because also Master Duel has all the dumb floodgates legal anyway, except for exactly bury your statue of the Stormwinds.
That's why they have big attack stats at least, so I can speed over shit.
Anyway, the other thing is Supreme King Starving Venom. Okay, to 1. I think this locks you out of some versions of the FTK.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
but
do
yeah.
some dumb bullshit with that one Veritas XZ.
I think you can still do some versions of the FTK with 1, but it eliminates some of them. Okay, that's cool. I still think that because it has the effect, it's just a really annoying card to deal with because it always is going to be a future problem, but at least I'm less likely to get penned FTK'd this way, which is good.
Yeah.
And then, once again, so we just, in the silliness, because apparently Darkworm was the problem with the Pendulum FTK, they've taken it from 1 to 2. Cool. And yes, that was that direction. It was at 1 in Master Duel. It will be at 2.
Yeah, no, I was like, why is he at 1 here?
I don't remember if Orphus Scorpio was supposed to be at 3 or 1 and they're moving it. I think it might be 3 and they're moving it to 2.
Let me check.
The absolute useless hit, Aluber to 2. Motherfuck, my brother in Christ, to use the meme. You literally search it.
Scorpio was at 1.
Okay, so Scorpio going to 2, that's probably good. They've got some new Predaplant cards added. Again, with Starving Venom being less, not that you even need to make him with any actual Predaplant cards, but you can, because I'm sure Predaplant has some Pendulums that are dark.
Where's Divine Wind?
But,
Oh, I know.
Divine Wind Miss Value was limited because
that's
it's a
'cause it's fluke.
loop. Yeah, it's a loop thing. No, it is. I don't think it has anything to do with fluid. It's
No,
just,
it specifically is just. I'll read it to you. If a wind monster you control returns to hand, you can special summon 1 level 4 lower wind monster from your deck.
oh, yeah. That's not for flu, though. That was a loop already.
Yeah, but
It's just a really annoying free bounce. It's like Birdman, which I think Master Duel also put Birdman to 2 or 3 recently as well, so they're just like, whatever, we don't care about looping cards. But yeah, talking about the does nothing. Aluber to 2. Aluber the Boober of Duber to 2. Let me tell you, I've been facing fucking branded Despia decks and like ladder and especially Duelist Cup. That is literally fucking nothing.
Yeah.
You don't need a hard draw Luber. You search them every time.
It just makes it easier for DC to cope sometimes.
Yeah, I mean basically, I don't. It just doesn't fucking matter. It
literally
literally
does
doesn't do
nothing.
anything. Yeah, no, that. Oh no, I've got an extra card now because I can only run 2 copies of a Luber, or I'll just run 1 and search him every time.
You're still gonna run 3 Albaz, because you still need that.
Yeah, and lots of other shit. It doesn't do anything. Arguably, Cards of Demise, I'm pretty sure that was 3-2. I don't think that does anything. Oh, Duality to 2. Woo, oh no, Flu will get slightly less consistent. I mean, Flu doesn't need bigger hits, because, they banned, Stormwinds. So they really stopped the one part of that that's, like, super unfun. Other than, obviously, the main thing then would be to do something about D-Shifter and Macro and stuff. But, unfortunately, eventually, at some point in the next year, we're going to get Tier Laments in Master Duel, at which point you need to bring all that shit back anyway. So, we're here. We're at this point where, guess what? You already know you're never going to see the end of Flu at this rate. Flunder will continue to blunder.
Demise, I guess, I just want to bring up, is like, they brought Card Demise from 3 to 2, so it's like...
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't even fucking know what that's for. Is it to stop, like, more weird self-decay decks? I don't know.
Let's see...
Um,
you don't take damage, you can't special summon, you draw into your 3, so it's like from 0 to 3.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just another deep draw. I assume it's for FTKs or something. It doesn't. I literally don't know.
I don't know.
Judgment to 2 probably doesn't matter. I don't think Judgment's in doing anything. They're really trying to make it good, but it just doesn't matter anymore. And then let's talk about another thing here. Sky Striker Ace Kagari to 2. Engag still at 3. What the actual fuck, Konami?
I guess it's so you can loop per S, but then hit other ones.
No,
too?
you do. No, it's going from 1 to 2 acts.
What?
Yes.
What?
Kagari used to be limited. That used to be the thing that the OCG did to keep Sky Striker in check.
Did they just find Sky Striker wasn't playing enough anymore?
I don't know. I mean, I'll say this.
Look at playing Sky Striker decks.
Yes, of course. That's the point. I'll say it this way. I say this as a person who, in a vacuum, likes Sky Striker. It's a really interesting deck to play a deck with so few main deck monsters and mostly be spells and extra deck combos. And it does require a little bit of brain power to play. Unfortunately, Kagari and Loop Engag is not the brain power part of that deck. And so this is just making it easier. And I don't think there's a single archetype that has its machine cocks more firmly affixed in Konami's mouth than Sky Striker. Unfortunately, in Japan, they really fucking love Sky Striker. They've come out with way more useless-ass Sky Striker cards. They're making a Sky Striker manga. They're making more promos. I don't know. I think it's just a marketing thing. Unfortunately, Sky Striker's just, in a best-of-1 format, fucking sucks to play against, and them being able to do Kagari twice isn't gonna help.
A part of me also thinks it's because they released that as, animated sleeve?
Yeah. They've got, I mean, the sleeves and the other stuff they've done, like the different arts and things you can get, that's all part of, like, their marketing engine to get you to spend gems in this game, so
Yeah, but it's like,
yeah.
Wait, my card will, like, change into, like, a gift is only a 1? Oh, that's
like,
a shame.
I know that they did do a whatchamacallit, in the Link Festival, Sky Striker was obviously highly in demand, and you got extra shit for that. I don't understand why they think Striker needs any help. I mean, obviously, all of this is supposed to be driven by, like, them actually studying the back end and, like, seeing what decks are being played. But anecdotally, I mean, I still feel like I run into Sky Striker players literally at all levels of play all the time. Like, somebody will just go hee Engag, and
Honestly,
we'll be there. I don't know.
To reference something you guys said a bit earlier, it's because Sky Striker is technically Konami's big mecha, not mecha Madrigals, but I guess just mecha hero, mecha heroine series thing. Besides all the other ones with like Exo Sister and I guess Witchcrafters, they have a bunch of stuff they could probably push, but they want to push this one because it's more iconic, I assume, to other things.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe they took the wrong lesson from the fact that everybody keeps talking about TOS format. Nobody actually
also,
likes TOS format.
It actually turns out. Sorry, go.
like to just quickly cut it and say I've been making gifts this entire time, so I honestly don't have much to add to this. But
yeah.
Go back to what you guys.
I mean, I'm
I
kind
have a
of
weird
surprised you don't
I
have
have a
more
weird
to
opinion
more
about
to add to
Tough
this,
Format
because you actually occasionally play Master Duel just for funsies sometimes, and play on ladder and get annoyed. I usually only play in very
Yeah.
specific circumstances.
I
So.
haven't come across Sky Strikers. It's mostly just been, how about we make big fuck off fusion monsters because branded is. Branded.
Yeah. Also, for some ungodly reason, Verte is not banned.
I
The
have
listener
a
Verte
very
is not
list
banned.
doesn't contain
I
this.
have a
by the
very
way.
weird opinion about TOS format to where
I mean, you don't
when I
actually
looked
have
at
an
it-
opinion on TOS format because you didn't play it.
I have an
amount
opinion
of-
about how people feel about TOS format.
The amount of times I have seen Verte banish or Verte use branded fusion or fucking Destiny fusion, whatever
It's,
it was.
it's really Verte's banned in both the OCG and the TCG. Ban Verte. It's dumb. He should be banned. I
It's
don't care
just
that you made an
ban him.
animation.
Get rid of him.
Literally nobody will sad if you ban Verte. People who are actually sad when you ban Verte, that's just the list of war criminals to go in the hole.
Or you could do the weird best thing of just do like a weird Master Duel exclusive around.
No, you keep saying this. Literally will never happen. It's meant to be a real life simulator. You're not just gonna change the fucking card effects that you're not doing in
every
real
other
life.
format.
Yes, so they should just ban it. Why do you say, or you could do the fun? No, that's not the point. The point is it's supposed to be a simulator for Yu-Gi-Oh! So we simulate Yu-Gi-Oh! We can't errata Verte unless we're errating it in real life.
For fun. Yeah.
Axe says things and I wonder why.
Axe shouldn't say that because he doesn't believe in fun cards. He really wants to run Colossus and doesn't understand how much of a stupid mistake on a stick he is.
It's fair. I feel like it doesn't
You-
need its
you
second
love-
effect. I just want
You
its
love
first
Machina
effect.
loops.
You just want to climb in a
Yes.
Thunder Dragon Titan easier, and you don't even need to because Thunder Dragon Fusion is fucking stupid.
I don't want to hear the words climb into Thunder Dragon Colossus easier. That is. I don't want to hear
Ti-
those
no, no,
words.
no, I said Titan.
I didn't want to hear that either.
Anyway, the only other thing there is we got some funny stuff here. I guess the Sky Striker thing is just the reverse of the other thing about the OCG. They really love some decks over there, and they fucking hate other decks. As ABC Dragon Buster is only just now being unlimited in Master Duel. It was also only recently unlimited in the OCG as well. So they're real butthurt about ABC over there for some reason. I guess it steals a lot of best of ones. I don't fucking know. Anyway, here he's out. They're also unlimiting Zenmaiden, even though I'm pretty sure.
Was it two?
Yeah, they're already bringing him out of jail. I'm pretty sure that that Hunter is also still legal. So you know, it's just gonna get a little
Why
crazy.
didn't they just ban that? Why didn't they ban that card? That was the problem card.
I don't know. I think it's because the OCG literally doesn't understand how hand looping works, or at least they didn't. That is a very
because
infamous.
They can like kick you out of the store if you do that.
It's a very infamous anecdote that when they were bringing over some of the later wind-up support to OCG, that some of the TCG people who like understood the wind-up Hunter hand loops and like talked it over, when they spoke to a Konami of Japan representative about it, at least according to the story, the representative like literally didn't follow the combo lines and thought it would be no problem, and they were just like, oh, well, people won't do that, and they failed. They have once again categorically failed to understand how the TCG players work and how they will in fact do that, and even some OCG players.
I can get advantage from this? Yay.
All right, I don't
Or
need
it's
that.
like, I can
open
deny
anymore.
my opponent resources by doing this very thing that's not that hard to build.
I mean, it's the same thing with like Infernoble format. Hey, we're gonna synchro summon a bunch of times. By the way, also this old ass card from like 2005 lets me hand rip you when I do all this because it's an equip card. Meh. That's why Smoke Grenade of the Thief is banned and should stay banned.
It wasn't even a good card.
Well, I mean, it wasn't a good card in a vacuum. It's just that Infernoble has the ability to equip shit from graveyard and pop its own equips to do stuff because that's its fundamental mechanic. And it just turns out that Smoke Grenade of the Thief was generic and then had an effect. When this card is destroyed, you get to take a card of your opponent's hand. Presumably, the idea being that you stick the Smoke Grenade on a guy and then
Steal something and you leave.
yeah, you put it on a guy and the guy gets run over, or you get rid of the guy and that like causes it to blow up, and it's like ooh, but it was made in the first wave of the first year of booster packs, so the game was a lot different back then. When you can do it on demand as like on turn 1, it's annoying. Anyway, okay. We've been faffing for like 20 minutes.
Yes. Yes, we
Dallas
have.
still isn't here, so we've just got to get started with the business. So,
We did have a sign that says Dallas is slow in the corner or something.
I mean, I could probably make that, but it wouldn't look very pretty.
I was gonna say something worse, but I feel like I don't want that on stream.
Alright. Nope, that's a lot of images of the fucking hand. Oh yeah, because when we were talking about the history of this archetype, I didn't mention. This is an anime archetype. It's from Arc 5.
So many cards.
And as mentioned, yes, that means there's a lot of cards. Also, as I said, there was a literal war criminal gremlin who ran this deck, and he was not run over by a truck. I'm very sad.
He learned that he was being a war criminal.
Listen, just because you realize you've been bad doesn't mean you don't go to The Hague.
Bro, that arc was never handled well because he like looped back on it multiple times during the Synchro arc. 'Cause that entire arc was a fucking mess.
Anyway, I will channel Dallas briefly and say I'm fairly certain that we have to start with Toy Vendor. This is why I titled the stream Gacha in Real Life. I also thought about, Toy Shop and other mentions. But Toy Vendor, literally called Toy Pot in the OCG, which is, in fact, this is a literal gachapon machine. This is a capsule machine.
I used to put token in, you, I guess,
Yeah.
pull the other hand.
Yeah, you feed a token. I'm going to guess through the... Actually, no, you can see the coin slot. It's on the side there. So you feed it in, and then you probably... Yeah, work his hand like a lever, and then it comes out of the tongue. Like, bleh?
What's that? You got scissors.
Yeah.
Actually, it'd be sheep or like badger.
Well, probably yes, because there is, funnily enough, there is a fright version of this, which is a slightly more demented toy vending machine. But we'll get
Is it
there.
broken
Maybe not
and
tonight,
reassembled?
but no, but it's covered in saw blades.
Aw. Honestly, I would have liked it better if it was more of it was shattered, but then they like used like
No,
industrial
unfortunately, I will
plates
say
and,
this.
like,
Unfortunately,
spiked nails to put it back together.
I feel like that's the problem is that Fright Fur isn't that kind of creative. Fright Fur really is just that on the nose is the problem. It's just
it's
like,
just a
yeah,
child's
no.
cruel idea.
It's just like, yeah, I've just hid scissors in the guts of this tiger. Meh. Like,
should have
it's
literally
way too
just
obvious.
been this card, but it just smashed and it just put fucking duct tape over it.
But it's all like
But,
barbed wire duct tape.
Like it's not even nicely put back together.
Yeah.
It's just yeah,
And there is a Fright Fur spell card that is basically just the ending of one of the Toy Story movies. There's too many Toy Story movies. I forget which one it is.
Like 4 of them?
3?
was it
4?
3? Oh.
With the it's the conveyor belt line with the fire.
Oh, that's
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. 3.
Okay, it is 3. I'm like, I can't. They made I think that was 3, but then they made another one. That's the newest one. Was it that one? I don't fucking know anymore.
3 is the
Yeah,
ending of
the
the story. The
one-
4 is just like a weird denouement.
4 is
kind
we
of thing.
needed money.
Four
4 is
is, hey,
four is
here's a
Papa
4.
Disney. You need to check.
Yeah.
Anyway, Toy Vendor. Card art wise, not a lot to talk about, but we did at least talk about it as a gacha machine, so there's some fun there. This is a continuous spell card. Once per turn, you can discard a card, draw a card, show it. If it's a Fluffle monster, special summon one monster from your hand. Not necessarily the shown monster or a Fluffle monster. Just if you can draw a Fluffle, you get to special. Otherwise, discard the card you drew. If this card is sent to the graveyard, add Edgy Chambers or a Fluffle monster from your deck to your hand. So yeah, Toy Vendor is basically one of the fundamental consistency engines of Fluffle decks, of Fluffle Fright Fur, because you can discard, several of your cards have graveyard effects, or want to be in the graveyard so you can special summon them. They also have an archetypal fusion. Generally, you run polymerization anyway because a lot of their old support, I think this is a thing because of the anime, a lot of their old support directly references polymerization, and their fusion card isn't that good. It's just a Dragon's Mirror, field or graveyard banish.
It also doesn't count as polymerization, I believe.
Yes, it
right?
does not actually count as polymerization. There's
Which-
several
which
similar
kinda messes
effects.
up.
Yeah, Lunalight Fusion has the same problem. I think there are a couple of other Arc V cards. I'm calling an Arclight bombing on Arc V.
They need to make more cards like Thunder Dragon Fusion.
Yeah, but that's
but archetype locked.
but also I'll say this: Thunder Dragon Fusion doesn't have that problem because none of the Thunder Dragon cards reference polymerization. Is the thing.
Yeah.
Like none of them were in the anime. God knows what would happen if there was an anime character playing Thunder Dragons. I don't know what the fuck that would be like.
I mean, it'd be cool because
what kind of demented things?
Would it just be like pure? Because you can do pure. It's just not that great. Or would they do chaos?
I mean, for an
maybe they could have a chaos arc.
I mean, I'll say this. For an anime, they probably would start playing Cure, and then we would end up with even stupider names. Like, some of the Thunder Dragon names are already a little silly. Thunder Dragon Duo and Hawk, etc. But, like...
Thunder Dragon Hawk's not that bad. Roars.
Hawk is a little silly. Roar and Duo are the ones that I'm like, okay, all right, that's a little goofy.
Duos is still always a one-of. But then there's Emperor, which you sometimes just don't play, and a bunch of the traps you don't play. So.
All right, that has nothing to do with the naming of the cards.
Sorry.
But yeah, like we would get even sillier names because trust me, we're gonna find some silly stuff in here. But yeah, so Toy Vendor is just Toy Vendor also introduces, I think, one of the primary problems facing Fluffle. You have they are a advantage machine. So this card is continuous. It lets you discard a card, which is usually a plus in Yu-Gi-Oh. You either discard dead cards or you get graveyard set up for it. You get to draw a card. If it's a Fluffle, you add it to your hand. And then you special summon any monster in your hand, not necessarily the Fluffle you choose.
Here.
Oh, hey,
Hello.
Dallas. Nice.
How long did it take him? 30 minutes? Okay,
30
not that bad.
minutes? 40 minutes? You're lucky,
Alright,
Dallas.
got
We
it.
faffed around about how fucking stupid the Master Duel ban list is long enough that we just started.
Wait, there's a new ban list? Hold on, let me get in on this.
No, it's already over.
roast.
We're moving on.
No, fuck you.
Oh,
I mean, you
late.
can pull up the
Take
stream.
the consequences of your actions.
You can pull up the stream to check it, or it should be a couple posts up in Trad Games. It's really bad. I think the only thing
I
it
gotta
actively...
see this, hold on.
Yeah, I
I'll
think
just
the only
Google
thing
it.
it actively stops is Pend FDK.
No, like-
Everything else is just
You don't need to
useless.
Google it, dude.
Yeah, it's practically useless, honestly.
I brought this up earlier, but I will reintroduce it since Dallas is here. I suspect that Master Duel is doing a thing now where they show us a useless ban list, and then 2 weeks later when that ban list goes into effect, they announce a new ban list for 2 weeks in the future that is like, okay, here's the real ban list.
He's gonna keep
I mean-
dating them.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's some interesting stuff that got taken off the ban list, I think.
Yeah. it
Like,
was
I think the Judgment to 1, Zenmaity to 3 are interesting and
Judgment
could
to
allow
2,
for some
actually.
fun stuff. Or Judgment to 2.
Yeah.
I think those are interesting, but as far as the, like, bans go, or the moving to 2... Oh, also they took Kagari from
Yep.
1 to 2.
Yeah, that's the thing we talked
That-
about for a while.
I don't...
That's just so fun.
I mean... Block Dragon to 1 is probably a good idea.
Yeah, but really, it should go... If you want to stop Block Dragon, it should go to 0.
I mean...
Having a 1 doesn't
Yeah.
stop anything, Dallas.
You literally
but
just
it's-
search it with Gallant
I'll say
Granite
this,
anyway.
it's more effective than Supreme King Starving Venom to 1. I don't know why you would do... I feel like you either leave that card at 3 or ban it, because nothing else is going to do anything. I mean, it's a very nothing burger list. I am happy about this Mighty thing, so I guess I'm
Oh, no.
more
I mean, it was already
positive
a
than
Dallas
you
has
are.
been wind-up pilled.
Well, I mean,
That's
I
a
just
joke,
think
by
it's
the way.
interesting in
Dallas
a
isn't-
modern-
I don't
modern
think it's fair
metagame.
for me to say Dallas has been wind-up pilled. You were, like, one of our
Yeah, I
biggest
read it,
wind-up
you know,
proponents, yeah.
quarterbacks.
But yeah, so we've just started, and
I'm
to let you
guessing
know,
we're starting
Dallas...
with,
yeah, we started at Toy Vendor.
The gambling machine.
And I want to, I'll tell you this, Dallas, because this is structural. We'll probably, tonight, at minimum, we will do all of Fluffle and the Edge Imps, because there's like 7 of them, and nobody fucking remembers like 2 or 3 of these guys.
The Edge
And
Imps are...
if we can work through the Fright Furs and the Spell Trap support, which is mostly, interestingly enough, mostly Fright Fur is most of the spell names.
Yeah.
There's a couple Fluffle names. But if we have to
I
push
can
that
tell
to a
you
second
I
week,
can
we
tell
can
you
do
a
that.
bunch of the spell traps we can skip because they have no interesting art.
All right.
Ironically,
we might,
a lot of the best spell traps are the ones with art that we can just be like,
we might
that's
power
nothing.
through, but we got to get through this couple. But yeah, so I was just talking about Toy Vendor, its effects,
Oh, I
and
love
how
Toy
it's
Vendor's
it's a great art. It's a fun little guy. But it's definitely part of why Fluffle is a little bit of if I remember facing it at least in like Legacy of the Dual Sense stuff. It's a very consistent deck because this lets
Oh,
you draw one. First of all, you discard, which is great. Then you draw one. If it's good, you keep it and summon. So you're just keep plussing.
I mean,
Otherwise, you pitch
I
it.
wouldn't say the consistency is necessarily because of Toy Vendor's effect. It's more of the consistency is as a result of they literally built their entire archetype off of interacting with Toy Vendor.
Yeah. Now, on the one hand, this means that Toy Vendor is very important, but also you'll notice Toy Vendor has an effect which procs and gives you pluses you again when it gets blown up and sent to the graveyard. So
Or just sent.
yes, true. So you can't just do the old haha MST negates, because technically MST does stop continuous effects from proccing, but then you've destroyed it and sent it to the graveyard.
It stops the really shitty effect no Fluffle player really ever uses.
Yeah.
Because, spoiler, in most decks, this card is just played to die.
I
Yeah.
just like the bit of if you break it, the thing falls out.
Well, yeah, no, you get the Gacha wrong, and then you get so mad that you break it and get the toy anyway.
Or
Yeah.
your other person breaks it because they find it insulting.
Like, it can be used for its first effect.
Yeah.
You can, like, stack your deck with a couple of cards and stuff, but
And
it's...
graveyard setup never goes wrong in Yu-Gi-Oh!
No.
Though I will say, I was talking about this earlier as well. Fluffle and Frightfur are very interesting. They do technically have an archetypal fusion, which is graveyard-centric, but you don't usually use that one.
I mean, I wouldn't say you don't use it. It's just a one-of.
Yeah, it's you play it as a one-of. It's just... Fluffle is one of those decks that I think because it was in the anime has that slight problem where they have several cards that explicitly call out exactly just polymerization.
Well, yeah, it's not even just that. It's that Fluffle has, and you might know this if you play Master Duel, because this is actually a relevant card in the top deck still, I think. Fluffle has the best poly searcher in the entire game in Fright for Patchwork.
Yeah.
That card is broken, because it searches a fusion material and a poly from deck, and then a copy of itself.
But that's I think we're skipping on ahead because.
Well, I'm just saying that's why they don't run the fusion card much anymore. It's
Yeah.
because they got that card.
I've
just-
got our first boy.
It just hit me. I found a stick of dynamite. This card is better than any grid field possible.
What?
That was
Hey,
when you get that.
this is
that's
Fluffle
all
Bear.
that matters.
The bear is Fluffle.
It's adorable as fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, we're doing bear first? Okay.
Yeah,
that makes
alphabetical.
It's got a weirdly
It was,
punchable
he's one of
face.
our first blob.
sense. He
I've-
is
I've-
like one of the, what I would call big three of the original run.
I've tried to, as usual, group these into blobs of support. So we've got, the early stuff, some of the stuff that came to the TCG later, like Penguin, and then, the couple of cards, at least for Fluffle anyway, the couple of cards that came out in the last, couple of years because, it's just, that's how it
But
is.
no, bear is still the mainstay.
Yes, Bear is a classic. So,
Bear
by
is
the way,
a-
I want to throw this out there. I don't think we actually explicitly said this earlier, but Fluffles are very interesting. Looking at them, you might think, oh, beast. No. Fairy. They've got angel
fairy.
wings. Because remember that it's angel in the OCG.
It makes a lot of sense when you think of like the relationship between the fiends.
Oh,
Yes.
so
It's devils and angels.
oh,
Yeah.
right
The
furs are
thing.
Dephilims. Okay, that makes sense.
But yeah, so
There's a lot of
they
fallen
also
angel
all
in
have they all have this angel wing motif somewhere on them. Mostly it's on the back, but a couple of them have it in a couple of fun
Also,
places. We'll talk about.
just to say, I don't know if you brought this up, but Fluffle is what I would like to call a permanent rogue deck.
Yes, I did bring this up. It is a deck that for an anime-focused deck is shockingly consistent enough to always be good at your locals.
It is a consistent blind second deck that has been consistently decent, but never like meta.
Yeah,
since basically it came out.
and you've probably heard of this because you've probably heard people who want to play Fluffle or Frightfur complaining about some of the prices of these cards because they've got some limited printings and some of their cards are always a little bit pricey because in a vacuum they're really good even if they're not necessarily meta defining.
Yeah, especially because Despia really likes Fluffle cards.
Yeah, there's a lot of good shit in there and good synergy.
I remember like a Fluffle deck. I remember seeing a profile like a few months ago being like a deck that made like top 8, and it was like
Oh,
a
yeah, they do
Fusion
that,
Flight
that- that's
Flight
what-
deck.
That's what I consider a rogue deck. Is a deck that is not consistently represented in tournaments, but like every couple of months you'll see one or two making top cut.
Yeah.
That's a rogue deck. He's like, they're not there a lot, but someone makes it.
And considering again, this deck's first appearance, its first wave of support was the new Challengers, which is late 2014. That's saying a lot. We're coming up on
'cause
25
if you don't
years
have an
of
answer
Yu-Gi-Oh.
for this deck, it does OTK.
Yeah.
It will just kill you.
Yeah, Fluffle is a fusion OTK type deck. It makes some big boys
It makes
that
big
clap
guy
you.
go smash.
Yeah, that was my problem when playing
Tetanus.
against it in Legacy of the Duelist, was it made some very big motherfuckers, and it was like, well, shit, I'm playing, Performapal here. I can't do anything.
Why are you not playing? Why not playing Raid Raptors against it? Because that's the first fight. Those. Okay.
Because there's like 50 more duels than that, Axe?
Also, I think the Raid Raptor duel, the Fluffle deck only had shit cards by that point, so it wasn't a problem.
I mean, that would have made Mega could have won then.
I think he did.
I mean, I have beaten all of the Arc-V duels, so yes, I did eventually win everything. I'm just saying, there were quite a few matchups against Fluffle that I got clowned on because it's dumb and big, and you are not... The anime-type duels and decks don't necessarily let you play to the meta, as it were. Anyway, Fluffle Bear is a Earth Fairy level 3, 1200 attack, 800 defense. You can send this card from your hand to the graveyard, set a toy vendor directly from your deck to your spell trap zone. You contribute this card, then target a polymerization in your graveyard, add it to your hand. You can only use one Fluffle Bear effect per turn and once that turn. So yeah, Fluffle Bear is just... You remember cards like, the legendary Atlantean guy and Harpy Queen, all those, where they're like, discard to get your field spell. Toy vendors like your field spell. Just discard at him.
Yeah.
Do they actually have a field spell?
I don't...
They might.
I don't think they do, but I'm not going to say no. If
I'll
they do
double
have
check
one, it is
later.
bad.
Yeah,
I know
it's
that.
not. I mean,
Or it's
I'm
not
pretty
good
sure that Fluffle have an honorary field spell. It's called Fusion Recycling Plant.
I think
That's
it came
it.
out around that time. Yeah.
Sadly, they have a couple of versions, because yes, there are versions of Fluffle that run mine.
Yeah.
Not
Thank
anymore.
God, not anymore. Chef's kiss. Fuck you, mine. Goodbye.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I agree, but
Yeah, no. I mean, this
no,
is
I
why
ran
mine
fucking,
deserves to be banned, because
I
it
I
was
ran
just...
Fusion Zone in my Fluffle deck.
The
Nice.
weirdest thing for me is like mine, less being an oppressive card, was like it also was just a crutch.
I mean, yeah,
Well, 'cause
basically.
Here's the thing: Fusion Recycling Plant on the surface looks really good for Fluffle, but I don't think it is for one reason. The one thing Fluffle does not need help with is searching cards.
That's true.
It's,
But it does have some other fun
Yeah.
stuff you can do.
it's more just staying on board.
Okay, there is no Fluffle Fright first field spell.
Interesting, okay. Because they've got some spell trap cards which sound like they could be the field spell.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, it's time for another one. And basically, chat, by the way, we haven't gotten to the freaky deaky part of it, but if you like
No.
the aesthetics of Fluffle and don't want the scary part, that's called Melfi. Just play Melfi.
Yeah.
Also, just double checking, you actually can't. There are some, like 2 continuous spell cards for Fright First, which look like they could be field spells.
Yeah.
Just from the artwork
This
alone.
is Fluffle Cat. It is adorable.
That one, yeah, that one I like.
It's very cute.
Reminds me of actually like the Shiba Inu plushie.
Sorry, I
Kind
forgot
of
it.
bad.
But Omega beat me to it. Yes, if you want pure Fluffles, it's just Melfi.
Yeah, play
Yeah, it
Melfi.
really is.
Also, I'm pretty sure Melfi strategies involve making some big fucking Xyz monsters which can unexpectedly kick your opponent's ass. So
Is that the one where you go from like 1 to 2 to 7? I'm thinking something else.
I don't remember. It's
the archetypical like, look, we're cute, we're fluffy. Oh my god, you're killing me. Ah.
yeah. You stack it all into a big Melfi mammy or Melfi rabby and are just like, hey,
I thought you were going to say Melfi mommy.
it is mammy. It's very close. I think it's a marmoset is what it's supposed to be, but I feel like they knew what they were doing. Anyway, Cat is a fucking adorable. I want this plushie
Yes.
in real life.
Yeah.
I also we didn't talk about it with
Add
Bear.
that to the list.
I like this background effect because it even though I know it's a physical capture machine, this makes me feel like this is a mobile gacha game, and this is the like animation when you get a new Fluffle. Is there's like this big
This is the,
Background.
of light? Yeah,
You've got your gold shine of the
Oh, that's
exercise.
definitely what the aesthetic is.
yeah. Like
Now,
it's
I'm gonna fight you that I don't think this is the cutest Fluffle. We'll get to that later.
It's
but
one of
this
them.
is
not the
cute.
cutest, but this is a good.
We're
This
not
is a good
saying
guy.
it's the cutest, but it's fucking adorable. Look at
So,
its two beams.
Unfortunately, it is bad.
Yeah, this is a
Yeah.
very. I mean, when it came out, this was in your very first wave. It's okay, but it definitely doesn't have the staying power because, as we said, Fluffles don't really have a problem adding certain cards to
Bear
their
or
hand.
dog, this is not.
So, Cat is a level 1 fairy. It's got 700 attack, 300 defense. If this card is sent to the graveyard as fusion material for a fusion summon, target a poly in your graveyard, add it to your hand. You can only use this effect of Flufflecat once per turn. So obviously, I get what they're going for.
I would just run more bears.
Yeah, no, there's just, it's, again, as Dallas said, Fluffle has no problem searching poly.
This is
'cause
on
you only-
the medium. Like, I wouldn't say this is the bad Fluffle side, because there are some, trust me, there are some
It's just mediocre.
Yeah.
heinous bad Fluffles. This is
The power of
very
anime cards.
meh.
This is a very mid card. Like, this card was probably good when it very first came out because it's just another way to stack them up.
Also a name.
I forgot what level is this.
1. It is a 1-for-1
One.
target.
You could probably do some 1-for-1s or just 1 exceeds if you got the thing for it.
You don't have the room for that. Also, there's
You don't?
unfortunately
Yeah.
there is a way better level 1.
Okay, my bad.
No, it's fair. And
I'm
here's the
trying to
thing.
think of why would they would make this.
Well, no, because I'll say this: before the other level 1 came out, I do think 1-for-1 into cat was not an uncommon thing.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the other one is way better. So I don't even think they run 1-for-1 anymore.
Probably
I
not
don't
because
need
you've
to.
got so many other things to run. But let's talk about another OG All-Star, Doug.
Oh, wait, can I talk about one really funny interaction on a card you run in
my
Fluffle that we're not going to talk about?
Sure.
Yeah, so do you want to know who's an honorary Fluffle?
Go for it. Send it.
Eldritch the Golden Lord.
Of course, because you can fucking send Toy
Because
Vendor,
you can pop
right?
Toy Vendor with it.
Ah.
You don't even
actually
use
really-
the
that's
install
actually
stuff.
This
really
this
good.
goes back
Pop
this
Toy
goes back to
Vendor
the
is
thing I
really
talked about
funny.
earlier. I was talking about deck building and Dallas, and I said that Dallas is the most unhinged lord of weird edge synergies.
Guys,
No,
Sorry,
this
guys,
is
but that's
this is
actually
a
that
main-
actually sounds good in my brain. That
No,
sounds
it's
amazing.
a very good tech.
Oh no! It's a great. Because Eldritch is a when you summon Eldritch with his own effect, he is a motherfucker of a card.
Yeah, guys, we would need art now of Eldritch, but he's in like a Fluffle outfit.
Yes,
Oh,
give me
no,
the
or
furry
he's-
Eldritch.
He's
Or-
in his pajamas.
Honestly, I was more imaging Eldritch, but like wearing a techie shop. He's the guy that makes the toy machine.
I can also see
No,
that.
I just imagine Eldritch as the commander of an army of small stuffed animals.
Yeah.
They're
I mean,
all
Eldritch
gold.
is. Yeah, I'm about to
Get
say Eldritch is gold. He is a fucking gotcha whale, isn't he? He's just stuffing tokens
No,
into that
no,
fucking
Omega.
machine.
Omega, he's
That
not a
man is
gotcha
flawed.
whale. He's me. As far as gotcha games goes.
Oh, he's just fucking lucky.
He's me.
Anyway, this, as I
He's
said
just a
before,
Mongol.
this is Dog. Dog is also adorable.
Oh, Dog is adorable, and
It looks like the wings are just attached to the little belt he has.
so
Yeah.
even
Kind of are.
all these years down, this is still the best main deck Fluffle.
He's also
By
putting it
far.
down with dog.
Yeah,
I
he's a
heard
little
Sheep
dog.
was also like in the main deck too, but yeah, Dog's always.
Sheep's a
in it.
one of.
Oh, okay.
The two best are probably Dog and Penguin, and then
Oh, okay,
Bear,
we'll get there.
and then a bunch of one ofs.
I
I'm
mean,
pretty
yeah.
sure the pendulum monsters will be on the list. Yes.
So yes, it's time for the Doggist.
Is there any
Yeah, you've got
Fluffle
some stuff.
pendulum?
Yeah. No, they added some later.
Well, no,
Yes.
I know there are fright for pendulums. I mean Fluffle.
Yes, there's at least one, and I think there's an Edge
Yeah,
Imp pendulum as
right,
well.
Fluffle Angel. I forgot about that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah,
There's
they added some stuff to make them pendulum compatible way later. It's not really a big deal.
Right, there's one of each.
oh,
There's one
right.
Fluffle Flight for and
So we'll be covering a few of them.
Oh, this
anyway,
is the why I
Right.
thought about sabers is used for everything.
yes, because so Dog is a level 4 fairy, 1700 attack, 1k defense. So actually a decent body to put on the board, especially because its effect is when this card is normaled or specialed from the hand, add an Edge of Sabers or a Fluffle monster from your deck to your hand, except Dog. You can only use this effect of Dog once per turn. So yeah,
Good
Dog, very solid normals, because it'll add Sabers.
With the dog move.
Not that I think that, and Dallas can correct me. Obviously, you probably play Sabers a lot because it gets name-checked a lot, but I don't think that Sabers is necessarily the best or most important Edge Imp. It's
No,
just...
you still play Sabers because of some combo lines.
Yeah,
Is it like you run? Do you
it
run
has
like
some
2
stuff.
or 3? Because I assume you run more than one because you need at least. As a
No, you
target.
run one Saber. It depends.
I
There's,
think you at least
there's a
side
lot of
load one.
variants.
You
I'm
run
sorry, Dallas.
Sabers at one, usually.
I'm not sure if anyone else heard you. I just heard you're quiet. What
Oh
the
yeah,
fuck you-
I
yeah.
think that picked up on Mike. I got it.
I did.
No, Dog is my... Like, if... I know Omega said he wanted a cat plush. If I could have a plush of any Fluffle animal, it would be Dog. Mostly
no,
because
but-
he's also, like, the main deck, like, boss, essentially.
Yeah.
Like, he's a tutor. It's... Tutors will never be
He
bad.
he is in fact Stratos, but for Fluffles.
Yeah, no, this is. He even has better stats than Stratos, I think.
No,
Yeah,
no, he's
if you
17.
average them
Stratos
out.
is like 17 or 18. It's the same.
No, but Stratos only has 300 defense.
I will say, the dog reminds me of a plushie I actually own. Here's an image of it. That's separate.
No, dog is great.
Oh, fuck yeah. It's a great plush.
That's adorable. Look at that thing.
I love it.
My
It's
dad
not.
uses
I don't want it to look similar to this, but not exactly this. But it's basically this.
All right.
I don't know if you want to bring it on stream, but it's adorable.
Look, I've been playing the new Pokemon games, and I very much approve how many fucking dogs they put in that game.
Yeah,
Dogs are dogs.
they scooped up some extra dogs from the backlog and put them in Scarlet Violet.
Like,
Anyway,
there's
Leo.
a dead dog, there's a cake dog, there's a
dog.
sad dog.
So, I have the dumbest thing of me, but this feels like a baby Leomon after he's been murdered
poor
and put back
Leo.
together.
Probably. Yeah, this is Fluffle
Yeah.
Leo.
Because he just gives me Leomon vibes.
He
like,
does.
Luigi's
I mean,
murdered.
yeah, he's supposed to be a nice cuddly lion. I think I don't know what's going on with the leg bits. Like, is he supposed to be in 4 casts? Is he supposed to be accessorized? I don't know.
That or a lioness like ripped it up a bit. Yeah.
No
But-
one knows, and no one cares.
Yeah. Unfortunately, if we don't have anything else to say about his art, we can move right to the effect. And
I like him.
yeah,
He's got
I
the
mean,
seal-like
art-wise,
thing. His
he's-
face reminds me
he's
of a
good,
seal.
But his
Yeah.
effect.
So Fluffle Leo is another level 4. It's got 1600 attack, 1200 defense, and then when this card declares an attack, it gains 500 attack until the end of the battle phase. Cool. He can become 2100 when he attacks only.
Oh my god, I
Yay!
just realized something.
What's
we
up?
need a Fluffle version of the Chimera from Dragon's Dogma.
I think they have.
I
one.
Well,
think
there
there's something
there
close
is
to
a
that.
fright fur chimera, so we'll
Well, Forever Chimera is not that.
no.
It's a
Yeah,
chimera
no.
creature.
But we've got a few different arts we can unpack and hope and pray. Unfortunately, I don't think there
I-
is like a Fluffle Dwagon. Konami, dear
Right.
Konami, please make Fluffle Dragon and make sure to spell it Fluffle Dwagon.
and it's
Thank
a
you.
worm.
Good night. Thank you for coming to
Well, no,
my.
it'd be Fright
And
Fur,
it it's a
would be
worm
Fright Fur
monster.
Dragon.
No. If
Oh,
it's
you want a
Dwagon,
Fluffle Dwagon.
yeah, Fluffle Dwagon, yeah.
Okay.
With a W. yeah.
And yes, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Send tweet. But yeah, Leo, again, it's one of
Leo was
our
bad when
Why
Leo
do
came
we have a
out.
card? Why do we
It-
have an
it's
attack
one of our
alteration
initial
card
wave
in a
of
fusion deck?
cards, but it's well because sometimes you need to win the game, and fundamentally the concept behind Leo is not wrong.
It's just
But-
in a deck where the entire shtick is making big bunguses or monsters that can OTK your opponent. You don't
Yeah,
need this kind of effect.
Leo is definitely like trying to keep on theme, but it's not enough for it to actually matter as a main deck, and you can just make way more.
Like, if there was a way to give Leo's effect to a monster that it fused into somehow, it would actually be decent, especially on Fright for
like
Wolf.
modern ritual,
Uh,
like modern ritual cards.
Yeah. On Fright for Wolf,
So-
that would actually work, but
Is
Alas,
the way
he's
that this
indeed.
guy is played the reason why, like in some of the future, I'm not even sure future, the spell and trap card arts, he just gets fucked over.
Possibly.
I think it's because he's
This
already
guy
been
does not
fucked
have a
over.
good time in the spell trap cards.
All right. So let us talk about Owl.
Owl.
That's
He's got glasses.
it's
Yeah, he got
adorable.
glasses.
Owl.
I also
wanna-
like he's got the angel wing motif is attached to his glasses instead of on his back.
I'll
He's
I'll
already
also
got
say,
wings.
the one creepy part about Owl, look at the feet.
Yeah, he's got weird cross feet.
He's got weird cross
Double
feet, like
X
they're
feet.
bird feet. They're
Look,
like
the
weird bird feet.
Fluffles, while they're all cute, they give you hints that this is going places.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot of plushies are kind of like cute, but have like creepy aspects to them a lot of times.
they're very stylized and Owl fits. I like this background as well because he's got like the double shine, like woo. I would also say Dallas, if you're looking at sinister hints, he's got like almost like a bug mimic like eye warning pattern on his wing spread, like he's making a scary face. Subtle cues. But beyond that, it's just his little owl. He's got little glasses. He's adorable. This is another good one. So, I don't think it's as relevant, but still very useful, especially back in the day. So, Owl is a level 2, 1k, 1k. When this card is normal or special from the hand, add Poly. You can pay 500 LP, fusion summon a Fright Fur from your extra deck using monsters in your hand or field as fusion materials. You can only use one effect per turn and only once that turn. I'm going to guess that probably means that Owl is not super popular these days because you can't do both in the same turn.
I mean, Owl is still usually once.
Yeah. because
It's
you know
usually a one of.
it's another poly searcher, and hypothetically the ability to just pay 500 and fusion summon without needing poly is
It's got like
also all right.
it's got the Albat. It's got like those emergency Albat, like pseudo Albaz effects, you know.
I mean, it's basically Verte at home with its current effect. Pay 500
Like-
fusion summon.
But it also doesn't lock you, which is better.
Yes. Not that Verte actually locks you, because you just do it as the last thing.
Oh, the thing is, because it's his special summoned.
Yeah.
I feel like that's why he's run a lot, because it is a bonus you
Toy
can
vendor?
get.
Hypothetically, you can toy vendor summon, and there's lots of other ways to special.
Oh no,
though.
the Svovels have a lot of inherent specials.
Yeah, and though I should point out, both him and Dog say when specialed from the hand specifically, so be careful
Yeah.
if you're playing this. You can't do it from the graveyard, because they've got ways to do that, too.
Yeah.
Right.
Is that the end of wave 1 or is Wabbit?
Well, I'm just double-checking. Yes, Rabbit is from new challengers. It's from a new challenger, so we'll grab... Nope, that's a
Rabbit?
smaller one. Yes. Behold, the greatest creation. Fluffle. Rabbit.
I love this card's expression. This card's expression is a mood. This card is done.
Yeah, I could see this with a slightly ironic "fuck this shit, I'm out" caption in Impact.
This card is just, oh god, again.
Here I
God,
go
why
killing
are you
again.
fucking me?
And I love that he's got a little messenger bag. Just, you know, got a little satchel. What's in there? I don't know. Probably scissors.
Delivery.
Yes,
I love that
a
he is
delivery of
obvious.
chainsaws.
I love that he is obviously hopping around while having wings.
Yeah, he's like leaning forward like he's jumping. So, yeah, Rabbit's another level
Strong
1.
Veterans, he's strong for a mother.
300 attack, 1200 defense. If this card is sent to the graveyard as fusion material for a fusion summon, target an Edge of Chambers or a Fluffle monster in your graveyard except Rabbit, add it to your hand. You can only use this effect of Rabbit once per turn.
It's usually a one of.
Yeah.
Welcome to Fluffle, where half of our decks are one ofs.
Yep.
At least you can search all reliably.
Oh yeah, no, you draw your entire deck almost.
Yeah, so
Draw what?
now we've got a loose cluster of like 3-ish 2015 cards from different sets.
What are they?
Well, if we're going
Yes.
alphabetically,
Is it Dolphin?
No,
Wang-
Dolphin's is,
Wangs is probably next.
Dolphin's quite later.
Okay, Wangs is probably next.
Did I hear
I think-
Wangs?
Wangs, yeah.
Okay.
I think technically
Fluffle Wangs.
Mouse and Wings are the same set.
Yeah, but Mouse is so bad.
But I
It's
have to
pretty
show
Mouse
this
even
card art,
exists.
Dallas,
That's fair. We can do
because
Fluffle Mouse next.
Fluffle Mouse has a little donut. Also, he's such a round mouse. I mean, guys, I got to be
It
honest with
reminds
you.
This
me
I
is
gotta
him.
be.
Taro.
It reminds you of the plushie I share, where like it just feels
I
like
mean,
it's spongy.
there's that, but also I want to say this. We were talking about Pokemon earlier. This is literally just a Pokemon. This is
It's-
just a
it's
knockoff
or
Pikachu.
Digimon.
No, it's just another Pikachu.
Yeah, this is just another Pikachu knockoff. He's got a little
Yeah,
heart
this is
cheeks. He's got a little
What's
scarf.
the one from Sword and Shield? I can't ever fucking remember that one.
Oh, I don't remember. There's so many of them.
No,
The split one.
Yeah, the one that had a little corner for me.
The one that the goth chick has.
I can picture him, but I can't remember his
Dene?
fucking name.
No, Dedenne is Gen 6. I only know that one because of a shitty meme, but no, it's not Dedenne.
What? The Did you know me?
No, don't drop that Dedenne. Just, God, Vine was a mistake.
So is TikTok.
Anyway.
It's basically the same thing.
But no, this boy just looks like he's giving that face of I'm gonna eat this whole donut and you can't stop me.
It's Morpeko.
More Pekka, right?
Yeah, no,
Look,
it's a lot.
No. This guy's adorable. I can't wait for his effect to be awful.
You can tell which Pikachu clones have been relevant in the meta by which ones I remember. Sadly, more Pika was bad.
So Fluffle Mouse, as adorable as it is, yeah. So this is a level 1, another Earth Fairy, 100/100. During your main phase, you can special summon up to 2 copies of Fluffle Mouse from your deck. This effect can only be used once while this card is face up on the field. You can't special summon monsters from the extra deck the turn you activate this effect, except Frightfur monsters. So yeah, this is a card that needs to be on the field face up, and then it fetches 2 more copies of itself. And then it locks you to Frightfur. So this card, even though links weren't out yet, this card was pre-balanced for link format, which is probably why it's bad.
I mean, even before that, it's just like you need to. I think you need to normal it.
I mean, no. It's just it's just during your main phase, so you can special it, but that means you need to waste a special summon on Fluffle Mouse just to get 2 more mouses.
Yeah, it's just so non-intuitive because like usually the problem is getting a Fluffle and a Saber.
Yeah. This does
Like-
not do anything to advance that game state.
No. And even back then, Fluffle did run other fusion cards in their extra deck.
Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't you run them, right? Because they exist, and there's lots of other fun things you can do.
Yeah, no, this card is pretty bad.
But yes, so...
Card was never good.
let's
So
do-
speaking of the exact opposite of that, let's go to Wang's. The most obvious cute animal. Plushy biblical angel.
Yes, it's Wings. Now, I think Wings art-wise
Wings
here
with
is...
eyes. Let's
Yeah,
be
yeah,
good,
he's
let's
got
be good.
buttons. I think they're meant to be eyes. He's also got master hands.
This feels like an accessory you're supposed to like put on your other toys.
I
Yes,
genuinely
something like
think
that?
this is
I don't
going
know.
for literal plushy biblically accurate angel.
I mean, yeah, I
agree.
think
By
it
the
is...
rusty
I feel like
archetype.
they should have.
I mean, it is supposed to be there, yeah. But it's a little weird because it's got the master hands thing going on, and it's got the little pins to like hold it together. I'm not really sure exactly what this is supposed to be doing. I kind of agree with Dallas. It feels like it is kind of meant to be a standalone plush. Like this is supposed to be a thing, but you also it does kind of look like this is an accessory set you could just equip to your other Fluffle. By the way, this is a monster card.
Yeah.
Just to let chat know.
It could have been a union.
I put it in progression, but you said something and I had to go look something quickly.
But
That's fair.
Yeah.
My one gripe with this is
It's
I feel like
adorable,
it
too.
should have at least had like fabric or string attached to the hands. So like,
No,
at least
I
it's,
like it. It gives it more of the ethereal, like,
fair,
this is an
but-
angel.
Well, and I
It's-
should say, this one is somewhat
story.
unique. This is I mean, they're all fairies, and this one's a light.
No, all of the Fluffles are possessed by spirits.
Oh,
That's
okay.
that's the gimmick. They're all sentient.
Yeah, you can get that vibe in
That
stuff
makes a lot
like
of
Toy
that way more
Parade and
fucked
other
up than I
stuff.
figured out. Holy
Oh,
shit.
this archetype is extremely fucked up and has
Yes.
some really weird theological imagery in it.
Yeah,
We'll
no,
get
it's
there.
kind of messed
But yeah,
up.
so
It's
as I
great.
said earlier, Wings is a light fairy. It's level 1. It's 100/100, so it's very similar to Mouse, but way better. In Japanese, by the way, this is just one wing. There's no z in there. Don't know why they went for that. Also, by the way, the OCG name for this archetype is Furnimal. Fur animal.
I
Fluffle
prefer Fluffle. I'm gonna
is
be real.
much better, yes.
Fluffle is so much
Yeah.
Fluffle
Fluffle
as an
Frightfur,
abbreviation of
look,
Fluff Animal.
Tommy,
better. Not to go too far back to Pokemon, but I'm gonna say it right now. The Pokemon localization team for Scarlet and Violet chat all over the Japanese writers as far as names go. They're so good.
There's a lot of very fun pun names. Like it's a great
also,
flex.
I
Anyway,
believe Gator is the Toy Coco.
Yeah,
in
but
Japanese.
I think my personal favorite. Well, my favorite is Flamigo because that's just perfect.
it probably comes from the fact that the Western release team is probably trying to make names that are actually inspired by Spanish.
I also think they're California-based, so they do have an advantage on knowing Spanish.
Yeah. But so Wings' effect is, if this card is in your graveyard and you control Toy Vendor, you can banish this card from your graveyard, target a Fluffle monster in your graveyard, banish it. If you do, draw a card, and then send one Toy Vendor you control to the graveyard. And if you do, draw one card. You can only use this effect if Fluffle
Yeah,
wins
this
once per
plus
turn.
2.
Yeah, so what Wings does is, if you have a Toy Vendor and this is in your graveyard, which if you have a Toy Vendor, you can fucking put it in your graveyard, along with many, many other things, all the ways you can also arrange to put it in your graveyard. You get to banish it, banish another Fluffle, draw one, send a Toy Vendor, draw another, and then Toy Vendor also searches you a third fucking card.
Yeah.
It's a good, I guess, it's a good extender. It's not a good start. It's not a starting card.
Advantage.
But this is just like, after you've already made some plays, it's a great extender to just be like, and then wings. I'm gonna draw. I'm gonna add 3 more cards to my hand. It's just gonna fuel back up, baby.
Well, it's usually like do something. I pitch Wangs, banish Wangs, banish usually bear.
Yeah.
Um.
And then we're just back in it, baby.
Yeah.
Dallas is making me think I'm in some fucking Outback Steakhouse. Just
You want some Wangs, baby?
Yeah, there's a guy ordering some wings.
I'm gonna go.
Sorry,
I want some
always-
buffalo
I've
wings.
played this deck and I've called it that too long. I can't stop.
And then another central card was also in this second glob of support in 2015. Shep.
Fluff of what?
It's not.
It's sheep.
It's not
Oh, sheep.
cute. It's just
Really?
Are you
cutesy.
kidding me? I think this
it's
is legitimately
cutesy, but
the
I don't
cutest-
find it like adorable. I don't want to.
I think this is the cutest Fluffle. Like, bar
Yeah,
none.
I don't. I mean, I kind of agree with Axe. I don't feel like this one is as huggable. This one looks like it's. Maybe it's just because I've been watching
It's
a lot of
anime
Great,
cute,
Great
but that's
British
not
Break Off,
plushy
but
cute.
this looks fucking edible to me. Like I think this is made of like meringue or something, and I
It
want
also
to
looks
fucking.
like it has a
eat it.
mask.
You know what? No, that okay, Omega. That is fair. I still think it's the most adorable, but that is a fair critique.
It looks like it could be like. Why am I blanking on the name?
But then again, sheep also look delicious.
it looks
so
like
I
it could
don't-
be a Dolce.
I find it adorable. It gives me images of fucking Marie from Pokemon. Once again,
Yes.
making a Pokemon reference.
I mean, Mareep is one of my favorite Pokemon, so.
I mean, listen, guys. We're talking about cute animals that look like
Well,
real life
biosphere.
animals, and then they become terrifying monstrosities that will
After
fuck
being
your shit up.
blended together and then evil things used to
So,
staple back
Digimon.
together. Yes.
Yeah.
Pokemon
That
Digimon
is so we
combined.
gave him a fucking cannon.
By the way, hey guys, how many legs does Fluffle Sheep have?
6,
That's not
5.
important. Don't worry about it.
Its tail.
Don't worry about it.
Loth is correct. I do believe it is supposed to be the tail
No, it
because it
is the
doesn't
tail.
have the little hoof number, but it's just
Okay, it's
the
just
way that its
doing
legs
a
are
weird thing.
positioned makes you think
Yeah.
think
God.
things. You're like, hold on, wait a minute.
So, okay, now this reminds me of those toys where you put them down and they just immediately fall to their side.
Oh yeah, no, this would absolutely just fucking fall over. What?
Well, I
where-
mean, it's a
It's like
sheep,
a
of
little-
course. It's dumb as a brick.
It'll fall over with a tiny squeak.
yeah, I
It'll
can't.
fall over and then it'll think it's dead.
It'll make the fucking squeak noise, the squeegee noise.
It's
But
a
yeah, sheep
fucking
is a
sentient
good
goat.
one. So Fluffle Sheep is a level 2 fairy, 400 attack, 800 defense. If you control a Fluffle monster except Fluffle Sheep, you can special summon this card from your hand. You can return one other Fluffle monster you control to the hand, special summon an Edgy monster from your hand or graveyard. You can use each effective sheep
I mean-
once per turn.
Sheep isn't like amazing, but it's definitely a solid card. Like, here's the thing: sheep. I don't think sheep was really played a lot until the link cards hit. And
True.
Then,
As
ironically, you go sheep into sheep. You go Fluffle sheep into cross sheep.
yeah, cross sheep.
Sheep for wood.
Yeah,
For
sheep
sheep.
for wood. No, sheep for sheep.
Yeah, but no.
Yeah. Sheep for sabers.
Yes, I can see what you mean, Dallas. Fluffle Sheep probably wasn't a groundbreaker back in the days pre-Link. But once you come into Link format, just any free special summon to make 2 guys to make a Link 2, fucking stupid.
Like, I do play a very Link light build of Fluffle myself, so maybe that's why I only run sheep at 1.
Yeah.
Like, I only really run cross sheep and access code. Because if you completely brick on fusions, you need to do something.
Yeah.
Like,
And also, to be fair, access code covereth a multitude of sins. Like, he's just like, hey, sometimes I need to just end the fucking game. Which is what you're about in Fluffle anyway.
I hate access code.
Well,
better than
Loth,
what
you,
some other people run
you
in
shouldn't let your
Fluffle.
guy. You shouldn't let your opponent make like 4 dudes.
Look, I know.
But it's their
Loth,
first
I
turn.
know you hate
It's the
access
second
code
turn.
talker. I will gladly take access code talker over the reasons I need it in my deck.
Well, what do I do when the person plays the fucking ice field spell and then just keeps going?
Oh,
Oh, when you're facing Adignister, I don't know. You just cry. I tried a Labyrinth
no.
Adignister guy, and I
Loth,
just.
I don't want to be mean to you. If you're facing Adignister and they make access code talker, that means they biffed their combo.
I mean, that's the. I will say that's kind of the thing about Adignister. Having recently played against them in Labyrinth and being able to like stop their field spell and do kinds of interrupts, they just did a different combo and killed me in a couple of turns by summoning like 4 guys back. They didn't get to
Yeah.
make the big boy, but it still didn't matter because they
Yeah,
blew up my
I-
whole board and just it made some assholes.
I faced weird people because they always go access code talker just to.
They
delete
probably just have the
not
brain rot.
Wait, did they go second?
Yeah.
Okay, that's why. Yeah. If you go second, you make access code with whatchamacallit jammer.
Yeah, just
Update
to
jammer.
delete everything on my board because
Yeah.
fuck me, that's why I guess.
So, now we go into a couple years later, mostly out of Fusion Enforcers, though there's another one that comes up.
Octopus.
Yes, Octopus. This is just, look at them pinchable cheeks. This gives me vibes that this is like the special bath toy version. Like, this one looks a little rubbery. I bet it can suck
Yeah,
up water and squirt it.
It does, but also it could totally be just a fun toy thing to have soy sauce come out of.
This looks like cake to me. I don't know why.
Yeah, there is kind of a sheen on the top and the bulbousness. This could be like a cake.
It'll be a sponge cake.
Yeah.
Just
I'm
like
also,
looking at-
I could have sworn Loth was going to say stress toy as well earlier before he talked about soy sauce. Just like,
Oh yeah, no, the fucking eyes bug out.
yeah, you
super
just,
hard.
No, look, like
the fidget boy.
The soy sauce is look. I had sushi recently, so
It's okay. I get it. We all have weird analogies today. So octopus is another really weird one. This one's a water.
what?
Yeah. So Dallas, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but why do I feel like some of these guys have weird attributes because somebody at Konami was trying to make Fluffle Shadow work better?
It's not Shadow. It's Zephyra.
Okay. Because I could also technically, when the fuck did Alistair actually come out? Because this was Fusion Enforcers 2017.
Is it also playing around? What's that one? Type locking thing.
No, because that would then you'd want them to be
No.
monotype. Teekboo doesn't work that way.
Tikaboo
the
kills
other
its
one,
own. 'Cause-
you
yeah.
have
Yeah.
Yeah, you-
Unfortunately, there's no attribute equivalent of Tikaboo yet. Yet.
Really? Damn.
Konami.
No, there absolutely will be, and it will be just as fucking annoying.
Print it.
Though I'm sure Dallas will love it because he will play it in Adagnister.
I will play it in against her
The
and
amount of
Fluffle.
times in progression we hear Dallas like, oh, I can't wait for Tikaboo, and then I'm the one who plays it first.
Teekboo is an interesting card.
Tikaboo goes in some decks and does not go in
Yeah,
others.
but no, I'm wondering if maybe they decided to flex the attribute slots because that enables interesting stuff with Shadow, though some of those were banned, but also obviously
Yeah, but it also enables some very degenerate things in certain Fluffle decks. Like
even
Bahamut Shark.
even not being degenerate, I'm just thinking like
Hmm.
fucking Alistair, like what?
Yeah.
That's just invoked. Hey,
Honestly, Fluffle
Sorry.
doesn't play very well with Adagnister.
Dallas gave me PTSD flashbacks because I've had to deal with a lot of water dot decks recently in Master Duel.
yeah, a lot of people are playing that. I don't know why.
Because they just say, hey, what we can negate you.
I guess there are some
All you-
water
all-
cards came out. I don't know.
Yeah, actually, I don't want to be too mean to you, but Master Duel has firmly sealed I'm never letting Toad off the ban list.
That's
Toad
fine.
sucks. I hate his guts.
I only needed Taupe just to make my deck that was shitty work. It was
We'll
literally
just
just
play
a crutch.
different shitty.
Don't
We'll play
care.
different shitty decks. So
I
Octopus, when this card is normal or special, target one Fluffle or Edge Up in your graveyard, add it to your hand. If this card is sent to the graveyard as fusion material, to summon a Fright for a fusion monster, target it to your banished monster, return to the graveyard. You can use each effect once per turn. So Octopus again
It's
seems like one of them
another one of-
one-ofs. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
flex card. It's a burial from a different dimension, which can be useful. We just talked about the wings combo, which you can reset up
Yeah.
with this.
So
Um,
now that I'm back, I was grabbing food. I need to just bring up what I feel about this thing because I
Yeah.
have like 3 different dumb things about this.
Go for it. We said a lot of
One-
dumb things about Octopus.
What it's a rubbery thing. So it's a thing where it's like a water toy, so it has like air pockets you
I
squeeze.
literally said that.
Or-
Yes.
Yes. Or
Yeah.
it's a sticky thing where you throw it at a wall and it sticks.
Oh, fuck, it could also be that. Yes, like it would have suction cups on the bottom.
Or it's a rubbery thing where you just like pull the limbs and they stretch and flip around. They switch and like wiggle around.
This is so
Yeah,
versatile.
like
The Fluffle Toy Company is so versatile.
I know, right?
But yeah, Octopus seems like a good flexible card, but not necessarily you need to run a lot of because it's again only each effect is once per turn. Speaking of another watery boy, this is another card that is in fact quite important and also adorable.
Yes.
Eat penguin.
Pengling.
Oh, Penguin.
It is indeed a penguin.
Fluffle Pengling.
This
With
one,
his little outfit.
So the wing,
feels
again,
too-
much like Owl, his wings are not on his back because he already has wings. He has a little wing bow tie, and also he has little eyes on his little earmuffs.
Hot take. I don't feel like this is a good plushie. It's too alive, but I think it's adorable.
You are right, I
mean,
think.
they're all alive.
I know, but he's saying it looks a little bit more like an actual, like, living, breathing creature. I will agree. While it's stylized, this one doesn't look as, to use a phrase we love to scratch it off on your bingo card, take a drink. It doesn't look as toyetic as some of the other
We're
fluffles.
literally talking about toys.
Yeah.
I mean, I would happily have a plush of this. This thing
Oh,
looks
yeah.
fucking
No, it's
adorable.
still it's still pretty cute. It's just it does kind of look a little if it can be phrased that way. It looks a little too real as opposed to something like sheep where I'm like, yes, sheep. This is not real. This is like
And
a biscuit or something.
pretty sure I'd make a set it as well, but just the little wings being like a bow tie, it's great.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's-
the only one I feel that looks like real to me is
There.
fucking mouse.
Yeah.
Mouse at least has some anime-esque colorings, but yeah, it's just
Mouse
a
looks
round
more like
mouse.
a hamster than a mouse. It's weird.
I'm
Look,
gonna be
Japanese
honest.
People
I'm gonna
don't know what mice look like.
Yeah, I'm about to say. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like people in like Japanese artists don't really understand how rodents work.
No.
Yeah.
Hold on, I need to look up rodents native to Japan.
Because there's a lot of them seem very similar and blobular. Anyway, while Dallas is looking at a penguin, level 4 fairy, water, another water fairy,
Makes sense.
water fairy has to be pretty rare, by the way. Also, by the way, technically this is a penguin archetype card because it's a penguin. I think some of those double check for being aqua type penguins because of this kind of shenaniganery.
Is that
but
also like that in the OCG?
yes, no, it is called Funimal Penguin. So yeah, or Fernimal Penguin. So yeah, it's a
Fun
penguin
animal.
card through and through.
Penguin.
1600 attack,
If you haven't
1100
ever
defense.
seen it, I maintain you should watch the clip of Benedict Cumberbatch trying to say the word penguin for like 10 minutes. It's one of the greatest things ever.
So during your main phase, you can special summon a Fluffle from your hand, except Fluffle Penguin. This effect can only be used once while this card is face up on the field. If this card is sent to the graveyard as fusion material for a fusion summon of a Fright for Fusion monster, say that 3 times fast, draw 2, discard 1. You can only use each effect of Penguin once per turn. So yeah, no, this is great. During your main phase, if you want to, you can get more extension to special summon from the hand, which triggers all your effects. Also,
Yeah, I don't know why they have mice and rats all over the place. So,
maybe it's just
Right.
it's all just an homage. Somebody drew a round rat once, and then we all just draw the round rat.
Yeah, Hamtaro.
Then
Oh,
basically, yeah.
okay.
But yeah, Penguin. A great card. Just it's
this
already
card
a special, and then
fucking great.
also, hey, if you happen to use its second effect or you fusion it, fucking draw 2, discard 1 in Fluffle.
More advantage.
Just keep scooping up your whole deck. Run it through, baby.
Is this a hard once per turn?
Yes.
Yeah.
You can only use this effective Fluffle Penguin once per turn. But I will specify, unlike several of the other Fluffles, you can use both effects per turn.
Yeah.
So,
Well, isn't one of them you can only use this once while this is face up on the field?
yeah, so technically its first effect is a soft once per turn, because it's while this card is face up on the field. So if you get multiple penguins, you can chain penguin summon
Yeah.
effect,
Yes, you can penguin to penguin.
but you can only get the fusion effect of penguin once per turn.
So now
Still, you get to
penguin-
fucking just
penguin?
draw 2, discard 1. Fucking nuts.
You can penguin, summon penguin, chain penguin to penguin.
Yeah.
It's
And
a very
all
charitable
kinds.
penguin.
It sounds like you're just running the penguin deck.
Yeah, except this deck's actually good.
And now we get into
I've heard
a
Penguin
weird
Brave is actually a good card.
Penguin's like a weird pet deck, but I don't think it does anything really interesting.
No. Just
They,
no.
and they gave him a Master Duel animation, which is funny, but
Whoever told you that is on heavy copium.
I mean, let's be real. With Master Duel, you can get to platinum and quite possibly diamond if you're willing to put in the hours by doing literally
Well,
anything.
that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, no, you can literally play anything. Speaking of cards that are literally anything, this is Patchwork Fluffle.
Yeah.
That is a patchwork, yes.
Card.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
They got
This
some-
came
they
out in
got some, like,
2018 in
ra-
Soul Fusion.
They got some like someone was busy of their weird side project in their cloths in their fabric store.
Yeah. This is the Fluffle. It's made of all the leftover bits of the Fluffles. I love the different fabric patterns. It's pretty
Yeah.
neat.
How much plaid?
A couple different plaids, got some florals, got some polka dots, some stripy lines. Great stuff here.
Okey doke.
Really digging deep into that. It's a cute toy, but also creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like a Frankenstein.
I think that's the
creature.
point.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally called Patrick Fluffle. Also, fun fact, we'll talk about the rest of its effect in a second. But this is a card that you'll see a couple of this in a couple of places. While it's face up on the field, Patrick Fluffle is also always a fright fur, so it's technically both, kind of.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
For
it's on
the
the edge. It's a fight for her.
So it's got some interesting
Spoiler.
hybrid.
Spoiler: most of the cards that do this are bad.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that
You
Fluffle
say that,
is bad per se. It's just it feels redundant. So
Is that-
Patrick Fluffle is a Earth Fairy level 1/0/0. Always counts as a fright for what's face up on the field. This card can be used as the substitute for any one fusion material whose name is specifically listed on a fright for fusion monster, but the other fusion materials must be correct. So what I assume the idea here was that this is meant to substitute for the fact that we brought this up earlier. A lot of cards will name check specific stuff like sabers and some of the other edge imps. So technically, you don't need to do that. If you have Patrick Fluffle, it counts as one of the name check materials. A lot of older fusion archetypes did this. I feel like, though, with the way Fluffle works, Patrick is, like I said earlier, redundant because you can just search whatever the fuck you need anyway.
I'm gonna be real. I don't know what the heck this is for. I've never seen this card played in my life.
Well, I assume it's going to be accessibility for the Fluffle fusions that are bad because they have specific names.
Oh right, if you play fucking. Well, does anything specifically name check anything other than Saw?
Saw and
Like,
Sabers
at
are
least
name
twice.
checked. A couple of
Well,
them name
Sabers
check
you can just
specific.
search with cards.
Fair.
A couple of them name check specific ones. Like I think Fright for Bear needs exactly Fluffle Bear, for instance.
Leo needs Saw, Bear needs Sabers, Wolf needs Sabers, Tiger needs Sabers, Sheep needs Chain.
Oh, Chain you run 3 of anyway. So that's
Yeah,
not
so
a
I
problem.
like I said, I think the main thing was just Konami was just printing Legacy Fusion support and was like, oh, we'll just make a monster card that counts as all the cards, and they didn't realize that, like I said, Frightfur doesn't really, or Frightfur Fluffle doesn't really need that because you can just search whatever you need.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Also,
I have
all
to
the ones
use
that-
I have to use Bear. I'm already running
All-
Bear.
all the ones that you list specific materials that are like Saw, like Forever Leo is not a very good card.
Yeah.
We'll get to it, but. And I think that's the only one that has a special card that you wouldn't already run.
Yeah. So it's just another one of those cases where Konami thought they were doing a thing and it didn't really matter. Like it's a nice attempt, it's just not needed.
I think it's a thing of.
Yeah. No, that's just it. I should make a Fright for a deck.
I would also
Remember-
say that
It feels like a thing of. Patchwork was made that they didn't understand actually how effective of an engine the rest of the cards were.
yeah. I can also see a
They
second
tried
purpose.
to patchwork this.
Because when it's face up, it counts as a fright fur. There are certain fusions that require more fright fur monsters. So I think they're trying to let you shortcut to the fright fur fusions that way, but
Dallas?
you don't
Sorry,
need to do that.
Omega?
Yeah.
I double checked. There's only one fusion monster that there's 2 fusion monsters that check Fright for monsters. One of them simply says Fright for fusion monster, and
Yeah.
the other one is Chimera.
Okay, so yeah, so it really is a situation where Konami thought this effect would be good, but it really doesn't matter for this archetype.
No.
It's
Let's talk
especially
about some
because-
very fucking
yeah.
new support. Both of these cards I think are from 2020. So first we'll do Dolphin.
Yeah.
He's Dolphin.
For instance, if you wanted to make Nightmare, that's only 1 edge up monster and 2 Fluffle monsters.
I remember people running more than one of these, or one of this one. I think.
Of Dolphin?
Yeah.
Not really, no.
I just remember a top cut that ran more than one.
I don't like dolphins, but this guy's got a floaty.
I mean, dolphins are in fact they're one of those animals that are deceptive cute. They're spawns of Satan.
I mean, it works perfectly for
Like
this.
otters.
I do like a
Remember
lot of
its
the
eyes.
extra
And
ideas going on
penguins.
here. It's got instead of its tail fins, it's got the little wings. That's cute.
It looks very lifeless in a kind of creepy way.
Help me
Cold
step
eyes.
bro.
Above the water.
Like a doll's eyes, cold and lifeless. I'm quoting Jaws if
Yeah.
you're too young to get that.
I don't know what
People
top
at home.
cut deck you saw that was running more than one of these.
I might just misremembering it because there was a
I
lot.
think you're misremembering it. This is a solid one of.
Omega, what we're gonna do is just cut him open and pull the people out.
Yeah, Dolphin's all right art-wise. It's cute. We can have some fun at its expense, but he's okay.
It's a dolphin.
True, and it has a little ring. It's another bath toy. Because the water is a dedicated sub theme, I guess. Get it? Sub theme.
But I just love the fact that it's like we gave him a floaty because he can't swim.
So Dolphin is another water fairy, 16 1K. So we're really never gonna go above Bear's stat or Dog's stat line, huh? Of 17.
He's the dog standard.
Dolphin's effect is target a toy vendor in your graveyard, set it. If you do, send a Fluffle or Edge Imp Sabers from your deck to your graveyard, so you get to reset a toy vendor and Foolish. If this card is sent to the graveyard as fusion material for a fusion summon, any fusion summon, mind you, you can shuffle into the deck one of your fusion or polymerization spells that is banished or in your graveyard. You can only use each effective Dolphin once per turn. So yeah, I can totally see why this is a one of.
Yeah, it's good. It's a consistent one of,
Yeah.
but it's a one of.
It reiterates that thing we talked about, where if you're playing Fluffle correctly, you really don't need to worry about where polymerization is or what it's doing. You'll just find it when
This
you need
is
it.
definitely the weakest of the 2020 support, if I remember the other two correctly.
Yeah, if I remember rightly, Angel is pretty good.
Oh, Angel? Oh no, Angel's ass. Never mind.
Okay, then yeah, you might be thinking of some of the ones that are down the line, like some of the newer Edge Imps or Fright Furs.
Yeah, no. Okay, no, yeah.
Yeah.
The other good cards from 2020 was an Edge Imp and a Fright
Yeah.
Fur, so.
Angel, okay, is the other Fluffle.
Dolphin is much better than Angel.
Well, I mean, Angel is
Dolphin is solid.
a tacked-on pendulum monster, as you can tell from its long card art that it doesn't do anything with.
This doesn't feel fitting.
But here's the thing, Omega. Fluffle actually plays two tacked-on pendulum monsters interdependently of each other sometimes. As one-ofs. Neither of them are this card.
I mean, I could see why. I would want to look at this motherfucker in my deck anyway. This is a creepy baby.
I don't like this.
It doesn't look like it's well designed.
Omega, have you seen the rest of the Fright Fur cards?
I know, and I don't like this.
I mean, I don't think those look like
We're talking about
those are all animal plushies. They're not trying to be humanoid for the most part, other than Mary. But that's a thing. We'll get there. We'll get there.
Oh,
Jack.
no, Omega, you haven't seen some of the other cards then.
I mean, I think I've seen all of them. I'm trying to think though. I don't think many of them actually look. I mean, Daredevil's a devil.
Fright for Death? What's his name? Fright for Reaper?
Daredevil.
He's a Grim Reaper. I can't remember what his name is.
You thinking of Meister?
Meister, right.
Ah, Meister's adorable. Love that guy.
Yeah, Meister's fine.
I agree.
Yeah.
And then there's Edge Imp Cthulhu Monster.
Ah,
We'll get
yeah.
there.
I mean,
Jim,
Kraken's not trying
Yeah.
to be humanoid.
No, Edge Imp Cotton Eater.
Oh, right. Edge Imp Cotton Eater. I looked at that card very briefly. You are correct. I did not think about
Yeah,
that
no,
very
that
hard.
card's a demon.
But well, they're Edge Imps, so they're supposed to be weird. Anyway, yeah. I don't really have anything to say about Angel. I kind of want to get rid of him.
I'll read
yeah,
it.
I don't
Right.
have to look at when you.
No, I got it.
It's
I got it ready. This is another Light Fairy. It's a level 2. It is a scale 8, so it's your big boy scale. It's got 600 attack, 1200 defense. Pendulum effect. Target a Fluffle or Edge Imp in your graveyard, special summon it. You can't special summon extra deck monsters for the rest of your turn except fusion monsters. Even if this card leaves the field. Only use this effect once per turn. Monster effect, tribute this card. Target a Fright for fusion monster graveyard. Discard a card, special summon it. You can only use once per turn. I see what we're going for here. This seems too slow. I feel like with its pendulum effect, they just saw that Lunalight Tiger was banned at the time and were like, let's just do that. And it just doesn't work the same way.
No.
Because Fluffles were not built to be a pendulum deck originally, and so there's a lot of weird things here. Also, it got a tribute effect to recover a fusion monster. You can literally, if I'm remembering rightly, if I'm not misremembering, there are several spell traps that let you do stuff in your graveyard anyway. You don't need to waste a summon on graveyard recursion either.
No.
I guess technically if you tribute Fluffle Angel, that would actually like put it on your extra deck for stuff, but it just doesn't seem like it's
No, this card is
similar to Patchwork. This feels like Konami read other archetypes from around the same time, cards that were good, and thought, well, we'll just do that again, and it just doesn't mesh at all somehow. It's almost like each deck is a unique and beautiful snowflake. All right, so I don't have the edge imps in any super particular order because, like I said, there's like 7 of them.
I mean, if we're doing alphabetical, it's Cotton Eater.
No, chain. H comes before O.
Right.
But we can't just do it in alphabetical. I was thinking about pulling up Sabers first just because it's the one that we always name check. But
Yeah, that makes sense.
we can do that and then just go down the line.
Man, limit the legend, the scissors.
Yeah.
Well,
So let's
I-
pull up a couple of card arts here
Am
because
I
we're gonna have some
weird that
funny.
I think these are cute too, or at least some of them are?
Yeah.
Did
Like, I
we do
think
all the
Sabers is
fluffles, or
cute.
are we just doing the edge imps?
The fluffles are all gone.
No, the fluffles are done.
Oh, did we do
I-
crane?
Do we do
That-
what?
That's a spell trap.
Oh,
Yeah, crane is no. You were probably thinking what I thought that
I read
crane was
that.
that
A
crane
crane, yeah.
was a crane. No. I was bamboozled too. No,
No.
that's a crane is in a crane game. That's a trap. We'll talk about that
my
later.
bad.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull up both arts because the wiki is good about showing them. So this is Edge Imp Sabers, literally scissors in the OCG, in the TCG version, and here is its lost art.
I think it's cute. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, I feel like I don't know why it was censored because, quite frankly, Edge Imp Sabers, even its uncensored art, is not actually that threatening. I can kind of see.
It's just kind of creepy scissors.
So here's the uncensored
They're
art
very-
or
those
the
look very
lost art
sharp, but
version.
that's kind of it, really.
Yeah, they're kind of shiny and sharp, I guess. I don't know. It's really weird. But yeah, I kind of see what you're talking about, Dallas. This guy doesn't look very, very intimidating. He's just kind of like, I mean, he's literally made of scissors. It's a little silly. You know?
So, because it is
Could be
the
cute.
season, even though it's after Christmas. Speaking on to my favorite Christmas movie of all time, this gives me the same cute energy that the Gremlins do.
Yeah, I could see this being
Like
gremlin-like.
cute, but like slightly evil and
It will,
psychotic.
it's cute, but it will also try to murder you.
I mean,
Yeah.
I can just imagine it making like rah, rah, rah noises as it like
Oh, yeah, no,
moves
it's
its
totally
scissors
like,
up and down.
It's clipping noises at you.
But I just imagine it being completely ineffective.
Yeah.
Because you it stabs itself into a wall.
I mean, also, I want to throw this out there. We talked about them looking sharp, but actually, I'm looking at the way the edges of these scissors are drawn. They look like they're not drawn like they have sharp edges. They look almost slightly rounded to me.
I kind of, but they look sharp to me because like
The
they look
tips
flat.
are definitely, or the bottom tips anyway. I feel like the artist maybe did not have a ruler out and was drawing these exactly straight because I feel like the
With-
tips of the bottom
Yeah,
scissors
no.
are rounded.
I'm gonna be honest, with literally 2 exceptions, I actually find most of the edge parts to be very cute.
Yeah, and I feel like that's kind of the point. They're not. I feel like almost like none of these cards are supposed to be actually really fucked up until you get to Fright Fur. Once you bring them together, that's when we're like, oh,
I have a
Shit.
problem with that because I have negative experiences with like actually like really like gnarly like designer scissors that are meant to like cut through like full fabric and it's like
yeah,
really
but-
fucking sharp.
Well, yeah, but that's
But Dallas said that he finds these cute. It doesn't
Yeah.
mean that he would say that you're gonna find these cute.
yeah.
too.
I'm not gonna say. I did preface it by saying, "Am I weird for saying this?" So I definitely
I
don't think it's
I don't
normal.
think it's weird. It's just
Like,
it's
Creepy
I-
cute, but like yeah.
I agree with Dallas. I find these cute.
Also, why in the easy version they filled out like the scissor
Now,
loop?
there are definitely 2
not
edge imps that
scissors.
are not cute in any way. We'll get
There's
to
one
those.
yeah, but
No,
no,
Cotton Eater's 1. Spoiler.
it's and it's just one of those things as well. I don't. Again, we talked about this earlier on mic before Dallas was here. I don't really know why these cards are censored the way they are because like they're literally like I don't know why you called it sabers. It's Edge Imp Scissor in the OCG, and I feel like you could call them scissors, and like kids should understand that scissors
I
are a
think they should have
hazard.
called it Edge Imp Snip Snap. Personally,
That would have been very funny. But like, no, like kids should already understand that you don't fuck with scissors. I know not to fuck with scissors. I remember the don't run with scissors talk as a kid. So I don't know why we had to.
I actually saw a kid impale himself on scissors.
Damn, he
Not
didn't,
his
he
eye.
didn't follow the
If you're gonna run with
lesson.
scissors, you have to make sure to hold your hand around the closed blade so it doesn't hit anything.
He didn't get his eye, but he stuck the scissors in his arm.
Well, yeah, it's
I
like
did the same thing with a fork.
it's like a lot of other things. You just
Look, kids are malleable. They're fine.
you gotta hold them handle side out so that you're holding the danger end.
Same thing
Anyway.
with knives, yeah.
You know, it's all about how you but that's technical. I still think it's a little weird. So Edge Imp Sabers is a Dark Fiend. Yes, these are
course, it's a
fiends, of
demon.
course. Yeah,
It's a
demon scissors. They're literally imps.
Like they're possessed implements.
You... Sorry, I got distracted. So what did Master Duel just normal summon Time Wizard?
Oh my
Are they
god, are you
trying
getting
to do an
gambled
alter
right
summon?
now?
No idea.
You getting fucking
I'm
gambled?
like, is it trying? Are they trying to alter summon on Dallas?
Anyway, Sabers Sabers has a very simple effect. If it's in your
Time
graveyard.
the Time Wizard called it wrong and passed.
Interesting.
I feel
Okay.
very sorry that I did my entire DDD combo on them.
Oof.
You shouldn't. Make sure to drop
Edge
the
Imp
red.
Sabers is got a very simple effect. If it's in your graveyard, place a card from your hand on top of your deck, special summon this in defense position. You can only use Edge Imp Sabers once per turn. So remember how Dels talked about how you can, in fact, stack your deck with some things.
Yeah.
So you can stack your Toy Vendor to always get it off by just putting a card back and summoning it. It's basically like Plague Spreader almost, but instead of syncering, it just gets you a guy back on the field. Honestly, I don't think that Sabers is that impressive on its own. You just probably play, as Dallas said, the one of, because it is incredibly
it's
searchable.
Very important because a lot of the fusions. A lot of the fusions name check it.
Yeah, it's a very important name, and it's eminently searchable, so you don't need to run more than one, but it's not really doing anything that you...
And also get free recursion in a deck that, like, honestly doesn't mind if it has to put a card back on top of its deck, because you usually draw, like, 7.
Yeah.
The fuck are you playing? Sorry, they just flipped Numinous Healer. What is this deck?
I don't know what's going on. I think Dallas is being pranked right now. I'm going to pull up the chain.
I'm in Silver, but I didn't think Silver was this peonish.
I mean, everybody has fun in low levels. It's weird. Sometimes you find people being really try hard and sweaty because they really want to go back to Diamond, but
this thing isn't dangerous. It's just creepy.
Well, yeah. So you'll notice there's no
Cotton
sensor.
Eater?
No, you run chain. Remember, chain becomes before Cotton
Oh,
Eater.
Chain? I think Chain is adorable.
It's creepy cute.
It's
Yeah.
got the sad giant eyes. Looking
Yeah, it's especially unlike Sabers, it just has big round eyes. It just looks kind of like burr. Look at me. I will also point out there's no censored version of this because there's no sharp implements here. It's just got some chains.
This has very big. Oh crap! I've accidentally locked these chains around my chains.
He's like, I'm stuck. Help!
Someone help!
I can't move.
I don't have thumbs.
Guys, I cry chains. I can't do anything about it. The chains are my tears. I mean, that kind of looks like where the chains are coming from. They're just where his tear ducts would be. Help.
No, I definitely think this is like the most adorable art.
Yeah, I don't think that chain looks particularly threatening. It's again, a lot of it has to do with the eyes.
But this is also the most
I just wonder what it looks like in a 3D model.
played card. Like this is played in modern whatchamacallits. Despia.
Yeah.
Oh.
So it has 2 effects. Also, it's another Dark Fiend. It's level 4. It's got 1200, 1800. I suspect that if you had the extra deck space, Fluffle Edge Imp probably has a decent rank 4 engine, but you probably don't have the space, so...
yeah.
Its first effect is probably not that great. When this card declares an attack, you can add an Edge Imp chain from your deck to your hand. You're never doing that. It's got 1200 attack. Probably was a very weird...
the I've bricked special.
Yeah, it's a very weird edge case. Get it? But its primary effect that it's known for is if this card is sent from the hand or field to the graveyard, such as if it's used for a fusion summon, or it's discarded, or anything. If Loth hits you with card destruction, you can add a fright for a card from your deck to your hand. You can only use 1 Edge Imp chain effect per turn and 1 step a turn. Now you may think to yourself, wait a minute, Omega, didn't you say Frightfurs are the fusions? You may remember earlier I said Frightfur is also the name check on most of the spell trap support. So this is your spell searcher.
You search patchwork.
Yeah. No.
Spoiler.
All right. So, I forgot some letters there in my search. Now it's time for Cotton Eater.
Next.
Now, y'all should hopefully remember how we were talking about how these guys are weird. This is another one that I don't know if it's really threatening. It's just weird.
This is a Cthulhu monster.
Weird boy. There he is. There's Edge Imp Cotton Eater.
This is not cute. This is a Kirby boss.
This looks like a biblical angel bullshit thing.
Yeah, this is a Kirby boss.
Yeah,
This
Dallas
is a
has it
Kirby
right.
boss.
This is definitely a Kirby boss. He's like coming out of a weird wormhole, but it's got wings, but they're spiky. It's got teeth sword things and a beak.
So, The weirdest thing is like those golden bits, like the golden blades from like scissors.
Yeah, it's probably meant to be thematic slightly. He's got little laurels for some reason. He's got one eye. But also, I guess because he's Cotton Eater, it looks like his core body is very soft. It's very fluffy.
Honestly, it makes me feel like Owl and like a few other like Fluffles were like ripped apart to make this thing.
Quite possibly.
No,
It
I
is
think
called
this
Cotton
is
Eater.
supposed to be like a cotton gin type of thing, where it's like a thresher, basically.
I mean, with with its sword mouths and kind of the thing going on there, yeah, that's probably what it's going for. This is meant to be
I see some
gathering
kind
and
of like
stripping cotton.
I see some like Bayonetta style brew animation of this thing like forcing a Fluffle down its mouth.
Nom 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 nom.
Yeah,
like-
so Cotton Eater, like I
With
said,
like
it
cotton
looks
gore everywhere.
freaky, but it doesn't really look...
This is gonna be weird, and I may slightly still be sick. When I look at this, I vaguely see the great mighty Pooh. I don't
I
know
don't-
why.
I think that's just you.
I just feel like this is gonna start singing.
I mean,
It would
I
totally
kind of
opera-
could get those
it would
vibes no
opera
matter
singing,
what.
Yeah.
Meh, 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 meh. Oh, I don't know.
What's it do?
Memes.
Yeah, so it's Pendulum Monster again. This is part of that pendulum wave of support we talked about. It is a Dark Fiend Pendulum. Now it's level 7, so it's a big boy.
You never summon this card.
Yeah, no. It is, however, your low scale, if that part matters, which it probably occasionally does, but it's a 1 scale. It's got 2,400 attack, 1,600 defense. They're not great stats for its level, but it usually doesn't matter. Its Pendulum effect is probably your big one here. All
Yeah.
fusion monsters you control gain 300 attack, and then once per turn, if a fright for fusion monsters fusion summon to your field, except during the damage step, draw a card. So it's just consistency, and honestly, while it's only 300, that little bit of extra attack modulation will not go wrong. You are trying to be an OTK deck. So just giving you a little bit extra power is not bad. Its monster effect is one of those weird legacy support mediocre effects. So if
No,
it's
this isn't legacy support. This is definitely this was used in an anime episode.
I think it might actually be from the manga.
Or either way.
Yeah, but no, yeah, you're right. Because it's a burn effect, chat. If this card is special, you can inflict 200 damage to your opponent for each fright for monster in your graveyard.
I have actually won a game through this.
You can only use this effective Cotton Eater once per turn, so you can't even do like a weird burn FTK with it. It's just...
No, but you do usually burn for over 2,000.
Yes. It is... I can see it being used the way you talked about, Dallas. It can be used as a closer. The primary thing you're going to do is just set this guy up as a continuous spell card and just be
Don't
like...
get me wrong. It's not good to do that,
No.
but I've done it before.
Yeah. But no, as just yet another basically continuous spell card, you can just be like, okay, cool. All my monsters gain 300, and whenever the first time I fusion summon, I draw a card. Because that's my thing. I just draw cards. Oops, all cards.
Sometimes you just draw cards.
Just draw better, stupid. Skill issue. Okay. So, alright, I hope you guys are ready for another demented freak
this
of a
fucking-
card.
Wait, is Tomahawk next?
No, Tomahawk is at the bottom of the list.
Oh, okay.
No, you're gonna have a fun time with this one. It's Behold, Edge Imp, Frightfuloid.
Oh,
Wow,
this
this-
fucking thing, right.
This
The homeless dog baby.
so it has like it looks like sheep's face with like other things on top.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Face
no,
and
no,
the
no,
paper
yeah.
neck, and
Homeless
it's
dog
like a-
baby.
It's cludged together of several different builds. It's got like an owl feet. It's also got some parts of I think angel in there.
It's Fluffle patchwork, but the Frightfur version.
Yeah, it's even more demented, and it's even
Right.
funny how like Frightfur style, it's got extra pointy things coming out of it. It's just they're fucking shards of glass and pencils.
Yeah, and most of the pencils are coming out with the eraser and.
Yeah, it's
Also, are those like gel bullets in like its bottle?
I mean, they do kind of look like little airsoft gels. I can't imagine that's what they're supposed to
great.
be.
Nah, they're blueberries.
Everyone
What
looks
the fuck is
great.
it, blueberries?
Ah.
No, Loth, dogs hate grapes.
Why is he stabbed with 6 pencils?
I don't know.
Because
This is
it's-
weird.
it's in the page that's
This
fine.
this card has a really weird name in the OCG. It's Edge Imp DT Imitation. I believe that DT is like Fright Fur is Death Toy in the OCG, which obviously to every middle school child in Japan who actually plays Yu-Gi-Oh, the target audience, Death Toy sounds really cool and edgy. And in English, we're just like, call it fucking Death Toy.
It's an edge imp that tried to be a Fright Fur, but just couldn't quite
Yeah.
make it.
Well, I mean, technically it does, because this has the lovely parenthetical I love. This card is always treated as a Fright Fur card.
Oh, neat.
No, this card is fucking awful.
So it's another Dark 4
Thank
Fiend.
God.
It's got 13/13. Ooh, unlucky. Target a Fright Fur fusion monster you control in your graveyard. This card's attack and defense become equal to the original attack and defense of that monster until the end of this turn. You only use this effect once per turn. So again, I see kind of what they're going for here, because it's supposed to be like another weird closer you can do, because it lets you dupe a Fright Fur fusion monster if it gets sacked. But you usually don't need that kind of recovery, and it literally only helps you in that case, so it's not really worth running. Like, I can't imagine seeing this in a list of Edge Imp cards and going, yeah, I need that fucker in my deck. I need this freak show.
I mean, Cotton Eater is barely ever run. That's only in very Mimi builds. So this card's even worse than that.
It's not even really a meme, it's just kind of goofy. All right, we're going back to the classics, though, because it's time for another card art that is also censored.
Oh god, this
Time for
is it
Saw.
Tomahawk now? Oh no,
What
Saw.
the fuck is that tiny?
Okay.
That was really weird. Hold on. Let me try that. Master Duel. Copy image. There he goes. Now it's the correct size. Not sure what happened there. I, like, accidentally saved the preview or something. All right, so that's the censored version. And then the uncensored version. So I will say, it seems
okay.
more dangerous, like uncensored. Seeing it's like, okay, it's a sharp saw blade. It looks a little, specific. It's covered in hacksaws.
It's a saw blade covered in hacksaws.
Yeah, that's a little weird. But also because it's covered in hacksaws, it's very hard for you to hit your hand on the saw blade. It's covered.
It can't
Yeah.
rotate, but it's still sharp. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really weird. I think the censored art is funnier because it just looks like a weird
looks-
X-Man logo blob thing.
I was about to say it looks like a Beyblade.
Yeah.
I don't think it's the worst of the censored arts, because I think that's still the next one, but...
Yeah. Oh, no. Scythe isn't censored at all. You think
Alright,
Tomahawk.
Scythe.
Yeah.
A good card.
Yes, a good card.
Dallas is eagerly awaiting Tomahawk.
Yeah,
It's
we'll get
'cause
there
it's
soon.
the worst art in the entire archetype.
Yeah, but I get what they're going for with deciding to censor Saw, but also I could see the argument to not do it. But it looks slightly silly in its
clearly-
energy form.
Omega, it's a reference to that episode where they censored the soul blades that was going to cut off Phoebe's legs.
Yes, it's a nostalgia reference.
God.
Yeah. So Saw is another Dark Fiend. It's a level 3, 500 attack, 1,000 defense. Obviously, because you can't attack it. There's hacksaws in your way. When this card is normal summoned, send a Fluffle monster from your hand to the graveyard. Draw 2. Place 1 card from your hand in the top or bottom of your deck. You only use this effective Saw once per turn. So not great. I mean, obviously it lets you draw more cards, but again, you don't even need to be doing that.
Yeah, I don't need to be doing that.
Dallas can let me know if you even run Saw as a one of just for names. But
I have before.
Yeah.
Mostly in I would say pre 2020, you could run it to just get access to some of the fusions.
Yeah.
More than anything, as a name. But post 2020, not really. Post Whale, not really.
Yeah.
We'll get to Whale, but post Whale, you don't really run this.
The Wahale. Cruella Wahale. But no, we're not there yet. Though, let me see. At this rate, what's our actual time? Let me see. Catch up.
We're gonna be able to finish it.
Yeah, we're still
only
under
have
2 hours.
2 more edges left.
Yeah. And luckily, the arts for some of these are easier. It's Scythe. It's Scythe.
The only good Scythe in Yu-Gi-Oh! Although Fluffle technically
it's-
runs both.
This one actually looks
Edge
kind
Imp
of dangerous
Scythe.
if it was flying at you, but it's actually cute. Weirdly enough to me.
I mean, it makes me think of
Yeah.
it's just a giant stingray made of scythes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's cool.
It's simple, effective, yeah.
Don't let
No,
it tackle you.
Depending, because of its effects, it also could be like a boomerang.
Yeah, I guess it could be boomerang style. I mean, I would let it tackle me axe because that's the safe part is the front end. That's not the sharp part of the scythe.
I mean,
like the
no,
center-
it's still pointy.
I mean, it's got a little points, but like this line around here, those are all
Yeah.
blunt. The sharp edge is the shiny metal bit here.
Yeah.
So if also again, it also has like a shark fin, so watch out for that. But you know. Anyway,
I feel like
Scythe.
it's still like it's still like embedded in you if it tackled you front on, but fair.
Scythius here. Another Dark Fiend. It's level 3. It's got 1k attack, 0 defense. During your opponent's main phase, quick effect, reveal this card in your hand. Fusion summon a fright monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as fusion monsters, including this card. If a fright from a fusion monster be destroyed by a battle or card effect, you can banish this card from your graveyard instead. You can only use each effect of Scythe once per turn. Scythe is another 2020 card. This came out in Rise of the Duelists. It's a good card. I've
This
seen
card
this.
is fucking bust. It's the second best card they got in 2020, and that's saying a lot.
I believe I have seen it, in fact, in some deck lists lately because, first of all...
Oh, no, it's a 2-of. It's easy to maybe even if you're getting very greedy, 3-of.
Yeah, so first of all, that quick effect, reveal it in your hand to fusion on your opponent's turn. Damn.
Yeah, that's the reason it's run.
That's just
100%.
like, hey, fuck you. But also, even that, let it not be understated, as a person who has been playing against Branded Despia, never let it be understated how much a Banish to Protect effect is good.
Well,
because
the
it-
thing,
Go ahead.
the reason why Fluffle is so good is because the one problem with Fluffle as an archetype is it has no access to negates.
Yeah.
So what Saw does is it lets you turn popping, with Fluffle Forever is very good at doing.
Yeah.
Into essentially negates.
Okay, so I'll tell chat this because it's a funny analogy, but I completely understand that because that's basically how you play pure Live Twin. You go into Trouble Sunny, and then when your opponent does anything, you activate Trouble Sunny's effect to bring back the 2 smaller Live Twins, and you get the Leela Pop and the Kisi Kill draw.
Yeah,
And-
I think the only difference is generally with Frightfur, the way they do this is because Frightfur is a going second deck. You cannot go first.
Yeah. Well, and that's why this is a hand trap, right? Basically.
Yeah.
You get to just show it in your hand and be like, yeah, I interrupt your combo. I don't want you to do that.
Nah, see?
I've realized that as much as I like sometimes going big bonkus, I play a lot of hard going first decks. I have been playing a lot of Labyrinth, and that's just like if I'm going second, that's just like, okay, Stovey Torby or Chandra Liger and pray, baby.
That is why now in Master Duel I choose to go first.
I mean, I play a lot of going first decks. Fluffle is my one big going, like, if I'm playing a going
Yeah.
second deck, it's Fluffle or Ancient Warriors.
Yeah. But yeah, so Sith, good.
Seath is very good.
Sorry, I just saw Tomahawk again.
God, that art. Yeah, no, just put me out of my misery.
With a Tomahawk?
Yeah.
The censored art is stupid.
Tomahawk.
This is.
Oh, it's very
Oh yeah,
stupid.
okay. We'll pull him up. There you go. Look at this. This is
No,
what
this
made me
art is
chuckle. This is
very
what made me
stupid.
chuckle. This gave me a laugh.
How am I looking? Oh, there's eyes.
And
But
I'm gonna be
Tomahawk
honest
now.
with you. The uncensored art isn't much better. It's just
No, it's not. It
They're
has the
metal
same
and- they're
derpy-
metal
No,
instead
It's
of
just-
energy.
It feels easier to understand what's going on.
but he's still just making a brrr face.
I like the first one
Like
because it looks like the
Sage.
Tomahawks are being used by Nightwolf for Mortal Kombat.
Fair. He's gonna fucking extra combo you.
Also, by the way, this background's gross. Why is it so like weird and brown and yellow?
And like twisty.
Yeah.
This art is so bad.
I'm Sage.
Sage.
Sage Tomahawk.
This is my
Demon.
he's
Insta-
still
ins-
head vibes.
Yeah. Instead of Edge Imp, this is Sag Imp.
Honestly, it doesn't feel bad. It just feels like it's very derpy, which I feel like.
Oh
is
no,
just
this
a-
feels awful to me.
I mean, when you compare it to some of the other Edge Imps, some of those did look quite serious, or if not serious, at least look kind of cute. This is just kind of like, brr, Matt Damon.
Mad Demon.
Mad Demon.
I think it's old.
That's all I can think of when I see this fucking card.
Yeah, he's very
Or
dirty.
things I won't say out loud because I will get canceled for them.
Now,
You getting canceled? Huh.
Tomahawk.
I mean, I technically wouldn't get canceled for it, but I don't want to say them. Because not everyone is as happy to poke fun at themselves
Ignore me.
as me.
Edge Imp Tomahawk here. Now, very interestingly, this actually has a stat line which can defeat a dog. It's got 1,800 attack and 800 defense. It's another level 4 Dark Fiend, everybody.
Oh, cool. It can actually not die to Gem Knights.
No, it still gets beat up.
I meant... Okay. This is a joke about
Garnet.
the one where... Not Garnet, but the one where you need to defeat a monster by battle to search.
But so...
No, it doesn't need to defeat it. No, that is not the card. It has to attack.
So, Edge Imp Tomahawk's effect is you can send an Edge Imp monster from your hand to your graveyard, inflict 800 to your opponent. You can send one Edge Imp monster from your deck to your graveyard except Tomahawk. This card's monster becomes that name until the end phase. You can use each effect once per turn. So, again, this came out in 2015, so this was in that wave of support. I feel like they were immediately realizing, like, wait, fusion monsters don't use specific materials anymore. What the fuck are we doing? Except that, like, half your deck searches sabers anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And then it's got a very tacked-on anime burn effect as well, which won't do anything, really.
No, this card is...
Yeah.
This is the only Edge Imp card I've never seen run in any circumstance. Well, that and...
Well, I assume, because I'm trying to remember all of the
Almost
fusion
dog
monsters,
baby.
I'm pretty sure no Fright Fur's name-check Tomahawk, right?
No. Technically, Kraken art checks it, but it doesn't name check it.
Yeah, but the thing about, like, obviously Tomahawk is, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to basically be like a, Elemental Hero Prisma. Again, Prisma, good card. But the reason why you play Prisma is because you don't really have a good way to search your boring Elemental Heroes, and also you don't want to search them. You don't want to draw Burstinatrix or Avian, right?
want them in
You
the
want to
graveyard
fucking
where they
put them
belong.
in their graveyard so you don't draw them.
That's where they belong, so they can be miracle
So-
fusions.
Yeah, but once again, I feel like Konami really hasn't understood historically how the Fluffle engine works. They keep just trying to give it support that is generically good, and it's not important. It's not better than any of the cards you can run all anyway.
Right, I keep forgetting the fucking weird-ass pirate sub-theme.
Yarr.
Yeah, the manga Edge Imps had a pirate sub-theme. It was very odd.
Yarr. Where's me Fluffle doubloons? Where's me fucking
let's
Plunder
see.
Patrol Fluffle crossover? Yarr.
The captain.
Like, a card they had is Fluffle Sadamarine.
That's toys.
Nice.
I need to show this because it's hilarious. Or Fright for Sadmarine.
Yes.
This card is hilarious.
Oh, fuck yeah. Give me that card.
Oh my
Come
God.
on. Come
Oh my
on,
God.
Konami.
Wait. It's
No,
just,
Maggie, you don't want this card to be
wait,
real.
it's just a Frightfur version of like Submarine Roid.
I mean, yeah.
This card reads, if your opponent is playing Flunder, they lose the game.
I mean, that's okay. Flunder's the third best
Whenever
deck.
your opponent normal summons a monster, inflict 800 points of damage to them.
Listen,
I
if
think
you
it's
can
good
make
bounce it.
fucking Tax Dragon in this format, you can make 2 Tax Dragons, you can print Fright for Sadmarine.
No, I'm saying,
It's a funny card. Go for it. Okay, let me try that again. Give me the full image this time. Don't make it small. There we go. So we're on to finally the Fright Furs. Or as I said, the Death Toy. So this is Fright Fur Bear.
Bar.
This, by the way, is the uncensored art. There is a censored version. Actually, no. This is this? No. Okay, yeah. This is censored. You can't tell though. The main thing. This is actually no. This is the uncensored. The censored. The main thing is they made the scissors like whitish. I think in some spell traps they're greenish, but they
look
made them
super
whitish and
blunt.
they filled in the scissor handles, so it's harder to tell. It still is scissors, so it doesn't
Honestly,
really
the
matter.
weirdest thing about it is like these feel like butter knife scissors.
And yeah, and this is the uncensored one. Yeah, so I think that's why they aren't that
It's
censored.
more the scissors used to make its arms look creepier.
Yeah.
The thing I love about the scissors doing the arms is that the way he's like moving. It's like a.
And they did technically censor that a little bit again, just the handles. I guess they just want to make it so it doesn't look like you can actually grab them like scissors. I don't fucking know why.
Man, Fluff is bad. They don't have a good time.
No, he did not. The Edge Imp really fuckled his duckle here. Because it's like he's got his hands off.
Are Frightfur is weirdly a deck basically just about sacrificing innocent angels to make amalgam monsters?
I don't know if the
Kind
angels are
of.
necessarily innocent, but yes, you just stuff evil inside of something good and it gets creepier. Bear's eyes make it look like he's screaming, "Kill me!
It probably do.
Kill me!"
Because the demon in its face is the edge imp that's there too.
Oh yeah, no, that's just
I feel like
Skizzers
the
in
edge
there.
imp is the one in control too.
I mean, well,
yeah.
most of the limbs are scissor based, so yeah. But nah, this is just welcome to this archetype. It's weird and fucked up. Look at the background, the fucking galaxy swirl, but with the stitch lines.
Ugh.
That's a
I
great
love that
effect.
background so
Yeah,
much.
no, this is a really good artwork up here. I like a lot of these little details, like the extra stuff in there. I'm very glad with how they decided to handle the localization of this because the OCG names are, again,
Bad.
they are meant
Bit
to
too
appeal
tryhard.
to literal middle schoolers. Yes. Fright for Bear is Death Toy Scissors Bear in the OCG. I think just Fright for Bear is better. You get what we're going for
I
without
do
being too
prefer
tryhard.
the German translation of Fright for a Person.
Oh, what does that go
personally.
for?
The Schreckenspiels.
Yes, Schreckenspels Bar.
That's pretty good actually.
Oh, I love the name of the edge imps too. I think it's Kobold. So like, because this requires sabers. It's in German it's Sharon Kobold. And
Yeah.
Kustellier Bar.
Weirdly enough, it's also big because I've listened to too much Achtung Cthulhu, but like German is a good way just to scream the names of monsters that are just weird,
Very
incomprehensive
true.
things.
Ah.
German is a good way to scream eldritch nonsense.
Also, I feel like it's funny, and it's not usually the case, but German is able to turn edge imp sabers into like a compound word easier. All the other translations are really wordy. It's like in Spanish, it's like Debilio de Terrias, and
Yeah.
Italian is Infilio de Cimitare. Like you gotta
Look what
you
they
gotta
did
say the whole
Fucking
parts.
Fright for is Palacia Pavento.
Yeah.
I feel like you're about to start saying Ezio's full name of me.
Ezio
Auditore.
Auditore.
Atomorazante. Atomorazante?
Yes.
Atomorazante.
I don't know what all those.
Atomorazante.
But yeah, anyway. Bear. Bear is a cool boy. He's a classic. He's a level 6 Dark Fiend fusion effect. So he is, as you might expect from an anime-esque card and one of their initial wave of
I
fusion
mean, this
monsters.
card's bad.
But
This
it's a
is,
burn effect,
this
doesn't
is
it? It does like
No.
a 500 point.
There's the
No.
other kind of bad effect.
Okay. It
It's
does attack modification.
kind of. Anyway, stop trying to second guess me here. The main thing that Dallas is probably talking about is this does require specific materials. It's exactly sabers plus bear.
Yeah.
Also, it is a level 6 fusion with like only 300 attack, but its main thing is when this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, you can equip that monster to this card. As an equipped spell, with this effect, the equipped monster gains 1,000 attack.
No, actually, the problem is this doesn't have a good attack modulation effect.
Yeah, obviously, like, okay, so just attacking, sending to graveyard, getting a guy back to get 1k, cool. Hey, guess what's a monster type that was introduced in the same wave of support? Pendulums. Guess where those don't go? The graveyard.
I could fix this card with one line of text and make it a pretty decent card.
What's that one?
When this card attacks an opponent's monster, equip it.
Yeah, just fucking slurp it up. I guess you would have to say it targets and
Yeah.
it targets instead, so that it's not
You would
fucking
have to make it where it has
stupid
it has
broken.
a limit on how many it can slurp up.
But
Not really.
I mean, it doesn't multi-attack. That's
Yeah,
the thing. Other Fright Furs do. But yeah, no. Like as it is right now, it's like okay, this card. It's not awful. It's not like a negative. It's just that compared to all the other shit Fright Fur does, both
I mean-
then and later, it's really
would-
slow.
I would
Honestly-
say it's awful only in the fact that this card was outdated when it released.
Honestly, it just hit me. It has the effect of what a Yu-Gi-Oh antagonist would have of being like, I send your monsters to the graveyard and slurp it up. It's like, but no, my monsters go to the extra deck face up.
Well, yeah, I feel like it does, anime nonsense.
It does. It's for that moment essentially.
The problem is like if all of the Fright Furs from the original set were bad, I would kind of see Bear's point, but they're not. So Bear is a standout bad card.
Trying to grab up which one of our. No, that's later.
I think the next one would be Wolf, right?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Wolf is the other one from
I
the
just
first wave.
put
Yeah,
this
new
aside.
chapters.
Omega,
That's me.
I found a Fright for monster
Oh yeah.
in gift form.
Oh
All
my
right,
god.
so for chat who don't know,
fucking-
it's a Pushin Tonburi. You are correct.
Yeah, the fat cat. Cute thing.
Yeah, that's the brand.
It got the Tonberry on me.
All right.
The other one I was gonna post was the wind-up Tomberry just running at you.
But nah, this is better.
That's engine.
Yeah, I'm just gonna post the uncensored for this guy because it doesn't. Once again, Wolf is censored in a similar way to Bear. It doesn't really matter. Anyway, fright for Wolf.
This one's actually just more creepy.
I love Wolf.
I love it too. Like,
Yeah.
look at the eyes, and then you look down and see the fucking eyes of the edge
Yeah,
peering
sabers
out,
in
but
there.
it's at an angle where it looks like it doesn't quite fit
Yeah.
correctly.
And he's got the scissor hands work a lot better for this body structure. You can imagine it like pivoting and working its little hands out.
It honestly doesn't need the scissors in the center bit, but I guess that's where like the soul of the
Yeah,
image is,
I guess
so-
that's just part of the construction. It does seem a little extra. I like the added effect
mean-
of the fucking pins in the tail, though.
Yeah. Like I was about to say, you don't need the scissors in the middle, but you also don't need the pins in the tail, but it's good.
I will say,
honestly.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Or I don't remember if like this is like an original Fluffle thing, right? Unless I'm forgetting.
No,
no,
it's
that's
dog.
what I was gonna bring up. I'm if anything, I'm kind of sad that there is no Fluffle Wolf because I'd love to see what this looks like in its like
Well, no.
normal plush form.
So the whole thing with the Fluffles, when they become Frightfurs, is they slightly mutate to become more fearsome. Like you see
Okay.
this a lot with like
Yeah.
we'll get to it later. Fluffle Octopus becomes
Kraken.
Kraken.
Dolphin
Sheep
becomes
gets
Cruel.
real weird.
Yeah, I remember the sheep
becomes
art is weird.
fucked.
But yeah,
Dolphin becomes a killer whale.
yeah.
But
I really like the look of the wolf parts of this. I'd
Cat
love to see it
becomes a
normal.
tiger.
Honestly, if they ever wanted to make like a weird, like sequel series, they could. do,
honestly,
like,
the only
basically,
one
like,
that really like I
remade
can't pl-
mutated Fluffles.
the only one I really can't place is like the only one that doesn't really fit the theme is Leo, because I mean it was already a lion.
Yeah, I mean it's just
So-
they made him edgier. Anyway, Frightful Wolf
Oh no,
or Death
Leo also
Toy
looks the
Scissor
creepiest.
Wolf. Again,
Yeah.
the just Frightful Wolf. It's fine. This is another level 6. It's 2K 1500. It's sabers, and then any one or more Fluffle monster must be fusion summoned and can't be special summoned otherwise. This card can make a number of attacks each battle phase up to the number of fusion materials used for its fusion summon. So it's always at least 2.
This card is a big part of an OTK enabled.
Yeah,
Usually.
no. Especially, this is another one of those fusions. It reminds me of cards like Chimera Tech Overdragon and Worm Zero.
Yeah.
Open-ended fusion monsters where you can just, if you have the ability to add more materials to get more bungusing, that's
I'll be
always
honest,
pretty
this
fun.
is the reason why Frightfur still runs like 1 or 2 copies of Frightfur Fusion is for Wolf.
Yeah,
and
'cause that's the
another guy,
graveyard
but
one.
we'll
Yeah,
get there.
that's just. Oh no! All my Fluffles are in my graveyard. Whatever will I do? I'm gonna banish them all.
I just won.
Yeah.
I banished them all for a guy who
because,
attacks
Frightfur
like
has
5
2
times.
open-ended fusions, but we'll get to the other one.
Also,
later.
another important thing is this is the really good type of extra attacks. You just get extra attacks. It doesn't have to be against monsters. So
Yeah.
if you just clear your opponent's board and make this guy and just punch him a lot, it's also good.
Oh, Maxi. Okay, good luck just surviving being mauled to death.
Yeah, did you
Yes,
draw a
can,
Battle
in fact,
Fader?
Play through Max C with Fluffle by
Be-
just sheer kill.
Yeah, I think the only thing is your opponent playing Nib and can you solve it in less than 4 summons, which you might be able
If you
to.
go full, if
you-
they
no,
have
you
an
just-
empty board,
You could just
yeah.
play through Nib.
If they have an empty board, yes.
Yeah.
But I think you could just play through Nib event if like you have the right
Not
cards.
perfectly.
I think you could
depends where
recover
they
from
nib.
it.
It depends. It depends on what your starting board state was.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just gonna grab these next couple of them in any order because they got mishmashed over the years.
I know Shep is next. That's the only order of thing I know.
Yeah, then we'll do sheep. I
It's
think.
Shep,
you're right.
Sabretooth, and Tiger are the next ones.
No, is it? I thought Tiger was way later. Hold on, let me double check my facts.
No, Tiger is a promo card first.
Oh,
I know it's in
okay.
Fusion Enforcers, but it came out in
Right.
the
Yes.
2015
Okay. Yes, you're
Weekly
correct.
Shonen
So that
Jump.
was my bad. That got misordered. I read the.
No,
for some,
it's
for some
perfectly
reason the
understandable.
Wikipedia puts worldwide releases up top, and that was Fusion Enforcers. But you are correct. It was printed several years earlier as a Shonen Jump promo.
Yeah, Tigre, Sabretooth, and Shep are first wave as well.
All right, and then somewhere in there, Leo and Chimera are sandwiched because that's all in the
Leo
2015.
and Chimera right after, as well as Daredevil. I don't know when Nightmare comes out actually.
It was like 2020.
Oh, that's
or
recent. That's
2018.
2020. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, Daredevil's a little bit later. It's like closer to
I think
Kraken.
that's what the last cards we're looking at, but it's like this is a fucking card.
Which
Is
one,
this
Mary?
which one is this?
Yeah,
Shep?
Nightmare.
Oh, Nightmare.
Yeah, that's a hell of a
That's
card.
a
But yeah, we're
fucking
doing
weird
Shep
card.
first.
Well, the last card we have to end on is the boss monster.
All right.
No, Wal.
Ah.
Poale.
Anyway, this is Sheep.
Shep.
What the fuck is
It's
happening here?
A cheap-powered ray gun.
I
So-
love this fucking card art.
So
Sure.
chains got some extra accessories.
Yeah, this is less edge imp chains and edge imp gears.
So honestly, this basically good. I don't know how to explain
Gears.
it. This is really hard to explain. So I better try. This feels like you take a screaming sheep, you take a cackling chains, and you shove it into sheep's mouth, and then it mutates into some kind of. It then mutates into this.
No,
thing.
see,
I mean,
what,
yeah,
what I
basically.
got from vibe from this, Axe, and I guess your mind is more twisted than me. But this card definitely gives me, hello, fellow fluffles, I am a sheep.
Yeah, this
How
looks like
are
the
you
this
today?
looks like the mechanical knockoff.
Oh man, no! I'm making you correct. August sheep.
Yeah, I just put edge imp gear suit.
But it's just. I get like GRPG cute creature is mutated into a horrific monster against its will kind of vibe.
Well,
That's
they all
the
do kind
entire
of like that,
archetype Axe.
Well, this one is specifically.
I mean, this
Especially.
one mechanic. It looks like we've swapped out the organic for the mechanical in a weird way. Like this is no longer a piece of fluffy candy. It's got gears for ears and for legs, and also it's being
Has more
crushed slash
soul.
puppeted by. Yeah, it's
And it
bad.
has like a sickle and like a.
Yeah, I don't know why the fuck
spear.
it's got a fish hook on its one of its legs, but it's fucking
That's not even
creepy.
a good fish. hook.
All right, fucking what? Sorry, I'm looking up evolution requirements on a card, and I need to fucking pick a bone with Game Freak.
What?
What's up?
Only with this monster, with only the ability own tempo, only during 7 p.m. to 8 p.m.
Oh, you wanna dusk form Lycanroc?
Yes.
It's a pain in the ass.
Why does like you need to get like perform a concert to evolve?
Well, it's because it has Lycanroc has 3 forms. It's got a day form, a night form, and then the dusk form is special.
Yes,
but
it has boring, edgy, and slightly less boring.
yeah, it's one of
Are you
those
trying to
kinds of
get the edgy
Pokemon.
one?
No, I'm trying to get the slightly less boring one.
Fair enough.
I just got the edgy one because I play at night like a loser. Anyway, Shep here. Again, interesting. Well, obviously it's supposed to be Fluffle Sheep, obviously. It doesn't name check it. This is a level 5 Fiend Fusion. It's got 2k, so still decent stats even though it's a level smaller. It requires Chain and any one Fluffle monster. If this card battles, your opponent can't activate cards until the damage step, so it Armades them. If this card is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, or if this card in your possession is destroyed by an opponent's card and sent to the graveyard, you can special summon it, and it gains 800 attack. So I remember this being another card talking about Fright First kind of like consistency and stickiness. In like limited or weird like puzzle play, this card is annoying because you have to destroy it multiple times because it just comes back bigger.
I think this is one of the more recent cuts, because it used to be a consistent one-of, but I
Yeah.
think this is one of the 2020 cuts.
And I can tell, Dallas, it was used because it has been reprinted several times. It was in Crossed Souls, but then it was again in Fusion.
This was
Enforcers
never
and
the
in Star Pack
the
Battle
boss
Royale.
monster. We'll get to him in a bit, I think.
Yeah.
But it was a
Actually,
very
next.
good one to have.
But he's a very
Yeah.
good one-of.
Yeah.
Let's grab Sabertooth because
Oh, we're doing
Saber was
Sabertooth
before.
then. Okay.
Saber was
So
before.
not
Tiger,
quite the boss
technically.
monster yet.
Can I guess what that one is?
I'm pretty sure
Sure,
we've
you
name
guess
checked
the
all
boss
of them.
monster.
Oh, is it? Because I thought it was like Kraken and Whale were like the ones you
No.
wanted. No.
I mean,
Well, Whale
now some of them
I'm
are,
saying
but yeah.
Pre-whale.
Yeah, the first wave. We have name checked it before, but let's talk about Sabertooth first. I'm showing you the uncensored because I like it better because it's just look at him. He's a tiger, but katana-y.
Did you?
I like the censored art personally.
I can
It
pull it up
looks
there too.
creepier to me.
There's a sword up my ass.
Because here's the thing. Well, yeah, I can't get away from that. But also, I think katanas, when they're like red auburn, don't look very good.
Oh no, it's not. Yeah, it's a pinkish color. I don't think it's meant to be there.
Looks like they gave him lightsabers.
Yeah, basically. Oh, by the way, where's the dear Final Fantasy 14, dear Yoshi P, I want to see this as a joke samurai weapon or a ninja weapon. Just a plushie on the end of a katana.
I mean,
Please make it make little squeaking sounds when
you know
it hits
what game?
enemies.
I'll fight to the death on this. You know what game had the best
It's
joke
Moogle
weapons?
on your katana.
Oh yeah.
You know what
Or
game
it's
had the best
on or
joke
floating
weapons?
around it.
Squeak 'em.
Did
Go ahead,
anyone
Dallas.
else play Soul Calibur 3?
Yo,
That game had the best joke weapons ever.
fuck yeah, it did.
Yeah, it was great.
Specifically 3 though.
What's that? You're gonna play the weird campaign mode we have? That's good.
Love that campaign.
Yeah, they
God,
try.
why can't more fighting games do that?
6 does have a somewhat of a return to that, but it's not. It sadly, I don't think it has the same joke
But it
weapon
doesn't have
energy.
entire move sets just for create custom characters.
No, it's true.
No,
You have to
Omega.
use just the normal ones.
They announced the results of one of the art contests for 14. We're gonna get one of the sage weapons is just cutlery.
Nice. I'm very interested in Sage when we get to later stuff. We'll get there. Just because healer with a gun sounds hilarious. Anyway,
A lot of guns.
yeah. I kind of feel like not to diverge too much, but to kind of say my piece and move on. It sounds like Street Fighter 6 is going a little bit in that direction. Not fully, but they are going to have a campaign mode where you have a create a character and can learn movesets from the different characters. So that's at least we're putting a little effort into some fun, because like I get that obviously fighting games are usually centered around the competitive aspect, but at the same time that can be a little frustrating to just slap people online, you know?
I mean, it's kind of one of the things where I really do like the niche that Neversoft has gotten themselves into, where they do it. They basically you use the same characters, but the niche they have is like customization, so you can make your characters look wild.
Yeah.
Nah, Architect using their super chat thing.
Yeah.
Pretty
Special
correct.
month
Monster
alert.
Hunter has some really good joke weapons.
Monster Hunter does have.
What's that?
That's a
You
good.
gotta
That's a
wait
good
for it.
shout. I can't really argue with that.
Do you want
too
a
much.
giant swordfish instead?
I mean, in general, Monster Hunter has really good weapon designs, period, because of how
Very
how
true.
they make them.
so you probably
I'm just
don't know
partial to Nightmare's joke weapon personally.
there is.
That's
in Monster
the
Hunter-
giant ore, right?
No, that's Siegfried's.
Right.
It's the giant squid.
Right. Yes. Now I remember. Yeah, the fucking
squid in the
squid.
ore.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. The was it Monster Hunter Frontiers? That's where they truly let loose with some of the joke weapons. You get a fucking Poogie in a house as a hammer.
Or Zossalamels, which is just a fucking bird crane head.
Yeah, fucking Zossalamel.
Yo,
What a dork.
Zossalamel is such a good character. His ending was so fucking funny. He became an
I don't
FBI
remember.
agent.
Yeah, because he's immortal. Anyway, Sabretooth. We
Oh,
should actually
Don't
get
worry,
him.
Omega. I agree with you. I'm a Nightmare main.
I got in on 2, so this was pre the Nightmare Siegfried resplit.
Omega,
So
can you guess my main? In Soul Calibur.
Zossalamel?
No, it's not Zossalamel. Though he is my favorite, like, design.
I mean, is it?
Unfortunately, he's a bit slow for me.
Oh, and that changed my, because I was gonna say, actually, wait, no, Fast and Dallas. Voldo?
Close. Cervantes.
Ah, Cervantes.
I don't remember who these are. I feel so bad.
You don't know who Cervantes is?
I
He's
might.
like the
but-
main character.
He's the
of
ghost
first game.
pirate.
Oh,
Yeah.
right, him.
You
Yes,
used to
he is,
have
and also
swordfish.
yes, he is a big deal. Also,
I-
he's
I
Ivy's
used to-
dad.
Wasn't? Oh, yeah, I remember that part. I just remember the way they looked because it's been forever since I've looked at Soul Calibur.
Yeah, no, I-
No.
It's because
I'm
I
like-
came up with the game.
I would say
played-
my. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you first.
The first one I played was 3, so yeah, I got to have the fun campaign story.
No, yeah, for me, I'm like I like fast characters, but not too fast. So like Maxi, for example, is too much, or Taki.
Yeah,
much.
I kind of feel like with characters like Maxi, Taki, and Talim, I feel like I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just hitting buttons and I do stuff, and most of the time I win, but I'm just lost.
Oh, what was it?
And Voldo, as much as my personality fits him, his controls are too weird.
Voldo's a weird
3
freak.
had fun because with the creator characters you could have all these different movesets, and I fucking love the Sabatons.
Oh, those were so good.
Why is Voldo's controls so weird? And
He does a lot of stance changing.
Yeah,
Oh,
Voldo's
okay.
a stance
There's a lot of
character.
stance
If you
swapping.
you should just look at like Voldo move lister combos online. You'll see
He's such a-
animations.
I mean, he's not really even a combo character. Like, the way you win with him is he's such a unconventional... He's a lot like Dan from Street Fighter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
where it's
Voldo's
like
just a
his
weird,
movements
wiggly
so
guy, and you just don't know what the fuck he's
unconventional that
doing.
You're like, I don't know how to counter
And also,
this.
it fucks with his hitboxes. Like when Voldo fucking turns
Yeah.
backwards and bends over and crab walks at you backwards, you're just like, what do I do about this?
Or when he does the baby tantrum where he just, like, flails on the floor.
Yeah, he
and
rolls
hits
on the
you.
ground and hits your ankles.
It's, yeah,
He can
no,
also
that-
like
yeah.
jump super high and like scuttle across the ceiling
I'm
almost.
amazed that Omega actually plays fighting games, but I guess Soul Copper.
I mean, I like
You
fighting
like swords.
games. I don't like fighting game communities.
But
I'll say
That
it.
is the,
This reminds
that is
me
the
of a weird
most
thing, but-
based take.
So that's fair. I agree with that. But so now this is a weird thing I think I've heard like once that was like really dope. But did they ever like modify Dan's numbers? Did they ever like just nerf his damage once or like? up
Yeah,
him?
no, he's usually lower damage, but the trade-off is he's unconventional. Like, he doesn't move like any other character.
He's an anti-meta character.
Yes.
Anyway,
Unironically.
to bring back to Sabretooth,
sorry.
to stop talking about soul edges and or calibers and talk about Death Toys. Again, another, by the way, better name. This is Death Toy Saber Tiger in the OCG, so just Fright for
still think it's
Sabretooth
kind
is
of-
better.
I don't know why, but this one just feels like kind of like overkill to me.
It's a mix of wolf and tiger.
I like him. It's
I mean,
violently
it's
I
very
like sword, we just talked about that.
explicitly a mix. Yeah, no, Law is right. This is very explicitly a mix of wolf and tiger.
Yeah.
Because to me, it's like
Its requirements is just one fight per fusion and then one edge imp or fluffle.
Yeah, by the way, I love these open-ended S materials.
because to me, like the katana through its like center just feels like unnecessary, and though it's cool.
I mean, yeah,
I mean-
it is kind of like
I just think
thematically
it's
over the
goofy
top.
because it's going up his butt.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
And
his
also-
tail,
I'm
but also a
sorry.
sword, and then it comes out the front. It's just a little.
But,
It is a little weird.
as Omega said before, can you imagine someone wielding this at you?
Yeah.
Like,
And just it
I-
makes the squeaky sound, the squeaky toy
why
sound as it
didn't
hits
they
you.
go it the other way around though?
Yeah,
Yeah.
a blade could work as a tail. I don't know. Maybe they just wanted to make sure they have the blade coming out more places. Anyway,
I think it's though actually the tail bit was actually being
Sabretooth is a dark fusion fiend, level 8, 2400 attack, 2k defense. As Loth said, its materials are just 1 Fright for a fusion monster and then 1 plus Fluffle and or edgy monsters. So, like I said, love these open-ended elements here. So,
Yes.
when this card is fusion summoned, target a Fright for monster in your graveyard, special summon it. So, hey, you used up a fusion monster to make this guy, get him back. All Fright for monsters you control gain 400 attack. This includes himself, by the way, so that means he's actually 28. And then, if this card is fusion summoned using 3 or more fusion materials, it can't be destroyed by battle or card effects. So yeah, this is a slam jammer of a card.
Yes, it's
Yeah,
a slam and
this
jammer.
is one half of the original boss duo.
Yeah.
Basically.
And yeah, he's good.
Yeah. And the fact that he cycles into bringing back one of your boys anyway is just really strong.
And it's usually the one he brings back is usually
Sheep.
no. I'm giving Omega like a.
No, we already talked about sheep, but I'm hoping Dallas is pivoting to tiger because that's I think.
I
we're
am
next.
indeed pivoting to Tiger.
Yeah. Let's just show the uncensored. Tiger's another one with the scissors that's just like, it's just goofier in the censored form. It's not really anything. to
Yeah,
poke
this
fun
one
at.
the censoring is bad.
Yeah, so, because unlike with Bear, they actually do the fucking glowing ass scissors again, and it's just, it's
And
weird.
it looks really bad on the actual card art.
Yeah, I can imagine that, because this guy was yeah, I can see the here. Instead of showing you the clean censored art, let me show you this card as a scan of a secret rare.
Yes.
Yeah,
It
this
just
is,
is weird.
Correct. That's what we were talking about earlier. The story mode creator character thing, that's its own like RTS kind of thing.
Yeah, it's pretty rad. Anyway, Tiger, uncensored. Tiger looks pretty neat. It's just basically the same thing as Bear. Like, it's, I presume, cat, and then it
Different
got,
base.
extra
Yeah.
juiced, but it's nice. He's got a good color palette. I like that, like, he's got, like, angry eyes a little bit. Instead of looking like he's in pain, Tiger is like, I'm gonna fuck you up. I'm gonna cut you.
I must cause pain to make this pain of mine go away.
Tiger is bitch. I'm a cat.
And you know what cats do? We don't care.
But yeah, so,
only,
good card
if
art.
not for like the dumb, I guess headcanon of how like the scissors in its main chest are just so sabers can control the body. I was just like, eh.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I feel like sometimes this big singular scissors is a little unnecessary, but that's just part of the
Okay, I
aesthetic.
think there's one part of the censored art that I like more than the uncensored art.
Oh, yeah?
I think the scissors look less goofy when they're filled in.
Yeah, the back scissors definitely, because then it kind of looks like they've got little weird black plastic wings on their back, which kind of fits as well. But
So,
turning the
to me-
scissors into energy blades is just...
Why?
To me, it's hilarious because you can see the parts where like the little arms have been ripped off,
Yeah.
and just like here's your new shoulders, the scissors.
And like you can see the sinew of the Fluffle still hanging on.
Yeah.
The nerves that the Edge Imp will puppet.
So yeah, Tiger is another...
Anyone ever see Nightmare on Elm Street 3 where Freddy rips out the girl's tendons and dances around like a puppet?
No,
That's
I
all
don't
the
remember.
vibe.
that.
Vaguely, and I didn't enjoy it.
That's a lot of things.
There's a lot of those movies, though. It's like asking me, hey, do you remember a specific kill from Friday the 13th?
Nightmare on Elm Street 3 is like probably the most iconic other than the first one. Just because that's the one
Fair
where
enough.
everything started to get weird.
Fair enough. But yeah,
It's
so...
also Freddy Krueger shoves the girl through the TV and goes, hey, you want to be in show business?
Okay, yeah, that
Oh,
one I
I love
remember.
horror
I've
movies.
seen that clip before. So Tiger is another Dark Fiend. It's level 6, 1900 attack, 1200 defense. You might go to yourself, Omega, wow, that seems small. But wait, there's more.
No.
Tiger
It's not
is
small.
sabers and then plus one or more Fluffles. So just as many Fluffles as you like. When
Oh,
this
no,
card
it's
is
the field
fusion
base.
summoned, target cards on the field up to the number of fusion materials used for its summon. Destroy them.
Poppity,
So
poppity,
minimum.
poppity, poppity,
This is a
poppity.
minimum pop 2.
I have popped 6 with this card before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Given the way that Scythe and I guess you can't do Scythe with this one normally because it requires sabers.
No,
but
this is much a. You don't really interrupt with this card, which is why Cruel Whale was such a boon.
Yeah.
But when you fucking
This is a cleanup, though.
Fright for fusion.
Yeah.
This is the. If you don't have destruction protection, I rain hellfire on.
yes, and then all Fright for monsters you control gain 300 attack for each Fluffle and Fright for monster you control. So again, it's not 19; it's minimum 22. You can only control one Fright for Tiger. So Tiger knows that he's the boss. And then
One thing,
obviously you can, with the way that Sabretooth works, is you can then use Sabretooth off of Tiger and then just bring Tiger back, and we're all just huger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You usually fuse Tiger into Sabretooth and then bring back Tiger with Sabretooth.
And then we're all just clapping. We're just clapping cheeks.
And then you have a Cruel Whale and a Kraken on the field, and your opponent explodes.
So when you special summon Tiger via that, I assume it does not trigger. It's only when fusion summon, right?
Yes, it's only when
Oh,
fusion
yeah.
summon it
The-
pops,
no,
but
the
you summon it
attack
first.
modulation triggers. The
Yes.
That's a continuous effect.
Yes.
The
Okay.
pops do not when you use special.
So Dallas, how? So did you like grade like necrofusion to like use 6 material for this card? You get, like,
Yeah,
6 pops?
Fright for Fusion.
Yeah,
is
Fright
a
for
miracle.
Fusion is a Dragon's Mirror, so it's just
okay.
it's field or graveyard, banish them to make.
Gotcha. I've
I
also
believe
seen
it's
people
Field
play-
Hand or Graveyard.
I've also
I
just
think
seen
it's
people
I
run like
think it's
Necrofusion.
hands too, but
I've-
I'll see.
I've
You
also
run
seen
it at
people-
like one.
You might
I've
might
run
run
it
Necrofusion also
I've
because
seen
it
people run at
lets you do
3
it on
so
your
they
opponent's
can,
turn.
like, summon set Tiger on the opponent's turn, like other stuff.
I don't think you usually
the
do that,
fuck
but you
are they
definitely
doing
can do that. Necrofusion is a trap card, Dallas.
Oh, Necrofusion.
Yes.
Yeah, I know that there are some builds of Frightfur that use Necrofusion, but it's usually builds that like run other tech, like that one Fiend card that summons trap that lets you set trap cards.
Yeah, they've run Lilith. Yeah, and Lilith.
Yeah. You're just looking at Skyhawk's
Oh,
build, aren't you?
Sorry, speaking
That's
of...
what I remember. That's what I remember. That's
Sorry, speaking of trap cards, there's a card I want to complain about from Master Duel. That fucking Lord of the Eternal Prism on Night.
Yeah, that
Oh, Sky-
motherfucker.
Sky
He's
King?
I mean, I can't say anything
Sky
because
King.
that guy's in my Labyrinth deck because making it so my opponent doesn't just play Feather
I'm gonna-
Duster is very
I'm gonna
important.
make a request. If we have spare time, could we like look at the art of that card? Because we're never gonna have another place to put it
No.
up. That card
I
is
mean,
so fucking weird.
It's
No.
pretty fucked up and cool, but maybe another time. Maybe we're doing requests, but because we're still
Not
I
right now,
will
but I meant
go-
like we had time.
we've been going for
I'll
like
say
2.5
this,
hours and we're still chugging.
I don't like
Yeah, and
Skyhawk's Fluffle build personally.
Fair enough.
Skyhawk is a special individual.
What the fuck is with that rocket
I like
ship
this
in
dino
left?
Chimera. This is
Come on
Fluffle
up.
Chimera.
Yeah, this is Fluffle mess.
It's a bear, a seal.
Oh, okay.
And
The
something
one
else?
thing way, is the fucking
Why is there no Fluffle seal?
anvils.
Maybe there is a Fluffle seal and it's just not out yet. I don't know. One of them is clearly we've taken the plush off of Sheep's head or something because it's got the horns. I mean, I feel like there's some other weird shit in here. Like there's fucking garage tools in here. Like where did the pliers come from? Where's Edge Imp
this
pliers?
never made sense to me. I'm gonna be honest.
Give me Edge Imp tin snips. Actually, Edge Imp tin snips would work because I'm sure that Konami would turn it into a fucking Gunpla reference.
Omega, I'm gonna be very honest. I think this looks like a Pokemon.
Yes, this is like you got like a weird kitschy Pokemon at like level 5, and then if you do something really weird at level 30 or 40, it turns into this monstrosity.
This is like a Gigantamax form of a Pokemon.
Oh god, yeah. It's shooting at 3 different rockets. It's got anvils for feet. Its legs look like fucking magnets.
It has a literal no. Well, it's got magnets that are attached to anvils.
I'm pretty sure what's his face, like Sora, I think is his name.
Something
I
like
think
that.
he designed this card.
Oh my god, it's a
that makes
creative
sense.
card.
I mean, he is a sociopathic 12-year-old.
And it's got one of those. Y'all know the snake, the little toy plastic snakes on the tail. The little movie thing.
So
Yeah.
you guys just reminded me about a kid designing a card.
And
Also, to be fair, this does look better in the anime.
this is Fright for Death Toy Mad Chimera in the OCG.
Yeah, I'll post the anime picture. This actually looks way better in the anime.
I could see it probably doing that. So Chimera's pretty simple. Oh yeah, it's a little more stretchy, a little more sinister. This is a weird angle for it. So Chimeras is a. Oh right, Loth has been watching Junior Journey. He has only just been introduced to the power of Tyler the Great Warrior. Fright for Chimera is another Dark Fiend fusion. It's another level 8. It's 28 2K. Its materials are 3 Fright for monsters. So I get what they're going for, but that also seems like it's a little bit of a pain in the ass when this card first came out in Crossed Souls in 2015. Must be fusion summoned, can't be special summoned other ways. If this card bannels, Armades effect, opponent can't activate cards or effects. When this card destroys a points by mana sent to the graveyard, you can special summon that card on your field, but its attack is halved. You can only use this effect once per turn. This card gains 300 attack for each monster you control that is owned by your opponent. Yes, this is an anime-ass boss card.
Yeah.
Like,
This card's not great.
I can see why, again, it's that intimidating thing, like, and then I summon back your monster. But it just doesn't do anything. For requiring 3 Fright for monsters, which, yes, that is easier these days because there are several main deck monsters that count as Fright Furs, and also there is a main deck Fright Fur with Meister. But it's not worth it to get a guy.
This is the guy that got the summoning animation.
Oof.
Well, he's the anime boss.
And I mean, I will
and I
say
believe-
this one probably looked kind of freaky with some animation, make this stuff like wobble a little bit. But yeah, it's a little.
I think this was murdered by its card art because the design concept is not awful. Can we get to my personal pick for creepiest design next? 'Cause I think it is next.
No, it'll be Daredevil next.
Oh no, it's not Leo.
Oh right, no, right, you're right. We didn't do Leo yet. You're right. That's right.
Yeah.
It was because he was earlier. Okay.
No,
I
Leo
knew I
is
was forgetting
definitely my
somebody.
pick for creepiest.
Sorry, there
art
are
in this
actually a
entire
lot
archetype.
of once again, as you'd expect from a fusion archetype, there are a lot of their fusions that came out early.
You know, Leo is indeed super fucking creepy.
Yeah, this card is real fucked up looking.
Yeah. So I will show you the Unswensored.
Oh yeah, this is a fairy ghost.
Unswensored. And then
I think this looks equally creepy no matter what it censored or
Hey guys, I came back from Hot Topic.
Swensored, which yes, I talked about this. I actually think that the uncensored the uncensored art is it's more eye-catching because the saw blades are just energy circles that are brightly colored. Like, not to say
Honestly-
that there's anything wrong with the initial art because it's creepy as fuck.
I will say the censored more looks like a Digimon.
Probably.
I mean,
But
they both look like a Digimon.
the bright colors are a lot more zesty.
What's up, Love?
It's the fucking lion legendary Pokemon.
Oh, it is
That's what-
Solgaleo.
I also want to throw this out there, just how fucking useless the censorship is because, oh no, saw blades, we have to censor those. But-
Look at its face.
Yeah, well, not just its face, but also look at its fucking weird claw things. Look at those. Those are fucking sharp and deadly. Why are we scared about saw blades?
Yeah, I just want to say this guy's face is being eternally carved in half.
Yeah.
It's just that gets to me a bit. Real.
I can imagine this blade is permanently spinning in this poor creature's brain.
Yeah. And just the way that it looks like the saw blades are kind of like tacking its mouth in that fucking rictus smile. This is terrifying.
Yeah, no, this is easily the creepiest.
Like,
this
if-
looks like actual serial killer.
If I was really good at like on the spot stream edits, I would just like zoom in on his eyes and just do the like noise.
He's getting clockwork. He's getting clockwork orange here, right?
Yeah.
Like the blades are pinning his eyes open.
I would say one thing though is that the censored version makes it look like the blades are still always spinning.
Yeah,
it's true. They look a little more in
motion.
motion.
Why I think the censored version is creepier.
Yeah, they're both pretty fucked up. This has a really dumb name in Japanese. Its name is Death Toy Wheel Saw Rio, like Leo, as in Lio.
Meh.
It's just
meh.
Yeah.
Super meh.
Like Fright for Leo's not that impressive, but again, the names are way too tryhard in the OCG.
I'm sorry. Death Toy Rio de Janeiro.
But yeah, so this is a level 7 Dark Fiend fusion, 2400 attack, 2k defense. It does require Saw and then any edge imp monster, any bubble monster.
I'm
Sorry.
eternally sad that this card is so not good.
Must be fusion summoned.
I love the art.
You can target a face-up monster your opponent controls destroyed. If you do, inflict damage equal to half the the destroyed monster's original attack. You can use this effect once per turn. This card cannot attack directly the turn you activate this effect. So yeah, I mean, Leo's pretty interesting. I think you can, obviously I think the Tiger line is better, but you could use Leo as the mats for Sabretooth. And I think that the way this card works is if you summon it back, you can forget it.
No,
and I want
it
to
can't
say
be
this.
summoned by other ways.
No, it doesn't say that. It just says must be fusion summoned. It doesn't say can't be summoned other ways.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I mean, I'll double check. No, it's just got a weird ruling about
It's got
Martha.
eroded, yeah.
No, it's got a weird ruling about Martha. Let's see. Yeah, so they actually removed the can't be special summoned other ways. That might mean that we don't need that anymore. I don't know.
Okay.
So I'm
Regardless,
not sure.
This is a very niche card.
That's
like,
because of the way that rulings work. That sounds like a thing that might depend on what your context you know about judges, and that's probably not the greatest. But yeah, it's a little.
I can see this card being a useful side deck tech. It's just definitely not main deck worthy.
No matter what, I feel like, especially as we talked about with the way that like later cards work, like we talked about how, you know, like I said, Fright Fur doesn't have a lot of interruption on your opponent's turn, and so they've kind of turned to cards like Scythe to make pops on your opponent's turn.
Yeah.
I feel like once again Leo has a similar problem to some of the other cards like Tiger there, that you can't do that because it requires specifically Saw. And it would be cool if you could do it that way, but you can't. So
look, I'm the biggest Fright for fan in the world, Filthy Casual, but calling this man a Master Diamond is very generous.
No, he's saying Fright for needs a Master Diamond.
Oh, Fright for need a Master. I would agree with that. Yes.
As just a you know, pitch a guy, get a name kind of thing.
Fright for Catapult.
We just fucking we
launch the sharp bits and pieces from our graveyard at our opponent.
Actually,
what's the name of that that phone? No, I've got it. What's the name of that phone service, that phone game thing where you can play real life crane games in Japan and get the merch? Just make it Fright for like the at home version of that, and that's what it is. They fucking ship you the Fright for so it murders you in your own house.
I was thinking Fright for Gachapon, but fair.
I mean, we're kind of going the same direction. Mine was just colored by very, very specific
That one's actually
examples.
more a horror movie plot.
Well,
Curse
I'll make it
crane
to mine
machines.
to go searching for a picture.
Can I make a shitty idea? Loth.
Go for it.
Fright for Ancient Gear crossover. Listen. Fright for Ancient Gear Gachapon Dragon.
That's also
It's an
pretty bad.
Gachapon Dragon.
Yes.
All right, so our next boy then is in fact the Daredevil.
The devil that is there. I need to say the fucking German name for this one because I fucking love it. Scheckenspiel Strafkanger.
Since you guys reminded me, I had to go find this image quickly.
When it loads.
So, weirdly enough,
Yes.
this just feels like they turned edgy imps into a plush instead of the other way around of like putting
yeah, no.
edgy imp inside a plush.
He is just an imp that is a plush, you know.
Well, I think this is supposed to be, if I remember correctly,
Is it
this
Angel?
is the manga one, and it's I think it's what's her name? It's Angel being devoured by Cotton Eater is what makes this.
Makes sense.
That sounds infinitely more scary than Daredevil actually is when you say it that way.
Yeah, I know this is something I don't remember if it's Angel specifically, but it's definitely Cotton Eater that makes this.
I could see that.
Because
I mean-
the bulbous, I think Cotton Eater turns upside down and makes the head, if I remember correctly.
It's a
Yeah, I
mix
can see
of
that.
I can see that.
it's a mix of all three of the pendulum monsters.
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So
No, no,
my
No, I
sure.
think Dallas is saying that. He's saying that. Loth is saying that as a theory, Dallas.
Oh, that might be true.
The
see
wings,
that.
the angel, yeah.
I mean, I like that he's got his little tail, but it's a chain and it goes everywhere.
I just know for sure it's Cotton Eater. That's all I remember.
He's wearing his underoos. That's how you know he's very daring.
Look, the
He has
Art
tiny
V manga
legs.
is actually traumatizing.
Yeah.
For non-Fluffle related reasons.
So Daredevil. I mean, I feel like Daredevil fits, but is also a little nondescript because it is kind of like he's doing his own thing. That's nice. When they ported this over to the TCG, the actual physical card game, they made him very generic because he's just an edge imp and a Fluffle. It's a level 8 Dark Fusion, by the way. 3k attack, 2200 defense. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, inflict 1k damage to your opponent. If this face-up card is destroyed by battle or leaves the field because of an opponent's card effect while its owner controls it, that's really specific. Inflict 500 damage to your opponent for each fright for monster in your graveyard. You can only use this effect of Daredevil once per turn. If I remember rightly, from MBT talking about like buyouts and stuff, he mentioned that for no good reason, Daredevil shoots up in price whenever people think Fright Fur is good, even though it's not
It's
really a necessary card.
really specific one of.
Yeah. I can
And it's
absolutely
for a-
see...
I don't think this is going to be a one of anymore because, oh my god, I can't tell you how much I hated this card.
Yeah.
Because a strategy people would do, they would activate this card, then pop itself with some Fluffle effect, I can't remember, and then activate mine and go for time and round.
Ah. Yeah. No, I see. But, other than that, like, weird edge case, where all Gladys died,
Yeah.
I
Yes.
don't think it really does a lot for your main line. Like, okay, on the one hand, I can
It's-
see of it as a like a side deck card or for against certain decks or
I
as a
run
one
it
of.
as one of personally because I have won games with it.
Yeah, well, I mean, so it's a very big guy. It's 3k attack before you get into any of your attack modulation, which is the biggest
Yeah.
a Fright for Fusion has been so far. And its
I think it's
effect
the
to
biggest
do
period.
1k damage when it clears an opponent's monster is not the worst. You'll notice that so far we haven't seen a lot of Fright Furs that have piercing or anything. Obviously, there are some that can attack multiple times, and that works too. But if your opponent is just walled up, this is a decent way to still do damage to them.
Also,
And
how many
Hypothetically, the effect of doing for each Fright Fur in your graveyard, that's at least 500. It might be more depending on where you're at. Usually you do a lot
Oh, it's
of
way more.
flooding guys. Yeah.
Usually.
It is Fright Fur monster, so the spells don't count, but yes, you will usually cycle through a decent chunk of your extra
It's
deck.
usually at least 3k.
Yeah.
But it
requires
your opponent to blow it up, so.
Yes. Now, admittedly, I will say, I love it has leaves the field. That's a great way to get around that. Though, I will say, at least depending on the exact way this works, I do believe that Nightmare Unicorn spin back to deck to the extra deck still prevents it because you can't activate cards in the extra deck. It's like how you can get rid of Mirror Jade. If you spin it back, it doesn't.
I think
proc.
the solid ways to get to bypass the effect are Unicorn or spin back cards in general, or negate destroy or negate removes.
Yeah.
What I haven't so like just because it is a big bungus, because it's so generic.
Yeah.
Like it's the most generic Fluffle card or one of them.
Yeah.
I do still run this at 1, and because I like the art. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, that's all right.
Devil Train Baby is awesome.
Honestly, you bringing up Nightmare Unicorn reminds me of like a thing that's kind of a weird take that I agree with, of being like, I'm sorry, this is a weird tangent, but I think the Nightmare cards kind of propelled bad game design in Yu-Gi-Oh because it made that everyone has an out anywhere, so they had to make cards.
I mean,
more resilient to
I
being
get what
outed.
they're saying about like you can't run Gravity Bind because any two monsters makes Phoenix, but also I don't want you to run fucking
Don't
Gravity Bind.
necessarily
Fuck
agree
you.
with.
Regardless of
Here's
what
the thing,
Link Monster
I
2.
don't necessarily agree with that take. I do agree that some of the nightmares were a mistake.
Well, some
And
of them are
it's
banned.
very obvious which two nightmares were a mistake.
I mean, I can see your logic for Phoenix, but also I'm gonna be real. People would run Floodgates like that would stop you from making Phoenix anyway because they're
the
meaner.
problem is just that it led to Konami making
The
stronger
problem-
floodgates.
I'll be
No, it
honest,
didn't.
The problem is
All the strong
are
floodgates
bad
already
game
existed,
design.
Axe. What
Here's the
floodgates
thing.
are post Phoenix that you're thinking
Or I
of?
guess any continuous
Tikvo,
spell traps,
technically.
like, or I think of like
Yeah,
certain-
Tikvu is like very shortly after. I don't think that
I think,
actually
Post-Phoenix by
changed
one
it.
step.
I think there's also the Shiranui like floodgate.
Look,
Yeah, but nobody
I'll
runs
say
that.
it here. Floodgates are bad game design.
What the fuck
They're
are you
just
talking about?
bad.
Axe is parroting an MBT opinion because he's watched MBT's videos about
I
that
actually agree because I agreed with
Phoenix, that Nightmare Phoenix has made Konami make shittier floodgates because any two, or people play crap floodgates that suck more for you, because any two monsters makes Nightmare Phoenix and then they can discard one and pop.
My opinion on NBT is that they would have printed those anyway because most.
Well,
of the,
also, what I just want to say is I think the premise is a little flawed because all of the, again, except for maybe Tikbu, which, as I
and
agree.
Mystic, it's Tikbu and Mine are the
Yeah.
two that came after the Nightmare.
But hey, guess what? Mine was
Mine's
banned
gone.
anyway. Mine was dumb and bad.
I just think floodgates as a concept suck in general. And I
Yeah,
hate
it's just like, I mean, Axe earlier talked about people using mine as a crutch. It is. I hate that when people use floodgates as a crutch. It's like,
Yeah.
Dallas talked about how you can play Eldritch Frightfur because that's a really cool thing you can do with Toy Vendor. And I'm like, oh my god, that's fucking rad. That's so cool. What did people do with Eldritch instead? Eldritch Stun.
Hey, I
He
ran
flips
two
skill drain.
Eldritch decks, and it's Fluffle and Eldritch Synchro. And I'm
No,
proud of
I
myself.
understand, but like,
Music,
people who
works out
play
pretty good,
pure
actually.
Eldritch decks and use the rest of their free cards just run Skill Drain and shit and Solemns and shit. I'm just like,
the
oh my God.
only floodgate I like is Tikbu for the simple reason that it requires thought and deck construction, and you can't just run it in anything.
Yeah. I know that I believe Tikbu is tilting a lot of people right now. I don't really know why. I don't know what deck you run that Tikbu is good in. Because, like, tiers are all aquas for the most part. I guess you can
Honestly,
hypothetically end on only one tier name.
I have a problem of every time I hear floodgates, I just hear there's a coder has like a stream thing where it's like, so you just play floodgates as like one of his sub notifications.
Yeah,
As like,
no,
a
that
person
makes
saying,
sense.
like how you solve. So your deck is bad, so you just play floodgates.
Yeah, I mean, that's a
So-
thing. It's like
Yeah,
Verte.
yes,
True.
every time you hear that, I just hear
It's
that in
like
my head.
the Verte engine of just like, hey, my deck sucks. What do? Make Dragoon and then make DPE. Which, by the way, I just want to say, I again, to rag on the OCG, I hate how fucking burned they are by their own stupid crutch game design that Dragoon is still banned in Master Duel. You guys are putting Kagari to fucking 2, and you could Pendulum Dragon FTK. Let me play one fucking Dragoon. Ban Verte, let me play Dragoon. It will not tilt anybody except those people with Japanese names, and they're already tilting me.
Also,
me
the branded
tilt.
people. Also, the branded people just have branded fusion. They
So
don't need
Omega,
they don't need
I
to-
figured
they're
it
branded.
out.
fusion.
way stupider.
I figured it out. It is tier because Kaleido Heart and Kit Kalos are different. Are different types.
Okay, yeah,
Is
those are
Kaleido
different
Heart's a
types.
Yeah,
yeah.
They're both water.
But also just gut tier.
No. Well, also, yeah,
they
no,
did.
tier will
No,
get
just
bonkled.
Gut it. Like,
No, I mean,
put Perliano to 0.
I'm
Kill it.
pretty sure the OCG list that happened recently is Kit Kalos is banned. I think Pure Lamino was already banned or at 1, and it stayed at 1.
Use it 1.
And then all of the others are just all the other good names are just put to 1.
See, this is what I actually. So, as much as people have problems with some of the OCG's ban list, at least when a deck becomes a problem in the OCG,
They stop it.
fucking take it out to the back and fucking old Yellering.
Yeah, I think they did that with the adventure engine. They're just like, you get one fateful
No.
adventure, you get one enchantress. Fuck you.
You'll die. Like, Like, yeah, they might have some of the annoying, like, Max C stuff legal, but they immediately got rid of mine, and they immediately get rid of any tier 0.
Well, and also I want to throw this out there. I feel like the OCG actually, like, learned a lesson from Master Duel. They did the reverse, because the OCG list also that's upcoming was just like, hey, Barrier Statue of the Stormwinds? Fuck you, jail. Like, they just were like, they saw the really negative Floodgate experience of Flunder, of Flu, and were like, nah.
It took them a while, but they did it.
Well, and in that respect, Master Duel did that technically formats earlier, and I think, I'm going to guess, they saw how good that was and were like, oh, shit. This just makes the deck...
spoiler, they've already hit 2 Kastria?
Kastria.
Satriel.
I think it's... Is it Cash... Yeah, I think it's Kashtir in TCG.
It's Kashtir,
Yeah, they've already hit 2 Kastira cards.
Which is sad, because it's like, I actually wanted to play that deck.
I mean, it's a tier 1 deck.
You want to ground collapse everybody and banish all their extra deck?
I wanted to do Mind Hacker stuff.
Although, to be fair, they've
Diabolos
also
is
done
very
some
fun.
very
Having played some rank
interesting
7 decks, Diabolos is a very
changes
funny
to-
card, yeah.
The OCG has definitely made a very interesting change.
Which one
They
are you thinking
unbanned
of?
Fairy Dragon. And
Well,
I don't know about that one. but-
Errata. You remember? I think we
the
did talk
errata
about the
deck?
errata.
Okay.
Yeah, it's now a hopped, and the field spell you search has to be different from from any field spell that was already on the field.
Okay, that makes it a lot better.
Yeah, so they're gonna errata it, and they're gonna make it so that you are less likely to do degenerate stun stuff. But
It's very useful for decks that have multiple different.
yes,
like,
if you
FA.
use multiple field spell engines, you will have a fun time with
That's
Ancient
really good
Fairy
for
Dragon
FA,
now.
honestly.
Yeah,
FA's in there. There's a couple others.
Yeah.
I mean, on our not that you really need to, because I think they put they're finally putting Trick Stage back up, but like hypothetically, Trickstar actually has multiple field spells that they can use.
I don't know how useful Ancient Fairy Dragon is in it, but Prank Kids or not Prank Kids? What am I fucking Ghost Trick?
Yeah, Ghost Trick has a couple different ones. Yeah, you don't really have a tuner in there, but I'm sure you could make.
I'm just trying to think of different
I mean,
decks that
hand trap-
use
all
their
the hand
different
trap
field
girls.
spells because there's a couple that have different ones, but they usually pick one.
By the way, Kraken Boy has been on the screen for a little bit.
Karkin. I mean, I don't think there's a lot to say about this art. It's literally just a Kraken with
It's
sword
goofy
for
but
hands.
creepy at the same time. Like it's gonna mindlessly just murder you.
It's a
This
big
is the
squid with
least
some murder
creepy fright
tentacles.
for art to me.
Barp, barp, barp. His name, I feel like they know that because in Japanese its name is Death Toy Piton Kraken. Get it? Because his little blades are like pitons.
I actually kind of like that one.
Honestly,
It gives
just
him a
kinda
little
hit me
more-
of
a little more
being like,
levity.
This feels like a squid that's trying to hug you, but it just accidentally murders you. It's like it rips you to pieces by accident.
I do want to say, as a creepy note, notice how it has actual squid eyes on its as the like joints for its blades. Like it's got little
Oh, yeah.
bolts that are also eyes. It's because its regular eyes are derpy as hell. Borp, borp, borp.
I think those are actually the screws. Like,
No, I think
But they
they're
look
eyes.
like squid eyes.
fair. Yeah.
Because squids are fucking demonic creatures.
I think squids are cute. Well, most
I mean,
squids.
Small squids can be cute, but like,
I
They
don't think
get
big
big.
squids are cute. There's specific looking squids that look hellish, but like the normal looking squid, I don't know. I think those look cute.
yeah, the outline of a squid. I think cuttlefish are adorable.
Cuttlefish are adorable. That's why they're called
no.
cuttlefish, because you want to cuddle them.
Now, octopi, those creatures are literal demons.
No, I think they look adorable, with like one exception. I think it's called like the Dumbo octopus that looks like the baby is the most adorable thing on the planet, and then the adult is literal.
Now,
hell
you
demon.
but you want to talk about cards that really are appropriate for a Fluffle. Octopi are actual sociopaths and are terrifyingly smart.
Well,
So
yeah, no, they're
it
the
reminds
second
me
most
of
intelligent
reminds
sea
me of
creature.
ascended octopuses.
Yeah, they're the second most intelligent sea creature on the planet.
Yeah, I don't know why the people in Eclipse
Or
Phase
maybe
decided
third. I don't know
decided
about
to
whales.
uplift octopi because it sounds like a bad idea to give
know,
octopi
but it seems-
sentience and the
I
ability
know, I
to
think
use
it's because
guns.
I think it's because it's the most easy thing. It was probably very easy to do.
True, actually, like that is a reason why they talk about in Eclipse Phase about uplifting species is they have to actually be like smart and compatible. Like
This
there's
is
a
the
reason why
Dumbo
there are no
octopus.
uplifted dogs and
Worshippers?
cats, but they do have uplifted pigs because pigs are actually decently smart. Shocking, I know, but unfortunately for pigs, they are delicious. So. Anyway, Kraken
Also a good
is a
corpse disposal.
water fiend fusion. This is our first fusion that is not dark. So don't run Gozen match in your Fright for deck. Actually, I don't know. I assume Cruel Whale is also water. You can probably go pretty far with just Kraken and Cruel Whale. But it's another 8. It's 2200 attack, 3k defense, so this is a fat booty. Fat-ass squid. He's once again got the completely generic elements. It's 1 edge imp, 1 fluffle. Once per turn, target a monster your opponent controls, send that shit to the graveyard. That shit, put it in the graveyard. It is targeting, but it is not destruction, so you can get around some stuff. This card can't attack directly the turn this is activated, and this card can make a second attack each battle phase, once per turn. At the end of the battle phase, if this card battled, you can put it to defense position. So it is a Dantes, it is a send, and it is a double attacker. Kraken is a fucker.
Omega, I need to send you this because Discord didn't let me post it because it said it's too explicit.
Oh my god! All right, Dallas.
What is the
DM me
squid
the the.
I can't DM it to you.
Oh no! Shit. Post it at hella.safe for work. Just confuse the fuck out of
Will
everybody.
that even work?
Yeah.
Give it a shot.
Yeah.
I'll try.
It should
What
work.
if it's too
That or
explicit for
RW,
hella
Lord.
NSFW?
Then we have a problem. But no, it should be. Yes. Okay, it works. Yeah, because there's no post restrictions. I don't know why.
I don't know what I'm seeing here,
It's
but
fucking
it's
freaky.
It's an octopus. It's a Dumbo. It's the thing I posted in.
Yeah,
the adult of the thing I
it's an
posted.
it's an octopus as imagined by Hideki Anno.
Actually, wait, no. That was this is some like Digimon / Pokemon kind of shit of like this is what starts and ends.
I mean, yeah, kind
It
of.
looks like an airplane. It's also an octopus.
I still think the adult is kind of cute. I'm not gonna lie.
It is just
It's a little
creepy as fuck.
It's
got the
definitely.
I mean, it's
not a
it's shaped
normal
like a fucking cross.
one. It very much is. Just
That's
videos
weird.
of old-
This is totally a Digimon evolution line. It's just
But yeah,
like,
so Kraken.
in real life.
We've been talking about nonsense too long. Lothus has left us to go get toast.
I mean, he
Sorry.
left like 20 minutes ago.
No, I'm playing
Okay.
Fate 8 too.
Of course you
Hold
are.
on, someone's typing.
Offer no context, Dallas. Explain nothing.
Oh no, I think it's someone in the stream. Never mind.
Just push him to the.
But yeah, no, Kraken is great. Kraken's like one of the. It's probably the third best Frafer in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean its initial attack is a little low. Obviously, you modulate around that, but it's interesting. But that works because that means its defense is very high and it is a Dantes. So.
Yeah.
Uh.
Also, it does non-targeting removal.
No, it does target one monster, but it's non-destruction removal. It's
Sorry,
just send.
non-destruction removal.
Yeah, which
that's
is
what I meant.
one of the best ways to get rid of cards is just be like, that shit, send it.
Gone.
Send that shit.
Yeah.
All right, so let's do.
Now we should go with Mary. I
Okay,
think.
yeah, we'll do Mary and then Meister and then end on Cruel Whale.
Oh no, then we should do Meister then Mary. I
Okay,
think.
we can do. I was thinking that. We'll do Meister first.
Yeah. I just want to end on the best card, so.
So, Mr. Meister.
This is another card I want a plushie of.
Yeah, I agree with that. This guy's great.
Did I
Look at
miss
this.
Whale at some point?
No, we're not doing.
Whale
Dude,
is the
Whale's
last
very
card.
new. Also,
Whale is
Oh.
the newest card.
yeah.
So, hey guys, remember when we talked about Sadmarine? This is the face on Sadmarine.
I mean, kinda.
Kinda.
But no, look at this skull kid ass kid.
Well, this is also from the manga, so
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
that makes sense.
I mean, it does.
I want a plushie of this guy.
The manga part also makes sense because he's got like his skull and then he's got the crossbones as his little shirt scarf thing.
Go ship crew, yeah.
Yeah, because there's a couple other that are just kind of boring generic skeleton pirates.
Yeah.
I
I
just
don't-
thought Sadmarine was adorable, so I wanted to
Yeah.
show it.
Well, and I think it's creative because it's a submarine but with a sad skull face. They should absolutely do that guy. Yeah, Meister's it's cute. I like him. He's a little. He should sit up on a
Meister
shelf
is
somewhere.
very adorable.
He looks like he'd be right at home in Ghost Tricks.
And
He
that's
does.
kind of the interesting thing because this is another. If you don't count the cards that count as Fright Furs, this is the only Fright Fur main deck monster. And I believe those Fright Fur cards, only one of them always counts as a Fright Fur. Patchwork is only a Fright Fur when it's face up on the field. So, this guy's very interesting because he is their main deck one. But yeah, it looks good. It's Dark Fiend Pendulum. This is your weird scale because it's scale 4. It's a level 8. It's 0/0 as a level 8. Its pendulum effect is tribute a level 4 or lower Frightfur, Fluffle, or edgy monster. Special summon from your deck one fiend monster with the same level but a different name. You can only use this effective Frightfur Meister once per turn. That's already pretty baller.
So a lot of people don't play this card because this card requires a thing that is rare in Yu-Gi-Oh players.
Brain power?
Brain power?
Yeah.
Read?
Nah, it requires thinky brain thoughts.
It requires you to count to numbers and figure out how that's good for you. Also, its monster effect is during your main phase, you can special summon a level 4 or lower Frightfur, Fluffle, or edgy monster from your deck. You can't special summon your extra deck for this turn except fusion monsters. You contribute 2 or more fiend monsters, special summon a Frightfur fusion monster from your extra deck whose levels equal the combined levels of those monsters. This is treated as a fusion summon. You can only use each effect of Frightfur Meister once per
turn. And if you can get that effect off, which I have once.
Yeah.
I
think the primary thing is that Meister is a little hard to summon because it is a Frightfur.
Yes.
So you got to get him out there. And even if you did play Angel, Angel is a scale 8, so you can't even pen to this guy that way.
I want to say this is a very Arc VS card, or being like you can ritual summon a fusion card.
Yeah, it gives you just ways around it. But it's both of these effects are very good. You just get a from deck extra summon of a low level monster.
No.
And oh no, it locks you to fusion monsters. What will I do? Anyway, I'm going to tribute 2 fiends.
It's not like my version of Frightfur runs 11 fusion cards.
Also, hey, guess what? That's probably a fiend. You probably didn't normal summon this guy, so you probably have another fiend monster, and then you could just tribute him. It requires maths and thinky, but all of these effects are good.
It requires to think. It's like Small World.
Yeah.
It requires thinky brain thoughts.
But I mean, there's got to be some good fiends you can rip on this. Let's see.
Lilith, Lady of Lament, is a really good one, I think.
Yeah, it's probably a good one. Depending on the deck or your level of play, Archfiend Eccentric, maybe?
Yeah, Eccentric is another one I've seen.
Because that's a pendulum, and then it's also an exiled force.
There's been set up... one of the versions of Fluffle I ran that people really hated me for running was a Fluffle virus build, where I would use this to set up targets for Epidemic Eradicator virus.
Ooh, yeah.
I can't remember what the fucking card was. It was some useless trash fiend, but it just happened to have 2,000 attack at level 4.
Yeah, yeah, I understand that. I don't run the Eradicator versions, but there are some virus variants of Labyrinth you can do.
Dark fiend that was like 2,000 attack, and it had like some terrible effect, like if it attacked or at the end of turn explode or something.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards like that. But yeah, no, that's just as a continuous spell card type effect for its pendulum effect. It's just a great extender. And then
this does not necessarily advance your game plot, but this allows you to do what I like to call Lemime builds in Fluffle, and I appreciate it.
And honestly, again, the tributing monsters of the Fluffle, Frightfur, or Edgent variety is not bad because you do have Fluffle fusion.
And it's usually cheap. I'll be very honest. It's usually cheap.
And then again, like I said, if you can actually get this guy and actually summon it to your board as a monster, both of those effects are pretty good. It summons from deck. That's fucking cracked. All it does is lock you to fusion monsters from your extra deck? Nah, fam. Shit, you can still make Guardian Chimera that way.
Yeah, Guardian Chimera is a really good card in...
hell, what are the mats on Garua the Fuckbird?
Oh, Garua the Fuckbird? I can't remember.
I don't remember.
That's probably going to be another good one.
I don't like Garua a lot, but it exists. It's a good fusion.
I like Garua, I just don't like that Tyr exists.
A Tyr's ability to generically fusion summon by doing stuff, and then also the fact that Super Poly is legal.
I just hate how lottery-based it is.
Oh yeah, it's high rolly as fuck. I mean, I feel like that's why some people, including MBT, like it, is because it becomes very... If you're playing the mirror, it's like a lot of high rolly, a lot of highs and lows, and a lot of thinking brainy thoughts and stuff like that. That's... So, some people like the idea of the well-balanced mirror or like the triangle formats where you have very limited number of decks. It becomes very skill-focused. I understand why people like that. I don't like that as a concept because I find Yu-Gi-Oh! Very boring if we're all playing the exact same cards all the time. That's just me.
I agree with parts of MBT's take on this. Is like I definitely agree this is better than whatever the fuck that last meta was.
We've had some very weird metas this year.
The adventure nonsense meta.
Scythe lock meta. Scythe lock meta.
Yeah, Scythe meta. What I definitely agree with MBT is like, yeah, there were 60 decks during that meta, but they
all played Scythe lock.
Yeah, I agree with him. It's way better than that, but
yeah, and that's going to be a very personal take. Some people really like the quote-unquote technical display of the game, and you know, watching two people actually play basically the same deck to harsh at their skill levels. That's not why I play Yu-Gi-Oh! I play Yu-Gi-Oh! Because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a card game where you can play demonic plushies versus, you know, magical nun girls versus literal Cthulhu space aliens versus Wizard of Oz meets Star Wars, or like the actual breadth of cards that are available all the time are
plus some
fucking Gundam bear robots.
Cyberpunk time cops.
Yeah, there's so many weird matchups.
Weird Chinese.
The real,
space
I'll
dragons.
agree with you. To me, the only selling point of Yu-Gi-Oh is the design cards, because I'm going to be very brutally honest and all the Yu-Gi-Oh players can hate me if they want. I don't care. As a competitive game, Yu-Gi-Oh is designed quite poorly.
No, you're right.
A man and his
yeah.
dragon sonas.
I think some parts of Yu-Gi-Oh are not necessarily meant to be competitive.
Non-resource-based card games are literal nightmares to balance.
And I think that Yu-Gi-Oh is getting better about the alt formats. The greatest thing Konami ever did was put a name brand on Time Wizard and put it out there. Like, I feel like Time Wizard is almost Konami's version of Commander, where like everybody basically played Time Wizard already anyway. They just called it like GOAT format or Edison or whatever. Konami was like, okay, we're putting a brand name on this. You can now prize support Time Wizard events. Go.
Yeah, but here's the difference, though. And for better or worse, no one shills product for a new format like Wizards do.
Well, Dallas, nobody shills product like Wizards. Oh no, D&D is under-monetized. We're gonna work on that one.
Yeah, like, I think I saw a comparison in the
Like I said, for better or for
Yu-Gi-Oh!
worse.
Anniversary set.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that a little. So next year is Yu-Gi-Oh's 25th anniversary as a card game. They have announced some branded product for that, including a 25th anniversary special legendary collection. The MSRP is like $32 US. It comes with 6 cards, 3 of which are just the classic alt arts of Blue Eyes, Red Eyes, and Dark Magician. You've all seen them. It comes with the special, like, proper art, proper colored Egyptian god cards, the non-playable promos. And then also a 7th card, which is a special 25th anniversary secret rare. They will have one of those 6 cards will be a 7th card that has a variant art. And then it's releasing with one booster pack of 7 iconic old school sets: Legend of Blue Eyes, Metal Raiders,
Only
Spell Ruler.
$32?
Yes, for
Wow.
all those promos and actual reprint booster packs. They're skipping
Although,
Dark Labyrinth and going to Invasion of Chaos because, of course, they are.
The other argument, though, that is the reason why no cards in Magic ever get super stupid expensive, is because they reprint everything all of the time.
Yeah, except for those cards they can't
the cards that are
they
never
can't
actually-
reprint
No,
and that they
have a very
proxied.
explicit cutoff point, and there's a reason no one plays those formats.
Well, yeah, it's just, but
Because you need to be a millionaire.
Oh.
but also, Dallas, it means that their quote unquote 30th anniversary set catered to those assholes, except it didn't, because they don't want fake cards anyway. It was. I don't think anybody can argue that the 30th anniversary
I'm not
idea
gonna-
by
I'm
Wizards
not
was
gonna
good.
argue that.
But
I'm
like,
just gonna argue. I like that my deck doesn't cost $500.
it's
Are we gonna
true.
talk about Nightmare here? We're gonna
Yeah, I
just
pulled up
talk
Nightmare.
about-
I mean,
Sorry.
I don't know if I have things to say about
I'm
Nightmare.
not sure what to take from this.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's very like esoteric because
This is the womb from which all frightfurs are birthed.
I
A child.
think that like, I mean, it's a weird, creepy doll.
It's not a child. It's a doll.
I know.
But also like its dress
And a
is like a
demon.
portal.
And a gate.
Yeah, I was going to say its dress is also a portal to the grabby hands dimension. I hate that
Look,
dimension.
no, look, genuinely, I think that's the wherever the frightfurs came from, or the Edgems rather.
Yeah, it's just it's weird. She's got orbs for elbows, but not really because she doesn't have arms. But she's got orbs that float where her hands go. I don't
She has
know. It's
orbos?
just fucking orbos. Yeah, it's fucking weird. I don't know. Like I said, I
I
don't
like
know what
this
to
art.
make of this. No,
It's
I'm not gonna
very
say it's bad.
esoteric
It's
and
just
weird.
it's weird. Especially fucking that background. Like that background is weird and
amazing.
abstract as fuck.
The background is a fucking David Lynch movie.
I love the
I look at
detail.
this card art, and when Dallas is gonna love this.
I love this. Art.
We're edging on the Jackson Pollock level of work here.
It's
with
not
just
my
lines
favorite,
everywhere.
mostly because this went. To me, stop me if I'm wrong. To me, this doesn't really feel like horror art. This feels like psychedelic sci-fi, like.
Yeah, no.
Space
Like
Odyssey shit.
this is dark, but this is absolutely dark in the sense that we're dropping acid into dark theater and getting
Yeah.
fucked up.
Actually, it more makes me think of when a JRPG has a light horror section where it's more horror themed than actually scary.
Yeah. This is
Yeah,
that
was-
not even just JRPGs, just Japanese games in general was like, hey, I mean, my go-to reference for that is, hey, did you know that? No. Did you know that Hideo Kojima was working on Silent Hills at the same time as Metal Gear Solid 5? There's a couple of missions in Metal Gear Solid 5 where you could tell Kojima was thinking horror game thoughts because they're very creepy, and then we go back to whatever
God, I want
you
that
call.
man to make a horror game.
So, Omega said it earlier, but I'm surprised you didn't go instead of like we're edging closer. Why not edge imping closer?
I forgot that. That's a good one.
But no, yeah, I love this art, but this is not my favorite art because I still like Leo because it genuinely looks like a Saw
Leo's
victim.
fucked up as hell. And this is in Japanese. This is Dangerous Death Toy Nightmare. The pun is in both, so that's good. I like it. Nightmare. Like, it's a little silly, but also I get what you're going for. She is a...
Well, Fluffle, like I said, they are the Gremlins archetype.
Yeah.
Yes, they're creepy and horror-based, but they're also very silly.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of it. I don't know why necessarily this one is dangerous fright for Nightmare.
I think it's because it has a rift in its chest.
As Dallas
yeah.
said, this is probably like the progenitor.
Something like that.
Genuinely, I do think this is the
So
where
it's
all the
it's level
engines are
10.
going.
It's a Dark Fiend. It's got 2k attack, 3k defense. It's a 3-mat fusion. It's 1 edge imp and 2 fluffles. So you need to get some extra juice in there. It gains 300 attack for each fairy and fiend monster in your graveyard during your turn only. So on your turn, big. You're talking minimum 900 gain because you had to use an edge imp and 2 fluffles, and probably much more than that if you're at this point.
Yeah, I've gotten this card very high.
When this fusion summon card destroys a monster by battle, you can send Frightfur, Fluffle, and or Edge It monsters from your deck to your graveyard equal to the level of that destroyed monster.
That's a very funny effect.
Yeah. And then when your opponent activates a card or effect that targets this card on the field, quick effect, banish a Frightfur monster from your extra deck, negate that effect. Which also means you get more attack modulation. I think the only thing that stops this card from being perfect is, unlike Kraken, it doesn't have that Dante effect to put itself in defense. Which is, what you'd want because you don't get the attack modulation on your opponent's turn. But I guess the idea is just, like you said, Dallas, this is a blind go second deck. If you can go
I'm gonna
into
be real.
Nightmare, you just go into Nightmare
this-
and make her fucking huge and win.
The reason this card isn't used much is solely because it's 3 mats.
Yeah, I can see it being specifically an Edge Imp and 2 Fluffles. That seems kind of awkward
Yeah.
sometimes.
It's like, because for me, the niche this card fills is big attack.
Yeah.
Like that's what this card is for.
You're looking at a card that is minimum 2,900, and again, like I said, probably much more if you've gotten to the point where
And
you're making it.
In my opinion, and how I build the deck, and granted, this is not don't take this as gospel. This is just my opinion. I think Daredevil fills that niche of big boy better because it's only 1 mat. It's generic as hell.
Yeah, it's just the same normal mats, and it starts at 3k, and it does extra damage as well.
He's the 5th Beetle anyway. He is the 5th Fluffle. Like Mary or because you do Kraken. Well, first you do Tiger into Leo, bring back Tiger. You probably have a whale on board from your opponent's turn if you did it right, because that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
And then you do Kraken, and then this. Like it's very. They fill the same one-up slot in my brain, and I just prefer Daredevil.
Yeah. Neither is necessarily wrong. It's just they have similar niches, and
they both have a secondary effect that's like it's very cool if it happens. It's
Nightmare is not a perfect card because her negation effect is only when targeted by something that would destroy her, and then you have to banish from your extra deck.
Yeah.
So not perfect. But okay, let's talk about the big one, the
Let's
not
talk about a
fail.
perfect card.
The not fail whale, the success whale. And again, you can tell what this guy's supposed to be. It is absolutely supposed to be Scythe plus Dolphin.
Yeah, and this is Moby Dick.
Is
I
Ironically,
will not see that.
It's weirdly not creepy. It's just kind of impressive of how kind of.
Oh,
like,
I think it's
quiet-
extremely creepy when you
Okay,
think about it.
okay, it's more creepy like in the way where it's like quietly creepy. It's not like in your face about.
I
it.
mean, I
I
will
mean-
say I like the elements
Yes.
of design in this one. Like, it's got the subtle like blades for teeth. The scythes work a lot better as the chest blades than the scissors do. Honestly,
The fact that it has 3 mouths.
yeah. Like, it's
It's
got its
interesting how
normal
it's,
mouth
like-
and then it's got its spiky mouth,
It's
and then
more
it
than.
gets
It's
scythed.
also more than one scythe because scythe is literally just the tail.
Yeah, it's got a scythe in its tail, and it's got its dorsal fin is a blade as well, a scythe. So yeah,
I will
it's
say the
good.
cipher rate is better than the scissors as like the chest piece because it actually looks like
Yeah,
bladed ribs, which works better.
I did say
Also,
earlier
it
that I
has
agree.
very sad eyes.
Yeah, its normal eyes are like help me, and then its edge imp eyes are like I'm gonna get you.
No, I think its normal eyes are like, help me.
True.
'Cause it has a fucking scythe in its mouth.
This is another case where they did the like. I kind of agree with you, Dallas. They should have gone for Piton Kraken because this is just Cruel Will in Japanese, Death Toy Cruel Will, and it works.
Yeah, no, this looks cruel. To me.
Yeah.
You can also even see like the corners. Of
by
its
the way,
mouth.
Especially
it-
considering that it's a dolphin in Japan. Hey,
In real life, I own several of this card because this motherfucker was common in Rise of the Duelist. Like
I
again,
love that this card is fucking common.
like Konami understood that like Fluffle were like part of Fluffle's problem, I think, and Frightfur was that it was so expensive. It was so pushed because it was an anime deck. There were lots of expensive promos and shit.
Yeah.
And so a lot of their support these days is like common or the equivalent of common, I should say. Like Toon Chaos was where they printed some of these. That would have been the base rarity would be rare. But yeah, Cruel's just a common. I know for a fact I've got some of this in my shoebox.
Fluffle's not that expensive anymore. I don't
No,
think.
it's gone
like,
down a lot because they've
It's
gotten
like
some reprints.
$50 now.
But
about.
like, Frightfur and Fluffle absolutely screams to me, like we said, it's the Eternal Road deck. This is absolutely like I'm very shocked that at no point did somebody try and Broke Boy this. I think you could make the
It's
Broke Boy variant of this
because,
deck.
I think it's literally just because of Tiger.
Yeah, there's probably a couple
Oh,
cards
no,
that
no,
are
Tiger
very
is
expensive,
cheap
but
now. What card is?
I feel like you could do the Broke Boy run and work around it. You'd have a suboptimal deck, but like it's very accessible
No, you
for cheap.
couldn't because unfortunately a lot of the cards are like $1.
I mean, it depends on the Broke Boy format. They went up to like $25 or $30.
That's true.
Like
You
this,
could maybe do it for like. 25.
well, Cruel Will is literally like 5 cents.
Oh yeah, no, Cruel Whale you can get for cheap.
Yeah. So this is another water. It's another wet fiend. It's level 9, which I believe this is the only one that's 9. Not that it matters, but I mean it matters a little for Meister.
It matters because you can make a VFD.
Well,
it's so
true.
funny in Master Duel.
That is true. That is a thing that you
Or
could
just
still
go,
do.
Cruel Whale, VFD.
I think I've been Cruel VFD. Not as like their primary move, but as like, okay, well, fuck you, I guess. But yeah, so it's 2,600 attack, 2,400 defense. It is, again, completely generic, just an edge up and a Fluffle. If this card is fusion summoned, destroy one card on both players' fields. By the way, that's you can. Once per turn, quick effect, target a fusion monster you control, send a Frightfur card from your deck or extra deck to the graveyard, except Cruel Whale. If you do, this monster gains attack equal to half its original attack until the end of this turn. So yeah, it's a pop on summon, and it has a quick effect once per turn to pump itself.
Yeah.
I also want to say, thank God they were
great.
smart about those effects. It says specifically send Frightfur monsters, so you can't do like Entis or other weird, generic monster send to graveyard shenanigans.
Hey Omega, I figured out why they can't do it in Broke Boy Yu-Gi-Oh.
Why? What's the
Penguin.
card?
Penguin.
Fucking penguin. Oh yeah, penguin's pretty
$5.
important.
Penguin $5.
I hate Entis and Eunuch.
Entis and everything is dumb. Guess what? I play it.
What do you mean? I love Entis.
In Labyrinth, I play the dogmatic punishment Entis package because that means that I get to remove a monster by the effect of a normal trap and then get another pop.
I think I have 4 decks that run Entis.
That's why I hate Entis.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of pops. My main problem is when, and again, some of this is just part of the natural like ecosystem of Yu-Gi-Oh. But the annoying part is when you're playing all this shit that pops and then having pops doesn't fucking matter.
Oh my god, this is so funny.
What's up?
So I'm looking at Fluffle decks. You know what a card Fluffle can run is?
Yeah,
Royal Penguin's Garden.
that is pretty funny.
When this card is activated, add 1 penguin card from your deck to your hand.
Neat.
That's actually kind of.
Is it searches Fluffle Penguin.
I'm just gonna send
Do we
chat
want to do
subliminal
some of the spell
messages.
traps?
Yeah, let's split some spell traps real quick. I have
let's
them all
do Fright
listed.
for repair.
All right. Repair.
Because that art is hilarious.
I've got them all listed, and we might talk about a few of them for effect purposes without showing the art, but let's pull up some fun arts, because some of them
Oh
are,
yeah,
as
we
you said,
should
very
probably
fun.
do with patchwork and stuff. Although, actually, we should show patchwork's art, because that art is
Yeah,
metal.
but let us show, as you say, repair first. So this has some very interesting context going on here, where I feel like we're sealing back up Bear. We're putting the baby in the corner.
It's the angels trying to seal away the demon.
Yeah.
No, they're helping him.
No, they're
'Cause
They
Dallas.
took out
That's
the
got a
scissors.
needle and thread.
They took out the scissors and they're trying to heal.
They're sealing him back up. That's not how
Well, yeah,
how
but-
you pick apart threads.
Wait. No, yeah,
They-
I said
they
they're
sewed the ears
healing
back
him.
on.
Oh, I thought you said they're helping him.
It's
Well,
interesting
yeah,
how
they're-
it's like
'cause-
I don't know how I don't think they have a way to like remove Scissors' spirit from the body.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, yes. In the context, they are helping Bear, assuming that Bear is still okay in there. But yeah, we're trying to
Well,
revert
if you-
Fright for
no,
Bear
read the
to
effect. It definitely is.
we're returning Fright for Bear to Fluffle Bear, basically. We're re-angelizing him.
The effect is target 1 Fright for fusion monster in your graveyard, return it to extra deck. Special summon 1 Fluffle or Edgent monster from your graveyard.
It's basically defusion, but exactly for
Yeah.
Fright Furs. And then also it has a graveyard effect. You can banish it, special summon a Edge Imp or Fright Fur. So yeah, very very good consistency card. We just, sometimes
But
sometimes you go too far.
What I wanted to bring this up for is my personal theory on what the Fright for Fluffle relationship is.
Yeah.
I think that Edge Imps are always inside of them. I think the Fright Furs are just when they're like activated and burst out.
I can see that. We did talk about some of them are a little sinister or a little oddball.
But yeah, I also think this art is adorable.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm looking at Patchwork. Patchwork is technically censored. It's the stupidest thing because it's got sabers in it. So let's pull up the
Yeah.
Patchwork artwork. I'm just gonna show you
I
the
love this
uncensored.
art.
Yeah.
I
So
do
remember how we
appreciate-
talked about that the chimeras and stuff?
Yeah, here's the Fright for Chimera.
Blarg. Anyway, Loth, you were saying?
So in that we were looking at previously, you got the you see the angels trying to give them the wings. I think Dallas is correct. They are in there already. It's just them coming.
And they're just trying to bottle them up and give them the wingy bits, and then they come out. Yeah.
That's
So
what.
then-
So
then
Patchwork.
I guess my question is then, what are just the edges? Is that just them freed?
The Edge Imp, like cards are showing you what's inside of them.
Yeah, and we can see from this card art that they do exist separately, right? Like you can see there's obviously an impy face inside this chimerical creature, but also there's just Sabers is just back there. He's just back there hanging
Well,
out.
I think that happens when I don't know if you can see it, but I don't think the Fluffles in this art are doing too well.
No, they're not. They're not really having a good time because they've been
Nah.
kit bashed together. Like you've got parts of rabbit in there. You can see owl, dog, and lion.
Fluffle
Obviously,
is owned by Andy from Toy Story.
there's a fucking giant saw
No,
blade back
Sid.
there. It's not
Sid.
not
Sid, right.
censored.
I
Censored.
don't fucking remember Toy Story.
Also, this you want to talk about power creep? This card is just silly. It's a normal spell. Add an Edge Imp monster or polymerization from your deck to your hand. You can only activate one per turn. So this is just Fusion Sage, but better.
Yeah, this is currently played in the best deck in Master Duel.
I actually get to add poly.
Yeah. Oh, and Edge Imp Fiend fuses, or Edge Imp Chain fuses into
Sheep?
no, one of the Despia boys, because he's a fiend.
Yeah.
In the dark. So You can use him for Despia stuff.
I'm trying to remember my other
I
fun
love
card
Despia.
arts. Yeah, of course you do.
I like fusion decks. What can I say?
I just realized.
I mean, I think we should pull up. Hold on, we should pull up the card art for Designer Fright Fur.
I have to be careful about which Dallas I'm yelling at.
The only reason I don't like Tears, I don't find it an interesting deck to play. It's just dump deck, graveyard, summon. There's no variety.
So this is
The reason I
Designer
like
Fright
fusion
Fur.
decks is, ironically, they're Frankenstein decks. Oh yeah, fact art. Yeah.
So
Oh.
Designer Fright Fur is hey,
We exorcised the angel out of the demon.
yeah. I'm not. Other than that, very clearly you can see that the two Leos are interacting here. I'm not exactly sure what's supposed to be happening here, because it looks like we're underground. I don't know what's going on. Or are we bursting? No, that
No, I think we're
smoke
in the-
fluff is coming out of the Leo.
I think it's the graveyard.
Yeah, I think this is to represent. I think all the Fright Furs are dead.
Yeah, so that might work. Because this is just the kind of this is another reborning card. It's a normal trap.
Yeah.
Target an edge imp or fluffle in your graveyard special summon. If you do, it can be treated as a Fright Fur monster for a fusion summon. So
did you
not
show Parade? By any chance?
Toy Parade is the thumbnail art, but we didn't talk about the effect.
But you didn't show Mad Parade. Can we just show Mad Parade? Because I like that one a lot more.
Does that have a different name in English?
Maybe. Hold on. Let me
Are
see
you
if I
thinking
can
of
find it.
Fusion Fright Waltz?
Sorry, Fright for March. No, Fright
No.
for March. Wait, did you use Toy Parade or March as the thumbnail?
Toy Parade is the thumbnail. We have not talked
Okay, yeah,
about March.
no, Toy Parade is the one I was thinking of.
Okay.
Um,
Though March is also a interesting card art.
March is just kind of very similar, but Toy Parade is the one
Yeah.
that where Wolf is going insane. Right? Oh no, that's not.
No.
Wait. Okay, hold on. There's a different art then.
Yeah. What are you?
I can't remember.
I mean,
My
I got all the
brain.
names. You've got your choice of Factory, Fusion, Jar, March, Patchwork.
Sorry,
We already talked
Fright
about.
for no, not Fright for Fright Waltz.
It is Fusion Fright Waltz. Okay.
No, it's not that. It's not that.
Oh my God, Dallas, did you fucking dream this card up?
No, I did. I saw it like 10 minutes ago.
I mean,
swear.
I've got all the names of all the cards, so including the ones like I said, like Fusion
Yeah,
Fright
no,
Waltz that are
Fright for
weird.
Mad Parade. I'm not crazy.
You're crazy.
Okay, I do see the link. Oh, it's because it's in the fucking anime only. It's not real. Fuck
Oh,
you.
they haven't made it a card yet. Okay.
Dallas tried to fucking out me with anime only cards.
But you can't blame me. Look at the fucking art for this.
I mean, it is pretty cool. It is
it's fucking mental.
Toy Parade.
Bear
Is,
has a flamethrower.
like, yeah, you can see. Obviously, you can see the Toy Parade card art in our thumbnail.
I need to see this art.
I'll just pull up the tiny thumb for a sec. But yeah, so like Toy Parade is like, oh, we're having a fun little parade, and then Fright Fur Parade here is just like, murder parade.
It became nighttime and they all turned into monsters.
Toy Parade though is very funny. It's always treated as a Fight Fur card. And it says target a dark monster you control special summon for the extra deck for the rest of this turn. It can't declare attacks for that monster. But also each time that monster destroys a monster by battle and sends it to the graveyard, it can attack again in a row. If you control a fairy type monster, except the turn this card was sent to the graveyard, banish this card from your graveyard, add a level 4 lower dark monster from your graveyard to your hand. You can only use one effect per turn, only once that turn. So Toy Parade's another one of them great. That was a 2021 card. It was in Brothers of Legend. That's a very great Band-Aid ass card because it's just like, hey, do you have a dark monster? It can attack more.
Fright for Mad Parade is just a hilarious card.
Yeah, Mad Parade is a weird one.
I don't know if it's too overpowered or.
What it's supposed to do is when a card or effect is activated that would destroy a card your opponent controls while you control a Fright Fur monster, instead destroy as many cards as your opponent controls as possible, and if you do, inflict 500 damage for each. I mean, so it's a trap. So
and
while
it's just destroy.
yeah, and while strong, I think that it would still they could print this card if only because it would not. I don't think it would actually be as good in Fright Fur as you'd like. Like, obviously, you'd be like, oh, you can. What if you search
I'd
3 of
play
it
it
and
for
set
the
3?
Like 100%.
Yeah, because obviously you could like, if you were going first, you could search a number of these and set them, and then, trigger them off a Cruel summon with scythes. But that means that you're searching and setting Parade instead of doing something else with your turn. So I think it would be an interesting like side strategy, but it wouldn't be winning. It's also only 500 per. Like, obviously, you'd try to wait until your opponent had a loaded up board, but by then, maybe you've done negates or they've, board wiped you, right? It's still a trap card, so.
Can we look at Fusion Fright Waltz, though? Because I fucking love that card.
Okay, you do want to look at Fusion Fright Waltz. All right.
Yes.
Sure.
That's a different card, though.
Sure. That's fine. But yes,
This is a side deck card, if you read the effects.
Yeah. This card art is also very interesting. It reminds me of, is it Ultra Poly?
I think it's loosely based off Ultra Poly, because it came out in the same set.
Yeah. So here it is. Here's what the vaguely related Fusion Fright Waltz. I mean, it's an archetype card, but it's not called that, so it's weird. But this is a normal trap. Target a fright for a fusion monster you control and a fusion monster your opponent controls. Destroy as many other special summon monsters on the field as possible. Then each player that had a monster destroyed takes damage equal to the combined attack of the targeted monsters. So yeah, as Dallas said, it's a side deck card.
I side deck this against fusion decks
Yeah.
because you can do some pretty neat things to people with it.
Yeah. But the card art is also pretty rad.
Yeah.
With just all the platonic ideals of a Yu-Gi-Oh monster. You've got a dragon, a fiend, a warrior, and a machine. It's neat. It's a neat little card.
What are other ones? We don't need to see Reborn, March, not really. Fusion.
March is a...
We should show Fright for Fusion because
Okay.
it shows possible future Fright Furs. Or Fluffles, rather.
March is a... If I remember rightly, March is a weird card because that's your counter trap, but...
Yeah. But it's like a bad counter trap.
Hey, there he is. It's my boy.
It's Dwagon.
Yeah, I'll put it up on the screen. But here you go. This is Fright for Fusion.
Fright for Fusion.
What is this? What are these 4 cards? Is that a heroic? What is it?
The
I
cards
don't
in
think
Fusion
they're
Waltz?
any
I don't think they were any specific cards. They were just
Okay.
platonic ideals of Yu-Gi-Oh cards. They're generic things like you see on the card Fusion and on like Ultra Fusion. And
This
Ultra
one
Poly
is
and stuff
like
that.
If I had to do it, it's Fluffle, Devil, Elephant, Crocodile,
Yeah,
Crow, Stag Beetle, Goblin, and Dragon.
yeah.
Oh, look,
And
there's a truck.
And a truck and a plane for some fucking reason.
Well, like we said, there are some of these that are like. There's also a boat in there. There's some of them that
But
are
I
like.
want that Fluffle Alligator and Fluffle Elephant, like, badly.
Yeah, those guys are really cool. I like Dragon. The little otter guy is cool as well. And just I don't know what you call this fucking weird hat
That
guy.
has to be a Goblin, right?
Probably, yeah. Or just call him Cobalt.
Yeah, works.
Fluffle Cobalt. They've got a Stag Beetle as well, which is just fucking... Of course they do.
I love Fluffle
Would it
Crow.
be an insect? If they made it?
No, they're all
It's
fairies.
hilarious. Fluffle Crow is hilarious. Its eyes are as big as the fucking beak.
Yeah. But yeah, this is just... They did a splash card of a lot of fun cards, and I could totally see the monsters, and I would love to see them. It's unfortunately, like I said, we've explained its effect several times. It's a very basic fusion. It's just fusion summon a Fright Fur
It's better in Miracle
from your
Fusion
extra
than
deck
what it is.
by banishing fusion materials monsters listed on it from your field or graveyard. It is just a Miracle Fusion.
Well, it's better in Miracle Fusion because I don't think Miracle can do
No.
field and grave.
No, Miracle is field and grave. It's just not
it's
hand.
okay,
yeah.
so it's literally the same
It's
thing.
yeah, it's a Miracle Fusion. Not that that's bad in this archetype. It's just because you have so many name checks for poly. It's basically the exact same thing as Miracle Fusion. You end up running 1 or 2 copies of Fright for Fusion and all your polys anyway, just
Well,
because that's how your deck works.
I think it's better than Miracle Fusion for the simple fact that Frightfur has monsters that can take advantage of like I compare it more to Chimera Tech Overload Fusion,
Yes, that's true.
where it's like Fluffle
Sure.
has monsters that can take advantage of
Big guys in grave.
summon
Like
a big shit.
the way Miracle Fusion works is once they added Parallel World Fusion, though that's got lots of restrictions. Basically, the way Hero does fusion is you play like a regular poly to fuse guys, and then you're like, oh, and those guys in my graveyard, I make a different guy with them, Miracle Fusion, and then hypothetically you can Parallel World Fusion them back, but you almost never get to that step. Probably because you've used Liquid
Right.
Soldier and made an Ab-Zero, and your opponent is fucking crying right now.
I think there's one art we need to talk about more, and it's just because the implications of this card confuse the shit out of me.
Yeah.
Frightfur Sanctuary.
Ah, yes, that's one of the cards that has a name like it should be a fucking field spell, and it is not.
No, and also the implications, I am confusion.
Yeah, this card, I'm looking at it at a glance. This card looks like it should... Speaking of ghost tricks, this looks like it should be a ghost trick field spell.
Yeah, I know, right?
But yes, you are right. This is... I mean, I feel like I get what they're going for. Like, I should also... Let me just, for comparison, pull up the March card artwork as well.
No, Omega. There's a clear distinction that needs to be made that I don't know the answer to.
Yeah, what's up?
Is this a sanctuary for Frightfurs or from Frightfurs? I need to know this.
Yeah, I don't know. But here's March as well. So, like, notice how now in March, all the little guys are, like, going through a little, like, fluffy diorama of, like, mushrooms, right? So, I think that some of these are just, like, weird toy displays in the fucking arcade from hell.
No, I think this is the weird toy displays in the fusion dimension.
I
mean,
think
it could be
this
that,
is
but
where
it's like
Mary's stomach leads to.
There are displays here that like have a go, and there's a bear who's minding his own business. There's the elephant again.
This is definitely for Frightfurs because you can see the scissor family.
Oh yeah, no. There's some scissors hanging out. They've got like all their weird decor. There's a weird springy guy at the top here. I do like though that you can see a couple of other fluffles. Like Dallas, there's your elephant again. He's back there. He's chilling.
Elephant.
Honestly, I think it's just kind
looks
of
like a tape
being
here.
like.
Yeah.
I feel like after a certain point in the cards, it becomes where it's more of a symbiotic yet grotesque relationship between the two, instead of being like.
I mean, there's definitely something going on here because, like,
'cause I feel like after a point in time, it's become symbiotic.
Not to gross people out, but what I've always imagined for Frightfur edge imps they are basically the same. They're akin to parasitoids. They're injected into the fluffles and feed off of them until they burst outward.
Well, and I want to say, there's a very important aspect of this, and I want to bring up the card art for Jar just to show X. That's the Demented Toy Vendor one. But I don't know what's going on with Jar and Toy Vendor and Fluffle Crane, because that's the other thing about this. Remember, these are literal toys that are being distributed to children.
I don't understand it.
What's going on here? Like
Toy Vendor, I kind of excuse it a little bit because it's literally like in the anime, Sora would crank the Toy Vendor and summon a Fluffle out of it.
Yeah, like it's got.
Like, that's why Toy Vendor's like that. But Jar and Crane especially,
like they've continued to play up that part of the fluff, and I don't know what's going on. Let's talk about what Sanctuary does really quick though. It's another continuous spell card.
Yeah,
you activate it by discarding one card and sending 2 Frightfur monsters from your extra deck to the graveyard. All fusion monsters you control are treated as Frightfur monsters. If this card is sent to the graveyard, target a Frightfur fusion monster in your graveyard, return it to extra deck. This is just a weird one to like set up the other plays you can do with like weird hybrid decks. I don't think it's very important. It's funny, but it's very fidgety. And March is just your archetype negate. I don't think it's an Omni, but
it's bad. It's a very bad negate. Like,
yeah, I remember rightly.
I would argue, even as loving Fluffles, they have one of the worst archetype negates in the entire game.
Yeah, March is not good.
No.
But here is the card art of
Please give us new negate.
Jar. And this is just So
weird.
I conjured up to the boys, they thought of some things of like what could be a dark toy vendor, and I'm like, no, you're not thinking silly enough. This is Jar.
No, okay, you know how Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't credit their artists?
Yeah?
What? This is just a Kirby boss.
If you put a gun to my head and asked me who drew this, I would generally say Miyazaki drew this, because this looks like the fucking moat demons from Totoro and Spirited Away.
It does have a little bit of a Ghibli-esque look to it, doesn't it?
But like,
what this gives me vibes is... So y'all know Mario Party, right? You know how some maps have different modes?
Oh, this is like Bowser mode?
Yeah, this is the when it becomes night or Bowser shows up or something, this is the fucked up capsule machine that like kills you and steals your stars. Like
unfortunately it's also very bad.
But the card art is very like it's comically evil.
Because here's the thing, they kept one of Toy Vendor's 2 effects. Unfortunately, it was the bad one.
Anyway, what were you saying next?
My weirdest thing about this is like, it's it more makes it feels like the edge imps are just the other side of the coin instead of
Yeah.
being the corruptor thing. But I feel like early on, it feels like it was designed as if the edge imps are a corruptive force to the Fluffles, but in this case, it more feels like after a point they made it as if no, they're just two parts of the same thing.
So, by the way, I want to say shout out to the TCG. They caught this. So in Japanese, this was called this is released as Death Toy Pot. They changed it to Jar because it's a trap card. Thumbs up. Very funny. It's a continuous trap card. Its name becomes Toy Vendor when it's on the field or in the graveyard. Once per turn, discard a card, draw a card, show it. If it's an edge imp monster, you can destroy a card on the field. Otherwise, place a card from your hand on the top or bottom of the deck. If it's sent to the graveyard, you can target a face-up monster your opponent controls, have its attack. So the idea is it's your copies 4 through 6 of Toy Vendor. It's interesting, and I like how
This
it's
is
like.
Toy Vendor at home.
Well, yes, it's Toy Vendor for Edge Imps. It's literally how Edge Imps are distributed, which is interesting and funny. Absolutely not necessary. The deck does not need this.
Its pop effect is so bad.
It's cute. And again, it doesn't matter because much like Cruel Whale, it was released as a common in Rise of the Duelist, so you don't fucking care, but it's not needed at all.
Yeah. Last card, I think.
Oh, yeah? Which one you got?
Oh, Crane. I was going to...
Okay, I wanted to show the card art for Factory.
Okay, then we should do Factory first.
Yeah, we'll throw up Factory.
Let's end
because
with
Factory's
Crane, 'cause
funny.
It's the most confusing card.
So, by the way, this is another one that's weirdly censored. You might think it's just to hide the scissors in Bear. No, they also changed the Terminator lava to some purple goop.
I mean,
Because-
this is a death camp, right?
Yeah, no.
This is-
This is we are fucking murdering Fluffles by throwing them in with the Edge Imps. Like we've got a big furnace. We throw sabers and a Fluffle inside, and Fright Fur comes out. Right? We are
Yeah,
literally
this is
manufacturing
very-
Fright Furs.
I understand why this was censored. I'm going to be very honest.
Oh yeah, I
Because
mean
it's
no.
Like, I was like, oh wait, okay, it is just mass production fusion stuff. Okay.
This is just that scene from Toy Story 3.
Yeah, I said that when you
Because
weren't
I
here.
didn't
earlier,
notice.
Yeah.
I didn't notice like there was an assembly line with scissors as well. Because I originally thought it
No,
was
no.
just they throw the Fluffles in, and because
Yeah,
they
yeah.
got murdered, they became a fright fur.
This is a card that requires you to blow it up to make sense of
I'm
it because
beginning to think the Edge Imps and Fluffles might be chill with each other and just hate the Fright Furs.
the Fright Furs are an artificial state created by bringing them together. By the way, this is the other
created
continuous
by-
spell card that I wonder why it's not a field spell.
Remember?
Yeah,
Remember? Wait.
Yeah.
This is literally Scrap Factory.
It's
Which is
also
field
I think it's also Dark Factory of Mess Production, but with Fright Furs instead of Boki Bokis.
It's multi-factors.
There's a lot of
also,
factory jokes in here.
It also makes you think about it being like, they're like two different kinds of like angels and demons, and just like, then you have literally the future dimension, which is Nazi Duel Academy, doing dark
Yes, that's the
science to
other reason this
combine
has
the
a
angels
very,
and demons together to make monsters.
True, that could
That's the
possibly
other
be what we're
reason
going
this has a
for.
very unfortunate implications.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of imagery in that season of Yu-Gi-Oh!
So, this card is also very interesting. So, it's a continuous spell card. You can banish Polymerization or a fusion spell card from your graveyard, except Diffusion Wave Motion. So, any fusion card. Fusion summon a Fright Fur from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or side of the field. If this card is sent to the graveyard, target a banished Fright Fur fusion, add it to your hand. So, you can use non-Fright Fur fusion cards, but you want to use Fright Fur fusion for the return effect. But yeah, this is just extra copies of Poly. I don't think it's necessary, but it's funny, again. Like, it just gives you another way to fuse if you have to bin the Poly or your opponent, like, negates the Poly or bins it or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not necessary, but again,
It's not very
it's
good.
cool. And again, you have shitloads of stuff.
But yeah, no, I genuinely think the Edge Imps and Fluffles both hate the Fright Furs because that's the only way that Sanctuary makes sense. Because
Yeah,
like-
Sanctuary is like, hey, what if we had a place where we could both be separate and be cool?
yeah, because all of the like while there are Fright Furs and or Fluffles and Edge Imps together, there's not a Fright Fur on that artwork. So
Yeah. Whereas
Thank you.
in Factory, it's if we melt together the Fluffle and the Edge Imp, we get a Fright Fur, and
Oh,
they
no,
seem bad.
like the reason I fell in love with this archetype is because this was perfect for the character that was suited it, who
Yeah.
is basically essentially fucking Damien from The Omen, but a Yu-Gi-Oh duelist.
And here's Crane,
Yeah.
which once again,
Yeah, this
So
one
the-
just I don't get it.
Oh, they're still just again. They're just toys.
Yeah, the Fluffles are being distributed as toys in a crane machine.
It's just when they're summoned
also, I
as
need to
Yu-Gi-Oh
post this
cards.
I mean,
they're
this
not
one was
sentient.
this one was in the anime, so it's an old school card, so it fits the character's personality, but it's also still very like, wow, it's weird. Why?
How early was it? Because it might have been before they got fully into the idea of what the lore was.
This,
for the
this
cards.
is
pretty
one of the
early.
first cards.
Yeah, it was in Crossed Souls, and I believe that means it had an early appearance in the anime. It's also one of the there aren't a lot of Fluffle spell traps, funnily enough.
Yeah, this is I think the only one.
Yeah, I think this is the only one. So that may be, like Axe said, it might have been a design pivot, but still. Its effect is just when a face-up Fluffle monster you control is destroyed by your opponent's attack or card effect and sent to the graveyard, just add it to your hand and draw a card. It's just a consistency card. It's not really important anymore, but when this archetype came out, it was an interesting way to cycle your Fluffles if they did get popped, but you don't really care about that. But again, the fact that it is a literal fucking crane machine is like, I don't...
Oh no,
Some-
Fluffles technically had one other spell trap, but it's not important to show.
oh, which one is it?
Suture Rebirth.
Oh, yeah. I looked at that one. It's not really interesting.
It's just flying.
Yeah, it's and
Or Leo, rather.
effect-wise, it's just Reborn but worse.
Yeah.
So let's see. We showed Fusion Jar. We talked about March, Patchwork, Reborn was mentioned, Repair, Sanctuary, Fright, Waltz, Toyper. Yeah, so I think we've hit all the big ones and the effects. So yeah, a little bit of a long episode. Let's see. We're just under 4 hours, and I need a snack, so I'm gonna get out of here fast. But thank you so much for tuning in, up and down, people. I hope you enjoyed it. You voted for this. This is your fault. And if you didn't vote for this, support us on Patreon, $5 and up, so that you can vote for things and fix them. And I'll get back to these guys probably sometime next week and see what fresh hell we can brew. And if it would be...
No.
Actually.
No, that wouldn't work because I'm still holding numbers hostage. All the numbers hostage
Fair.
for a sub goal.
Nora would be the end of it, yeah.
And I think all of the actual important numeron, like, yeah, there's like wall or gate.
You
Yeah,
know,
gate's the
I'm
main
just
deck monster.
I'm just gonna put Thunder Dragons down and let's see what happens. 'Cause it's
Hey,
like,
go
they're
go
not-
for it.
I mean, there's at least something to show there. 'cause, like, there's an
Thundra,
aesthetic.
Thundra is really so to maybe talk it up a little because I really don't want to do Black Wings. I'm sorry, guys. I don't want
I'll
to.
put
so many of
Agnister
them.
up for me.
At least
That's another
DDD
good one,
was
yeah.
cool though. So like,
I mean,
don't wanna
DDD
do, like,
was
I don't-
cool, but
DDD
like
a downgrade.
Thundra is really interesting because that's an old school actually it's not an archetype because it was
a
two
classical
cards.
card.
But yeah, it was a
changed into an
classical
archetype.
anime-ass card that had uses. You actually played Thundra as an engine in Chaos back in
It
the
was
day.
a good light material. It's a good light.
Yeah.
And then
If
it
you
became a
vote
chaos
for-
deck.
If you vote for Agnister, we can talk about robot fucking.
No.
Well, also, guys, guess what? If you vote for Adagnister, that means we get to talk about puns because we have to talk about all the
Oh,
AI
yeah, no,
cards.
I love
if
you,
you want
or
a pun episode,
Fighting
that
Spirits.
will-
I
Yeah.
met you.
But yeah,
Hey,
so
I just met you. And this is crazy.
here's
But
my
help me
number.
Link summon.
Link me, maybe. Or it would be co-link
But
me,
yeah,
maybe.
no, that will be the robot fucking / pun episode.
So yeah, there. That's one of them. Lawful, you pick
That's how I'm
Malefics
gonna
again.
advertise it.
Sorry, what was that?
Will you
Omega?
bick Malefics again? Is what I said technically. 'Cause
Yes.
I have a
was
fucking
gonna say
speech impediment.
Malefics.
I
Martha's
hope
keeping
you
the Black
understand,
Wings.
but like
He's gonna
politely,
keep
I'm
doing
going to
this.
say I hope that stays in obscurity forever.
No,
And I
Malefics
hope-
are awesome.
I hope you fucking die. I hate you.
I hope you get typhoid.
Well, if that was the least enthusiastic, I hate you. I
That
hope
was
you
the
die
thing I was
ever.
gonna say.
That was so lackluster.
Going for 4 hours.
We have it going for 4 hours.
Hey, I just met you.
And
I'm
Axe is still
perfectly
full of
fine.
energy.
It's because I was tired as fuck this morning, and I bought a house. I bought an apartment today.
Afternoon for me.
Anyway,
It's
Your
like
face
almost
looks
11.
tasty.
So
no,
Egypt-
that's not that's the Egypt version. Anyway, thanks so much for tuning in, everybody, and hanging along. This is a fun one. Like, as much as I have PTSD, much like if we ever talk about super heavy samurai, Loth and I will just be oops all PTSD. I have a lot of
mean-
PTSD about fright furs because they can just blow you out on turn 2 without you being able to do anything. But
That is
aesthetically, they're really interesting, and I think that a lot of the other archetypes we have is the same. And I believe, let's see, after Dynamist was our last one, our next regularly scheduled one will be, let's see, we already did Digital Bugs, we already did Cleese, we're not going to do World Legacy just yet. Yo, it's Lightsworn! That's going to be fun. Talking about old school Yu-Gi-Oh shit as well.
I get to hate on the dog.
We get to argue about genders.
What did dog do? Yes, we get to discuss what the fuck Jane's pronouns are.
Jane,
I thought
what
it was.
are you?
I thought they said they were okay.
I don't
I'm
know.
100% sure that is a female.
I get to see how much I hate a fucking Raiko.
What's your dog doing? We also get to talk about the Twilight Sworn.
I had Tag's Mind Break.
Actually, no. It turns out that's just their super mode.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's weird.
It's
There's also
they're
many fun
they're
arts.
They're the Spec Ops, actually.
Lightsworn is a really interesting archetype that's very fun. And then after that, you get to listen to Omega lose his fucking mind because after Lightsworn is Weather. And I'm still mad about the one where you have to play against True Draco Weather.
Oh, no, if we're going to talk about Master Duel, there has never been a worse dueling gate than the fucking Ghost Trick gate. I'm sorry.
Really? I don't know. The Ghost
Playing
Trick
the
was
Ghost
baby
Trick
easy.
mirror made me want to unalive myself.
Okay, that's true. I had some matchups that were slow as hell. They're just
it
so
wasn't
weird
that they
and
were
frustrating.
hard. It's that they took 45 fucking minutes.
True.
Because again,
Yeah.
as some people like to complain, it's like Ghost Trick is fun. It has no way to actually quickly win anything.
I mean, I will say I at least appreciate that the solo modes they've been doing have been fucking baby tier. Like, I think the hardest was Vendred, just because that can blow you out. Dream Mirror was just dumb. Ghost Trick was slow. Starry Dragon was fucking nothing, but it was funny. It was
Starry
the Christmas
Dragon
one.
is a shit deck. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's really weird. I like what they were going for, but they really didn't do anything with it. It's just so weird.
Saint Seiya.
But we know because of the Jump Fest, the next solo mode is Mutant.
Oh, that's actually gonna be fun. I
Yeah,
like that.
that's gonna be
Sounds
weird
actually
and
cool.
fun. And that'll make a great solo mode someday because mutants are fucking weird.
Okay, boss, I think he's got the ultimatus.
I saw that clip too. It's great. Anyway, I think there's a new MBT video I gotta go watch. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. Thanks so much, guys, for tuning in for us.
I have to
Don't
go
forget
punt
to
a Patissier. Patissier? Is that how you say it? Patissier?
Patisserie. Patisserie.
The Card Association?
Bitch who runs pastry shop.
Patisserie. Patisserie. Yeah. It's very French.
Oh,
I've been
that.
watching the baking. Anyway, I'm gonna go watch
no,
that.
For some reason, the first gym leader of the new Pokemon game is a fucking.
Oh yeah.
pastry shop.
She's it's because plant sugar plant, grass.
Yeah.
And she's a bug.
But she lives on an olive plantation. Never mind. I'm not gonna.
Limited graphics option, Dallas. Anyway, thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. I'll see you guys next week for more Fail Portrayal. As a reminder, no Final Fantasy tomorrow. I have family stuff. I will not be available. And Thursday is my birthday, so I'm gonna take a me day, and I'm not gonna stream myself for your entertainment. So
Scarlet and Violet have no graphical issues at all. People's feet always move like that.
So thanks so much as well. If you haven't already, go back and watch our latest God of War.
Dad of boy.
Dad of Boy, and then Boy of Dog. Dog Boy.
I will play that
check
game
it out.
eventually. I just need to get back home with my PS5.
Boy of
Yeah,
Dad.
no, you're all lined up, but yeah, check it
I want to play it
out.
on my own because I want to experience this for myself.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way.
Yeah, well, at least in that case, if you want to do it that way, come back and check us out just to hear like me and Lucky react in real
You guys are
time.
doing it because I need to see if like I was like I guess Omega struggled more with this than I did, or I did better. You did better with me than this. That kind of.
I'm about to
thing.
say I find it interesting how you assume that I'm gonna be bad. I mean, I will say this: the first stream is kind of awkward because, like I said, I was literally just playing Elden Ring up until like
You did
hours
way
before.
better at the
God of War.
the dragon boss than I did. I remember the first
Because
one.
Omega, I'll be real with you. I sometimes feel like you and Lucky, like I think Lucky can be decent, really good at games. I feel like Omega, you just have sometimes just become horrible at games for no reason, randomly.
That's because I'm old. I'm almost 30.
That's not old, dude. Like you're not old till you're like 65.
joking.
Please.
Well, I'm actually not joking about reflexes. Your reflexes do kind of
Well,
take
yeah,
a dive
no.
once you get in your.
Trust me, as someone who used to be relatively good at fighting games and is now only decent at fighting games, your reflexes go hard.
But my.
To me, it's more coordination.
I
for
think a
some
lot of.
reason,
I mean,
yeah.
my hand-eye coordination has always been decent. For me, it's usually genre based. Like, I am.
Yeah.
I think I am reasonably
muscle
good at first-person shooters. I
Nice.
admit though that the way first-person shooters work is you can be good at controlling them, you'll still get your ass blindsided and get fucking killed. Like you even if you're good at first-person shooters, you get your ass kicked a lot just because that's the name of the game.
I like yeah,
but
sure.
I'm good at SRPGs because I don't need reflexes for those.
yeah,
I just like I like action RPGs.
action. I mean,
But
I
it's
like
different.
action games and JRPGs. Sometimes I'm good at them. I get in the flow, but
I'm gonna be
a lot
very
of
brutally
action
honest.
RPGs and action games have a lot of different control schemes, and it throws me off a lot. Cause
A lot of
You
JRPGs.
just gotta like play more than once a week for 3 hours
Here's the
because
problem.
if you just
Yeah, but
play it
that's
for
the
like
fucking-
8 hours at least,
but
within
Axe,
2 days you actually learn.
the stream
a lot of
Axe.
ARPGs.
You can just stream more than once a week.
Axe.
All
and
right, you get a
ARPGs
full-time fucking job streaming.
I'm gonna be real, Axe. A lot of ARPGs do not require that much skill.
No, not really.
Just,
But
it
no,
requires
I mean,
time to like just gain the muscle.
and I'll say
memory.
this: you can definitely tell. Like Lucky talks about it. Like he almost always just uses the axe in God of War. I switch between axe and Blades of Chaos a lot.
Well, at least in Ragnarok you want to actually use both because
I
yeah.
prefer the Axe personally.
I mean,
I think it's because for all of the first game, you only get the blades the last third of the game.
I think
Well,
it's just because I have PTSD from God of War 2.
That's fair.
Fucking hate that game.
But the game actually like sets up like the blades are better for crowd control. The axe is better for single target bosses, though you can do lots of different fun things versus bosses.
It also makes
God.
you actually want to. I think Ragnarok also makes you want to actually use the shield like.
Omega,
smash
have you ever
now.
played God of War 2?
No, I haven't played any of the old God of Wars actually.
Genuinely, I've played a lot of games with these. Genuinely, God of War 2 has the hardest QCE event in the entire history of gaming in it, and I
Don't
want
tell
to
me
punch
that.
a window whenever I do it.
What is it?
The one against Zeus at the end.
Is that where you like bash?
It
It
some-
literally took me 15 tries.
I've
and
played
I'm a
some
fighting
RPG
game
Oh, you mean
player,
like
so
the you mean
I'm
like
supposed
the
to be
sword
good at that.
struggle?
Yes.
I've seen people be okay with that one, but I guess it's because people have like literally shifted their rift to like do button mash mode.
Well, yeah, that's because people break their wrist doing that.
Crack
That's
hands.
why I don't have carpal tunnel like some gamers.
I'm good at spinning sticks. Anyway, we're not here to talk about that. Go watch the stream.
Yeah.
Alright, sure,
Keep
what's
your
up?
eye out for future stuff. The AP will get uploaded sometime. I gotta go yell at Lucky about that. But thanks so much for tuning in, everybody. I'll see you guys next, Tim. And remember,
Good night,
next
everybody.
Fails Portrayal, Lightsworn.
Oh yeah, Mega. Before we just finish it.